You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
So what are you doing?
Nothing.
Nothing? Why not?
Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website.
Sounds like a cool website.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it.
You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiva grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
Hello. Welcome to season 19. Okay, that's enough of that. I've been sitting here too long.
19 seasons. Dun, 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 dun.
Hey, you've been around for at least 12.
I think 14.
All right. At least 14.
That's too many.
Lenny, you're coming up on 3, I think.
Is it?
I think,
I
maybe
think
4, maybe
four,
even more than that.
4, maybe
5,
20,
even, maybe,
5 for
maybe.
Darcy.
Darcy's about 7, but he hasn't figured it out yet.
Yeah, his big goes how to unmute his mic.
I did. I'm just rolling a joint, and I didn't want to get yelled at from banging and smashing my grinder.
Well,
I don't yell at anybody for background noise.
I don't think that he should be banging his grinders. You'll break them.
No, you got to tap them to get the shit out. You know, the marijuana.
Marijuana. So, welcome to season 19. I am here in Terrace Bay again after spending a week in Toronto. And I tell you, it is so fucking smoky here. It isn't funny. I can't even see the islands at the moment. It's like creepy movie fog smoky here from the forests, the wildfires in the north. More northern than me.
Okay, so that one's been seen, that one hasn't.
Marcel's busy doing something else while we're doing a show, obviously.
Well, I see.
No, I'm getting a video to play. Hello.
Hello. Hi, how are you?
It's one of those nice 420-second ask AI to make me a video because you know it's been a while since we had a show, but I still been making a fucking video a week.
You know what? I am seriously considering getting the first tier just to see what I can come up with.
Oh yeah. I don't have time right now because it's growing season. So.
Well, you know, yeah. It is, isn't it?
Yep.
I got now, you see, hi, Dale. You see how small it is, Marcel?
How small what is?
Dale?
Look on the screen.
What am I looking at?
We're trying a new comments thing. It should be up on our screen. Right? Just in the bottom right corner. And over my face, eventually, you will see an overlay. It's very small, but folks who are watching will see it because they don't have all the other stuff that we have on our video.
So if I go to YouTube or if I go watch this on Facebook, will it show there?
I'm talking about the comments, Marcel.
So am I.
That's what he's talking about. He wants to know
I only see them here if I click on show.
You can show them big, yes, but you should see it in the right corner of our video.
I see it in the bottom right corner. Dale, what's up, guys?
Yeah. So
that's the
that will just go as somebody says something so that we can put the big one, but we're not going to miss.
I thought that was Darcy.
Oh, you thought that was Darcy chatting?
Well, Darcy's whatever.
He
doesn't have one because he doesn't have a
so he drops down into the studio where we hear him but not see him.
Yeah,
we don't
see best for Darcy.
Darcy's afraid right now.
No. It should be more of the seen and not heard.
Who, Darcy?
Yeah, instead we get the heard and not seen. Kind of like me, because you don't see me. But you get to see all my hard work that I did last week.
See, folks, I've been doing 19 years of this crap.
Yep. 19 years, and how's your garden?
I'm hoping that it's going to be very good because I've got everything I need now, and I've got the greenhouse was cleaned out before I went on my trip, and just got to put them out. It's still too cold. I just brought them in. They were outside on the porch.
Oh yeah.
It's still dropping down 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
what temps are dropping in your greenhouse at night?
4 or 5.
Oh, it's still getting that low?
Yeah. It's 23 in there right now. So, it's doing what it's supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
But it's just still, I figure maybe middle of the month, it'll be better to put them out. I ain't gonna, put out plants and then have them die.
Yeah.
So we've got a lot of people that have shared our show tonight.
Cool.
Hi to the new folks. Hello,
everybody.
To the old folks.
Yeah.
What's up, Len?
Oh, not a lot.
He's got a cold.
I got something. Like it's not strep throat. I tested myself this morning.
Hey, Lenny, you caught something when you were up at the Memorial Cup.
Yeah, I thought maybe I got French COVID, but I guess I don't know.
Well, I was afraid that I would get something in the city. I mean, I was in Toronto, I was in Hamilton, and I was at Al's, and so I went like zigzag all over the place. But I went to the hospital to see Emily, and I'm always concerned when I go to the hospital.
I'd like to know where Dale's at that he's having a cold, wet spring, because I sure as hell am.
How far are you guys from each other?
An hour.
Oh wow! I'm sorry.
I wouldn't call it a wet spring. Cold, yes.
Oh,
like it's great. It's
not the last couple of days. It hasn't been cold.
Well, it's only been 2 or 3 days of warm.
No, it's been 2 or 3 days of blistering hot.
It's been cooler than it was when I left because of the fires. It's very hazy, so the sun's not getting through like it used to.
Well, you see that nice black ground covering there? When you're standing in there in the afternoon, it's 40.
You put black. I bought some new black stuff to put down as well. Is that garden?
That's heavy duty garden shit.
Okay. I just got the regular dollar store stuff.
No, this is for greenhouse flooring.
Well, that's what I'm doing. I put but I just got the cheap stuff, right? I got 2 rolls.
So no, it's greenhouse flooring. It's not the woven stuff that water just pours through.
Oh, it's okay. It's like a tarp.
It is. It's basically a tarp with green lines on it, so you can lay out your pots with measurements and things like that.
And the water will go through it, seep through it eventually.
Eventually.
Yeah.
But the roots and anything won't go through it. So
and
as you can see, I went.
Is that?
Well, I bought enough.
I bought 2 rolls of the cheap shit at the dollar store for $4 each. They used to be $1. Okay.
Yeah, this is a little more pricier than that. I bought bought some 7 years ago from Home Depot, and you had to buy it by the foot. And I needed 60 feet or something like that, or 70 feet, and it was $1.09 a foot. And it cost me like $80.
Yeah,
but
it's almost as expensive as a carpet.
It's still there in the same spot, right? Still works. It's just that I moved the garden to that bigger one, so I needed new stuff. So I went on Vever. I went looking for it. I found a heavier grade. I'll wait till you finish dying.
I'm sorry. I'll mute.
God. No, so what I ended up doing is finding a heavier grade product, 300 feet for $79 from Vever. So that's what I did, was lay that down.
What is it? How big? Like how big of a roll? How wide is it?
Well, it's 6 feet wide.
Okay.
6 feet wide, 300 feet long.
I didn't even know my dog was behind me.
Yeah.
Well,
so
that's cool. So
cut it in strips and then laid it all down, pinned it all down, and then laid a strip all the way around the perimeter.
I see that. That's
that keeps any weeds away from that fucking garden.
Yeah.
Because where it's growing was my blackberries.
Right? There was quite a bit of growing stuff going on in there when we weed whacked it last week.
Yeah. So that took a couple of days to lay that out, and then a couple of days of not being able to walk.
Having a relapse for you?
No, just being on your hands and knees and squatting down so much.
Yeah, I get
Got to the point where my legs didn't want to work anymore.
Yeah,
my legs don't work either.
But now,
you shut up and sit there. Like
now
a good boy.
Pots have all been filled and they're all
nice.
charged. So now I'm just setting up the irrigation system, and Monday the plants will go out.
It's like I was telling you before. It's too cold still. Here,
it's not cold here. That's why they're going out on Monday. Well, mine have been.
I know
out
it wasn't cold. Wasn't cold in the city either. It was freaking 95. I was like 32 on Sunday, I guess.
Yeah, but see, I'm doing something different this year, and that's why I got to have the irrigation system, because I've been battling them goddamn stalk borers for years.
The what?
Stalk borers.
What's that?
It's a little worm that goes into. It comes from a little white moth.
Oh, okay.
Lays eggs in the crook of a branch, and the egg hatches, and a little worm goes in and goes up the plant. And
you know what? I had that happen in Orangeville.
It'll happen anywhere where there was old farmland.
I just think it's an Amherst thing, because Marcel has them 10 times worse than anybody I've ever seen ever.
Well, I remember when I cut up the plant.
Because my garden is sitting on an old cow field.
Well, that makes sense then.
Right?
I remember actually seeing little worms traveling inside the root system, inside the stalk.
Right.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
So the development stage of those is they come from the soil. I have no soil.
So why are they coming from the soil that you're using when you're using new soil?
Because the eggs the flies lay the eggs in the soil.
Okay.
See where he's using cocoa.
So it's a fly.
It's not a soil.
It's a little white moth that lays the eggs. The larvae hatches, it goes into the plant and causes havoc. Like you're literally cutting off branches, like whole branches.
Okay. Yeah. My mom said, there's something crawling around your plant. I'm going to spray them for you. And she went out and got spray from the garden center. I think she just told him she was growing pot and she needed a spray.
Yeah.
But this was a long time ago. But
well, there is a product that you can get.
It's a spinosad.
It's a spinosad product, but the concentration that you need for this you can't get in Canada.
Nope, it's banned in Canada.
And obviously, washing them after isn't going to help.
Hey, Marcel, will neem oil work?
It's banned in Canada.
But will neem oil work?
Probably would, but
it's banned in Canada.
We'll talk later.
But no, I'm going to try it this way. So I went with a soilless mixture.
He might as well try the legal way, because otherwise he can't tell anybody about it.
Oh, I would
I'm
care.
Just kidding.
But so I'll set up an irrigation system, because where it's just cocoa, it's got to be watered pretty much fucking
You're using cocoa.
Yep.
Cool.
What I did is I put a layer
difference between cocoa and soil.
Astronomical.
Really?
Yeah.
And how often can you reuse it?
You don't.
But can you continuously reuse it? Do you have to do anything to it?
Well, if I was going to reuse it, I'd probably bake it in the oven.
Really?
Yep. Kill off all the pathogens, put it back into a state of nothingness. So here's an example. And Darcy and I were talking about that tonight. I put in the test meter.
Hey, this is part of our grow segment.
Okay, sure.
Okay, wait.
Yeah.
Sorry, but anyways, sorry to cut you off yourself. But
gee, that's a first. Marcel got cut off by Darcy.
Yeah. So to try and combat my worm problem, I'm going to see if I can do this with a soilless mix and not have any worms at all, which will be amazing. Because then
if you're growing in cocoa, how would they be there?
Exactly. Well, I'm hoping that the fly won't come and land. So the flies will start coming around in the first week of first week of July. And so if you're going to treat them with spinosad, then you treat them the first week of July, and then you treat the plants 2 weeks later.
Oh.
That's after the eggs have hatched.
Yeah. Is it just is there a slice of time that you have to do that, or can they do that? Can they lay eggs at any time in the
any time? But your main outbreak is like mosquitoes have a big hatch. At the first day the temperature hits 17 degrees, right? So as soon as 17 degrees hit and those mosquitoes are in water, or those eggs are in water, they hatch and they're out flying around. So it's kind of like a cycle temperature type thing.
Yeah.
These flies all show up and lay their eggs at the same time, and, have a big orgy.
Wow. I saw 2 bees having sex on my porch. And
That's
then
weird.
When I came back from shopping, one was dead.
Yeah, probably because he wasn't as gay as the other one.
No, these were bumbles.
Yeah, they're one.
These are huge bumblebees.
Yeah, because the queen is the female and it's in the hive, right?
I know that. I mean, maybe they were having brotherly love. I don't know, but I thought it was interesting that.
Or maybe he said, "Die! I'm gonna sting your ass with my stinger."
They were probably fighting, but one didn't make it and got kicked off the deck.
Well, did you know that tame bees, specifically our European honeybee,
yes,
when they're out collecting nectar, specifically wild ones in wildflowers, if they come across a flower that has nectar that fermented, they get drunk. Well, when they fly back to the hive, the soldiers will not allow them in, and they tear his legs off and kill him.
Maybe that's what was going on.
Just to show. No, it's supposedly it shows the dominance in the hive to say that we do not allow. We need you in physically fit form all the time.
The male also dies after sex. Isn't that correct? I seem to remember that the male bee.
I know honeybees die after they sting you.
Have you guys not heard of the birds and the bees?
Well, this is today.
This
That's
is
what
today,
it is
yeah.
today.
Oh, today, yeah, it's birds, bees, and mentally
Bees.
ill.
And mentally ill bees.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the three genders, right? he, she, nut. I saw a good one though. And this raises a good question.
Yeah.
Drag queens like to go and read books to kids at school. But why don't they go read them at old folks' homes, nursing homes, prisons? I mean, those guys would like people to come and read to them.
All righty, Marcel.
Come on, let's get on the bandwagon. Let's send some to them.
Welcome to the 420 radio show.
Well, Marcel was on a roll talk until I cut him off.
We are as liberal as fuck.
Except for we didn't vote liberal.
No.
So how could we be liberal if we didn't vote liberal?
Well,
Huh?
Because all the old people voted liberal.
Hey, I can't say who I voted for yet until after I see if they help me.
No, you just told me who you voted for then.
Anyways, let's get back to the bees, shall we?
Let's get back to the cannabis.
Yes, thank you.
So what are you growing this year, Al?
I have to look at the pots still because they are marked in dark ink and I can't read it.
I can't read it.
But the big one that I have that I'm really looking forward to is some peanut butter breath.
Mm.
Yeah.
Have you tried it before?
Have I what?
Have you tried it before?
Have I had peanut butter breath?
Yeah.
I have.
I don't mean from the jar. I mean the actual strain.
I don't eat peanut butter.
From the jar.
I've tried the strain, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You like
Why?
it?
It was all right. I don't really remember. It was a long time ago. Why?
I'm just curious. It's not one of my favorites. But
I remember that it's not a very flavorful strain, but it's got a hell of a punch to it. That's what I remember.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens with that. I got some others. Puff Dog helped me choose because he knows his shit.
Well, if everything works out right, I planted a few seeds this year.
Yeah.
Strain, and it should be done really early, I was told. And if they turn out right, I'll send you some because I still have some left over. I didn't start them all.
Okay. I started some seeds before I left, and there is two up. I don't know what there was 5 up when I left, but now there's 2. So I have those 2 as well, and they are skunk number 1 from our pal Dale.
Nice.
Yep. I also tried to start some of the candy cane, but they don't seem to be wanting to actually come out of the ground. So,
well, I put 10 of them in the ground, so we'll see, Al.
You put the candy cane?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was looking forward to trying that, but I don't think you can just see the top of it. Maybe it'll come up a little bit, maybe not.
Our legal store has 2 strains. They have Fruity Pebbles, and then there was another one.
And they're doing clones?
Yes.
Yep.
Really?
$29.99 a piece.
Really?
$30 clones.
The ones I got were 15, and we went down to the Grand River Reservation down by Hamilton. Excuse me.
Our res has clones for sale too, but I didn't like the strains they had, so I was gonna try one just to say I tried it, but I didn't like the strains they had, so I didn't.
We went to 3 stores before we found a couple with. They were already sold out, and it was like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and they had been going like just constantly.
Well, when I was at the liquor store on Friday, I went over to grab something because I want to
So he
try
went to get his pot at the liquor store. This sounds like a book.
I know. Imagine that. No, I went over there because someone told me to try something, so I ran over to try it. And when I was over there, I was looking at the clones, and they had 30 clones there. Well, I went back over Sunday to grab some more of that stuff because I liked it. And because I can't order from Lenny right now because my script, I got to get my doctor to redo my script. But anyways,
Me too. Yep.
When I was over there,
you're an asshole, Len. You won't serve your friend.
I didn't know he was expired.
There you go.
February, Lenny. February. I expired February.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I have one, but I had one that I could use, but I don't know if you want to put it on file because it's for astronomical
145 grams.
No, it's 40 grams a day.
Wow. Do you now that's now okay? Somebody somewhere that hears that is going to go, "Wow, what the fuck are you doing with 40 grams a day? Do you actually use 40? I know yours is higher, Marcel. Do you actually use 40 grams a day?
I wouldn't say in oil, in concentrates forms and everything like that. If I was to say creams, topicals, everything, I'd be close to 30.
Wow. Not like, you know, I mean,
Marcel knows.
On a good day, I try and stay about a quarter a day, which is my license is for 5 grams. So I mean, I could get through the day on 5 grams. Sure.
I'm going to see a scoliosis doctor here in July, middle of July. I finally got in with one after 5 years. It took 5 years to get in to see one, but I finally got in to see one, and I already have a funny feeling they're going to try alternative methods first, but I already know what the end game is going to be.
So what are alternative methods?
Alternative methods, or they're going to want to try all different kinds of medication.
Is cannabis in there as well?
Well, yes, because that's what I'm using now. They will. When you
I meant by the doctors, are they going to be elaborating on that as well?
Oh, I already know that this doctor is cannabis friendly, so
that's good.
But when they see you using that much, I mean, they always look at your health. They're concerned with your health. I mean, it's if you were using that much medication, like I was using 6,400 milligrams of gabapentin before I could actually get a full cannabis script.
But by the same token, if you're smoking 40 grams a day, you know, I would think doctors would be concerned about that.
She's not smoking 40 grams.
No, I know. But I mean, if you were inhaling that much a day.
Yeah. You know. Oh, yeah. Fuck, imagine. No, I use a lot.
It'd be like.
I eat a lot of gummies, and well, some nights I glob up a big glob of oil on a spoon and eat it, and well, Marcel hears about them the next day. Ooh. I sleep good though
when he finally wakes up.
Well, I ate one of his 300 milligram gummies the other night, and I got really into a fucking TV show, and I lay there until 2:00 in the morning. I could not get to sleep.
I don't make shit to put you to sleep.
But the night before, I could eat one of them and fucking just fall right asleep. I just got really into that show, and it actually was World War II. I like watching military shows, so I was watching stuff at World War II, and I just got right into it. And next thing I know, it's 2:00, and I'm like, holy fuck, I gotta go to sleep.
I've been sleeping really well since I've been home because I've got some nice different strains, but you know,
a friend of mine gave me some stuff to try, different legal cannabis products.
Yes.
So I got. Have you ever heard of Blunt Botanicals, Lenny?
Blunt Botanicals?
Here, I'm gonna turn my camera on here.
No, I haven't. No. No, I haven't heard of them.
And this is what it is. I gotta turn that light away this way.
What is it?
It's a little. It's they call it Jointment to Go. It's like a fucking little rolly ball.
Yeah, I sell something like that.
It smells literally like fucking. It smells like Bengay.
Yeah,
Bengay.
it's because it's got menthol in it.
Yeah, it smells like Bengay.
I hate that smell.
And then I was given some of these things to try.
What is it?
Shred. Yeah, the Shred gummies. These are the Cloudberry snoozers. They're 1-to-1 THC and CBN.
Yeah, I have a better product than that one.
And then he sent me these Belk. Have you ever heard of balcony
But
premium?
he can't order from you, Len.
I know. No, I never heard of them either.
Right? I've never, like, he was just like, here, try them. I got lots of them. So and then there's he gave me where's that right here in the fridge? And then I got, have you ever heard of Live Relief, Lenny, infused?
The creams?
Yeah.
Fucking overrated, expensive.
Well, I got their 1-to-1 transdermal cream.
Yeah.
Transdermal? Explain what transdermal is.
Just helps go through the skin, gets a little bit deeper.
The patches.
That's the one thing that's the one fucking pharmaceutical thing I understand.
Transdermal.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the other thing he gave me to try was, have you ever heard of Night Night, Lenny? The company Night Night, pure leaf brand.
Maybe, I can't remember. What's in it? I'm assuming CBN.
10 milligrams of CBN, 30 milligrams per gram of CBD, and 0.1 milligrams per gram of THC.
I'm smoking. I got one of the strains I got. Let's see if I can find a big enough nug to show you guys here. I got some black tuna in honor of Mr. Robert Platshorn. Goodbye, Darcy.
What's that, Al?
I said goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, I just want to make sure that everybody can still hear me good.
Actually, it was working pretty good for you, Darcy.
Was it working good? I'll turn it back over here.
Fine.
But so you can take on more patients, can't you, Lenny?
Oh yeah.
Good, because I know.
Do you have a limit, Len? How many patients you can have?
Yeah, when I run out of space, but
when you run out of paper,
I'm pretty good for now.
Do you have a limit? Yeah, when I run out of weed.
The only reason I was asking, Lenny, is
that's what the guy down the road said to me.
Yeah,
what's that,
these two are veterans, so this is all stuff from through Veterans Affairs.
Yeah, there's all kinds of companies that make the same shit anyway. Some of them make it a little bit better than others.
But I mean, if he's getting stuff, I'd rather send him to someone like you that I can actually give him a little better product. If there's better legal products out there.
Do you have the ability to test, Len, or do you send it out?
So I buy it off everybody. It's all tested.
So it's all
actually
tested.
Speaking of testing, Al, did you get the email the other day, Lenny, or
yep.
From Bloom?
Yeah, too bad.
Yeah, I know, eh?
What happened?
They're done.
They're done testing cannabis stuff.
That sucks. Why?
I was trying to figure that out, but I think maybe it's the licensing part of it, maybe, or I don't know.
Probably the cost. They weren't making money.
No, definitely weren't making money. That's for sure.
Well, I can tell you what happened. Probably.
Well, you don't know.
Well, no, I'm speculating. Is there's certain labs in Canada that are known to give you higher THC and terpene levels.
That makes sense. The long and the short of it is they weren't making enough money, so they stopped.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Their license renewal is probably coming up.
Or whatever. Yeah.
Probably decided not to redo it.
Are they government owned, Lenny?
Yes, they are.
Isn't it like a partial government?
Yeah, it's a
government
weird
and
scenario.
they're affiliated with Dalhousie and.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing.
Yeah.
Like it's meant to be like for like kind of like R&D and startups.
Yep.
Like almost test a theory. Like I don't think I don't think the lab was really supposed to stay there the whole time. It was never really.
No, well, they have the lab because they do testing of food products, right?
Yeah.
But Darcy, my barbecue sauce. If I wanted to, I could take my barbecue sauce to Perennia, and Bloom. They can re-engineer my barbecue sauce into a powder.
Oh, what?
Then I can package that powder and send it out worldwide. And all you'd have to do is add water or something to it, and you
would it be considered a spice at that point?
No, it would still be considered a barbecue sauce. It's same as a pasta sauce.
It's a concentrate.
Yeah, a pasta sauce the same way. So you can get packages of dry pasta sauce.
Well, they do that. What do you think? What do you think they do with cheese for macaroni and cheese? Same
thing.
Yeah.
Right. So that's just what this company does. That's their mainstay, is to do that kind of food R&D.
So are they still in business, or are they
just not in the cannabis?
Just not in the cannabis business anymore. So it wasn't paying for their time, basically, probably.
Yeah.
Well, you can imagine how much the government would be soaking them for licensing, and then the added security, because you've got cannabis on the product, and that's so dangerous.
And then record keeping and all that other stuff too.
Yeah, and I just don't think they're doing enough volume because, as I said, there's a bunch of labs in other parts of the countries that were getting very sexy numbers. And
it's a matter of results and what they're using for an algorithm when they're doing their testing.
Well, to be honest, it should be the fucking. It should be the same.
And everybody's got 30% fucking THC pot coming out of a dispensary. That's wonderful. I've got outdoor shit that'll knock you on your ass.
Yeah, I had 25% last year. My purple satellite tested.
Yeah,
4.25% terpene. So I'm happy with that.
But yeah,
actually,
I think
speaking of that,
they weren't doing enough business. I think is all it was.
The video I got for tonight is exactly that.
So let's load it.
It's loaded. It's ready to play.
Load it. I'm going to. I will run a little thingy here, and then we'll be back with a video that Marcel has.
Just hang on a second. Now you can add me.
I'll add you as soon as we come back.
Hey Lenny,
what's that?
I'll start. Okay, you're gonna play an ad first.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Carly, you can come out.
Go ahead, Marcel.
All right.
Cannabis, like many plants, can be cultivated both indoors and outdoors. Each method presents its own set of advantages and disadvantages, appealing to different types of growers and situations. Choosing the right approach depends on various factors, including personal preference, budget, climate, and legal restrictions. Outdoor growing, as the name suggests, involves cultivating cannabis plants in the natural environment, typically in a garden, field, or greenhouse. Indoor growing, on the other hand, takes place within a controlled environment, such as a grow room or tent, where factors like light, temperature, and humidity are carefully regulated. Both methods have been practiced for centuries, and both can produce high-quality cannabis with the right knowledge and care. This essay delves into the pros and cons of each method, providing valuable insights to help you determine the best approach for your needs and circumstances. Whether you're drawn to the simplicity and cost-effectiveness of outdoor growing, or the precision and control offered by indoor cultivation, understanding the nuances of each method is crucial for successful cannabis cultivation. Cultivating cannabis outdoors offers a range of benefits, often making it an attractive option for both novice and experienced growers. One of the most significant advantages is the lower cost associated with outdoor growing. By harnessing the power of the sun, growers can significantly reduce or even eliminate electricity costs associated with artificial lighting, which can be a substantial expense in indoor setups. Sunlight, being the most natural and efficient source of energy for plant growth, also contributes to healthier and more robust plants. The full spectrum of light provided by the sun is something that artificial lights strive to replicate, often falling short in providing the ideal balance for optimal plant development. Another key benefit of outdoor growing is the potential for significantly larger yields. With ample sunlight and space to grow, cannabis plants cultivated outdoors can reach their full potential size, often dwarfing their indoor counterparts. This translates to a greater harvest, making outdoor growing an appealing option for those seeking to maximize their yields. The combination of cost savings, natural sunlight, and the possibility of abundant harvests makes outdoor growing an enticing choice for cannabis enthusiasts seeking a more natural and potentially more fruitful approach. While outdoor cannabis cultivation offers a range of benefits, it's also important to consider the inherent challenges posed by the unpredictable nature of the great outdoors. One of the most significant drawbacks is the risk associated with unfavorable weather conditions. Untimely rain, hailstorms, strong winds, or prolonged periods of drought can all negatively impact plant health and ultimately hinder yields. Pests and diseases represent another significant challenge for outdoor growers. Unlike controlled indoor environments, outdoor gardens are susceptible to a wider range of insects, animals, and plant diseases that can quickly decimate crops if left unchecked. Constant vigilance and proactive measures are crucial to mitigate these risks. Outdoor cultivation also offers less control over the growing environment compared to indoor setups. Factors like temperature, humidity, and light cycles are at the mercy of nature, making it challenging to maintain optimal conditions throughout the entire growing cycle. This lack of control can lead to inconsistent results and potentially lower quality yields. Furthermore, legal restrictions and the risk of theft or vandalism are additional concerns for outdoor growers. Depending on local laws and regulations, cultivating cannabis outdoors might be prohibited or require specific permits, making it crucial to research and understand the legal framework surrounding cannabis cultivation in your area. Indoor cannabis growing provides a level of environmental control that is unattainable outdoors, offering several key advantages. Growers can precisely regulate crucial factors such as temperature, humidity, light intensity, and CO2 levels, creating the optimal environment for each stage of plant growth. This level of control often leads to faster growth rates, higher yields, and improved bud quality. Another significant advantage of indoor growing is the reduced risk of pests and diseases. The controlled environment makes it easier to prevent infestations and quickly address any issues that may arise. This is particularly beneficial for growers concerned about using pesticides or dealing with the challenges of organic pest control in outdoor settings. Indoor cultivation also offers increased privacy and security. Grow rooms can be discreetly located within homes or other structures, shielding plants from prying eyes and reducing the risk of theft or vandalism that can plague outdoor grows. This is particularly important in areas where cannabis cultivation is still illegal or subject to strict regulations. Moreover, indoor growing allows for year-round cultivation, regardless of the season or climate. This is particularly advantageous in regions with harsh winters or short growing seasons, enabling enthusiasts to enjoy a continuous supply of homegrown cannabis. While indoor cannabis growing offers numerous benefits, it's essential to acknowledge its drawbacks. One of the most significant disadvantages is the higher setup and operational costs compared to outdoor cultivation. Establishing an indoor grow room requires a considerable initial investment in equipment, such as grow lights, ventilation systems, environmental controls, and potentially odor control measures. Additionally, the reliance on artificial lighting, ventilation fans, and other equipment results in significant energy consumption, leading to higher operational costs. This dependence on electricity can also raise environmental concerns, particularly for growers seeking sustainable and eco-friendly cultivation methods. Furthermore, the limited space typical of indoor grow rooms often restricts plant size, potentially leading to smaller yields compared to outdoor cultivation. This can be a limiting factor for growers seeking to maximize their harvests, especially when working with larger, more expansive cannabis strains. Finally, indoor growing can be technically challenging, requiring a deeper understanding of plant science and the ability to manage complex equipment. Maintaining optimal environmental conditions requires constant monitoring and adjustments, demanding a higher level of dedication and expertise compared to the more hands-off approach often associated with outdoor growing.
Very interesting. A lot of it makes sense, and it's just a matter of making sense.
Yeah. So I'm going to basically take some indoor techniques and put them outdoors now.
Well, isn't that what I'm doing with my autopods?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just doing it on a grander scale.
Yeah, a larger scale. With
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18.
19.
19. Oh, yes, I see the other one there.
There's some aren't in the picture. So there's 10 200 liter, 5 100 liter, and 4 50 liter.
Bucket?
Yep. Like those are the size of the pots.
I'm gonna put something in my 25 liter and see how big I can get it to go. I think it's my big one, was it 50? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
I don't remember either. But it's a big one. Like about the size of a drum. Big. Round, I mean.
Yeah.
I'm not making any sense today.
Oh, that's why it took me over. Well, what do I have? I have 40 of those. I used 30, and 20 is 50, and 6 is 50.
Math by stoners. I got a cartridge full of grape ape.
So with black earth, which is at the base of every pot, just to retain moisture because of what I'm using.
And add and add a little more beneficial bacteria.
Yeah, a layer of sorghum peat.
So there's 3 layers.
And then a layer of cocoa core that, although it says it doesn't need it, also had perlite put into it.
Oh, really?
And an inoculator. Well, no, I put in the perlite and I put in the inoculator.
No, I mean with cocoa.
This is a double wash cocoa, so there's no dust or anything. So actually, hang on and I'll look it up.
It's a really good quality cocoa. It comes from Vietnam.
What does a bale of that cost?
That's what I'm going to look up the price.
Bags are $17 a bag if you buy it by the pallet.
And how many pots will you be able to fill with one bag, kind of thing?
Well, 50-liter bags.
Oh, they're 50-liter bags.
Yeah.
Compared to, in some cases when they're on sale, $2.95 a bag.
Yeah, well, most of them ones that when they're on sale, you got to read them because they're 25-liter bags. Oh, I know.
I always fuck you with the bags of soil. No, it doesn't work out, but whatever.
Well, they kind of do when you think about it.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Don't go to their website. Holy shit. Because it plays music.
Oh, does it really?
Yeah. And you can't see where to turn it off.
Is it still the Rastafarian music?
No. This is more like sound more like Tibetan gongs.
Yeah, Rastafarian music.
That kind of music? It's awfully quiet in here today.
We are.
No, it's just horrible music, and they're not even showing that product anymore.
No.
No, because now all they have is those flat bags that you got to add water to and expand.
Yeah, see, it's a lot cheaper for them to ship.
Well, yeah.
Got to remember,
Yeah.
a container of that's expensive to ship from Vietnam.
Yeah. Oh.
And you'd be paying tariffs on that, I would think.
I don't know if you would. Well, that's the weird thing.
It would be going through the States at some point. It probably lands in the States.
Yeah, but the company that sells it is called California Substrates.
So, but to ship it here now, there would be tariffs. Would there not be?
Yeah, it probably would be now.
Well, Canada's tariffs again?
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, just trying to find the price of what those bags are now.
Did you go to Grow Up, Al?
No, when I got there, it was over the day before I got there. But I did see Mary Jane. She came to Matt and Val's to the Shatterizer people for a little bit. She was going to get Timmy at the airport later in the evening, so she stopped in. And yeah, what was the question?
Did you go well, the answer was no, but did you go to Grow Up?
No, but Sherry Ann did.
Yeah, what was she saying?
Well, we've posted some of her videos of when she was there, and I haven't spoken to her though. Didn't get to see her. Was supposed to, but we didn't go anywhere. There's really nowhere to go in the city of Toronto anymore. There are some places opening again in Hamilton, though.
Hey, Darcy.
Yo.
Have you ever tried Canna organic cocoa?
I didn't know they had an organic cocoa. I knew they had an organic bio wire. Well, it's like cocoa and fucking 1,000-year-old BC hummus or human.
Okay, no. No,
BC
they have a Canna organic cocoa substrate, which is the equivalent to the California substrate cocoa.
Wow.
At $52.99 a bag for 50 liters.
Holy fuck.
So if you think about it, they would probably be looking at $50 a bag for that California substrate if you could even get it anymore.
Yeah, I know. I really like it.
Beautiful shit. It's not dusty at all.
No, that's why I like it.
Yeah. But it's double washed. So, and because it's been double washed, there's no dust, and that's why they say you don't need perlite. I'm just not taking the chance. I need roots.
I use perlite in mine too. On a different note, Superstore sells way better fucking fruit bowls than Sobeys.
Make your own better than that.
Oh
if you make your own fruit bowl, then you get to have what you want.
There's mango in this. I fucking love it.
Now I'm just arguing where I'm going to put my reservoir tanks.
I got mine outside. I built a fish pond tank, Al.
Did you really?
Mm-hmm.
And are you going to use the fish poop for fertilizer and stuff?
With my plants get a little bigger, sure am. I just put them out in a 55-gallon drum with a circulating pump in it just to give them a little bit of oxygen.
Neat. How many fish did you get?
I already had them.
Oh.
I've been harping at him for months to get them out of his tank because they're too friggin' big.
They're big. Marcel wasn't lying when he said you got pound fucking goldfish in there.
Yeah. Why, did you weigh one?
I had him in my hand. He was bigger than my hand.
Yeah, I know. I told you he weighs good pounds at least.
He was a top sucker trying to get him out there flapping and flopping everywhere.
Should have used a rod.
Yeah, I should have used a rod and a fly, eh?
Yeah, but fly, worm, could have used anything for that hungry bastard.
But see, now the thing is how long is it going to take before? Although I should measure that. Al, thanks for that's a good thing to remind me. I'm going to measure that water tomorrow with my EC meter, and then I'll measure it again in a week.
Yeah, see what the increase is.
See what the
I wouldn't even wait a week. I'd wait 3 days.
So you're basically going to do what we watched in that kit that guy made, that fish tank bowl. But how big is it? Is it like a pond or is it just a tank?
I got a 55-gallon barrel.
Ooh.
They're sitting in a barrel full of water.
What kind of fish?
Goldfish.
Goldfish.
Yeah, the ones I bought them last.
What, big ones like Japanese ones or?
No. They're goldfish that grow so big that they become carp.
Okay, that's the kind I meant. So the big bulgy-eyed guys.
Mm-mm.
No?
Those are fancy goldfish.
Oh, okay.
So there's like several different types of goldfish.
But they become carp, so they become very big.
Right. They're basically what they're called as feeder goldfish in the pet
industry. And they will grow basically as big as they need to for the environment, correct?
No, they will outgrow the environment.
Okay, so
that's why I had to get them in my tank.
What was happening is his tank is too small for the fish.
Ooh.
Especially for the amount of fish. 55 gallon.
How many do you have?
I had 7 fucking goldfish in that 25-gallon tank.
Wow.
And they grew fast. When I bought them fish, Al, they were a half an inch long. They were just little tiny fucking things.
You should try and make that jug thing that we saw.
Yeah, I will.
But then
Darcy's obviously eating.
You're setting up a light for your plants. To me, the ideal thing would be to have your own fish pond and then circulate water and do an aeroponics, an aquaculture aeroponics. So you circulate the water up out of your pond through troughs to all of your root systems and then back into your pond.
So you're hoping to grow your cannabis in water that has fish poop in it, basically.
There's an LP that's their whole business is based off of that.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
It's called aquaponics. So you literally use fish waste in the water to water your plants.
And is it okay? So are the roots end up just swimming around in the water? Yeah.
Well, no, they can. You have them suspended. It's kind of like a deep water culture.
So it's not like hydroponics where the roots actually lay in the water.
Well, they do eventually when they go down to it.
Oh, okay.
It is a hydroponics.
Okay.
There was an LP, Al, that down the South Shore that's what they were doing. They were growing tilapia. They were growing tilapia and another species of fish and using the fish poop to feed all their plants.
Do you have to process the poop to make it hygienic?
No.
No. Okay.
No, but the problem is you have to have the right balance of fish for the water supply.
I get it.
Or you end up with too much nutrients.
Too many, like my fish tank.
Yep, or too little nutrients.
I had a friend
not having enough fish.
6 huge aquariums lining his living room with piranhas in one of the tanks and goldfish in the other tanks. And yeah.
Marcel.
Yep.
Besides, we talked about where the fish are going to go.
Yeah.
In your belly.
Yeah. Could you? Would that barrel freeze salt to the bottom?
Probably not. Yeah, it might, because of where it sits.
But now, if it was in my garage out of the weather,
it probably wouldn't freeze to the bottom, especially if you wrapped it.
Yeah.
If you had a pond of those fish outside, could you leave them in the winter?
As long as it's over 6 feet deep in one corner.
And it's aerated.
And it's got to be muddy.
Doesn't have to be aerated in the wintertime.
But it has to be muddy.
It has to be muddy so they can bury themselves.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do they go dormant?
Pretty much, like it's almost like a stasis.
Most fish do. So how many months will they go dormant? Like when till when?
Well, it's based off of temperature.
Oh, and will they, like, those rare days in the winter where it jumps up to 20 degrees? Would they wake up for that?
Probably not, because the ice wouldn't melt above them yet.
Okay.
Right. So
things you want to know.
Yeah, in wintertime when a pond freezes over, right? The water under that doesn't get any colder.
Yeah, see, the deeper you go, the warmer the water is.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
So that's why
it would freeze right to the bottom.
That's why most people that I know out home, when they dug their fish ponds, they dug it 12 to 15 feet on one side.
Wow. You mean long or deep?
Deep.
You're going to go 12
Hey, Darcy,
feet
can you see
deep.
that?
Yeah, what's that, Lenny?
Wow.
That's a
drugs
shot.
Oh, is it really?
I'm going to go, you're supposed to make, I'm going to go put in some club soda.
Okay, go get it. Let's see what happens to him. We still have an hour to go.
That's interesting. I want to know if anything sticks to the side of your glass, Lenny.
How many milligrams?
It's just 10. But
10?
Oh, that's a whole bottle.
I'm a lightweight, man. I don't like oral stuff like that.
But no, that's awesome, Lenny.
See if it's any good.
Well, how about we take a break? Lenny can go get some beverage and
go back and do my grow segment.
And then we'll come back and do Darcy's grow segment. And you're watching the 420 radio shoe.
Shoe. It's a radio shoe.
It's a radio shoe.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Not finished yet.
This is how I grow the weed.
Just a side note here, Darcy.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember those things that MJ had, and they call them gel caps?
Yeah.
Well, she gave them to me. That's all I want to say.
That's all I wanted to say.
They're that good, are they?
You know what? I had one this morning. I'm having another one, and it woke me up and it got me going. And yeah, it's not bad. I don't really like the taste of it, but you can taste the oil in it.
They're a gel cap, aren't they?
No, they're more of a gummy. We already had this conversation.
Oh, okay.
They're more of a gummy. They're a powder covered gummy.
Oh.
I don't know what the powder is.
Oh.
Well, if the powder wasn't on it, it would be sticky, right?
Yeah. Powder's just white powder?
Yep.
It's icing, sugar, or cornstarch.
I would think cornstarch because there's no sugar flavor.
No taste to it?
No, I taste the cannabis.
So you're using cornstarch molds.
Probably.
Yeah.
Oh, it's that process because I watch a candy company.
I've done that process.
It's very lengthy. What are you doing, Darcy?
That's not.
Oh,
Darcy,
that's Lenny.
That's Lenny.
That was Lenny.
Lenny turned off his camera, but he didn't turn off his mic.
I'm
surprised you can hear that because I have headphones on.
Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle.
Well, the mic's probably attached to the headphones, and you're standing right with it.
And Al, I had my mic turned off for a second.
Well,
yeah,
it's funny. You guys, I can't even hear the. I couldn't even hear it, but you guys could.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, we could hear it really good.
Did I send you a picture of them gel caps that I got the other day?
No.
I didn't send you a picture of the package?
No, I don't think so.
I thought I did.
Well, hang
are
on.
you going to do your grow segment, Darcy? Or
I am going to do my grow segment.
What?
So,
pretty sure that package has nothing to do with growing.
No, but my grow segment's kind of a blend into Marcel's garden. Because he's using an instrument that I wanted to talk about and explain a little bit, because it measures totally different than anything we've ever used to measure.
Okay, so go for it.
In a different measurement. So, Marcel, I'll let you talk about it a little bit first.
Oh, shit. Now I got to go get it.
Now I got to go get it. Anyways, what it is it's a 7-in-1 moisture meter, temperature.
It's an everything meter.
Yeah, it's an everything meter.
So you turn it on and it reads your soil fertility, the moisture, the pH, the temperature, the sunlight in lux, and the humidity. So it tests everything that you need. The problem was, it wasn't a problem. What the issue was fertility. And the fertility is measured in US/cm.
Cheers.
And we work with EC and ppm. So we had to figure out what the hell USCM is. And Darcy, what did we find out?
We found out that to convert that to ppms, you have to take that number and times it by 0.55, and it'll give you what your ppms are.
What are ppms?
Parts per million of the nutrients in or dissolved solids, because it's not always nutrients. Your dissolved solids in your mixture water can almost be in, or whatever. Yeah.
It basically, it's measuring the electrical conductivity between 2 points in your soil.
Okay.
So the moisture and the nutrients are going to alter that reading. So what I did is I took readings of just the dry soil. And it gave me a pH of 7, humidity of 55%, and a reading of 26 USC or USCMs.
Yeah. Which is not very much if you convert that.
When you convert that, that's like, I think 13 or 14 parts per million. So
really
I'm like, I have no idea. How's your drink, Len?
It's actually not bad for just a straight up. It's berry mixer is what it's called.
Cool.
What that means, Al, is 26 parts per million. That's basically a sterile environment.
Okay.
There's nothing in it. Your tap water has probably around 200 parts per million.
Most tap water has 200 parts per million. I know Truro tap water has 200 parts per million.
Right? So this soil mixture, even at 55% humidity, has literally no nutrients. other than the dry nutrients that I put into it, which aren't really nutrients, they're more of a bacterial boost. When I watered it, and once I threw in a few gallons, I got some completely different readings.
Did he ever?
Really?
I got a 65% for humidity. I got 6.5, a 6.5 for pH, which is
Did you
perfect.
figure out why?
I know why. Because of adding the water to it and this booster for throwing in bacteria to get it started buffers the pH to lower it for your plants.
And the reason he needs that bacteria in there is because cocoa, Al, like you said, is sterile. It only comes with
it has nothing. Yeah.
It has one bacteria, trichoderma.
Yep, that's it. So what
Nice
I've done is I've
I
added.
know. I'm trying
bacteria.
to post the pictures of my drink.
But the cool thing was the parts per million. So my EC went up to 350 some.
So it's a good thing that everything went up.
That's what I wanted. I wanted to make sure it was going up so that I know there's something in that pot.
Do you get a better plant from the plastic pot or from the felt pot?
I normally put. It's hard to tell because I put different strains in different pots, right?
Okay.
So the big cloth pots will get the bigger producers. Those ones are going to be the purple satellites.
But in theory, the whole theory of them fabric pots out are they air prune your roots so that make more of a root ball in there, which means more of a root ball means a bigger plant.
Well, you would think that the circulation would be better, yeah.
Right, but the bad thing.
Well, what happens is the roots come out and they get to that fabric. They go through the fabric and die off.
But the bad thing about them is they the one con I found with them right now. I'm sure there's more, but one thing I found with them is they dry out really quick.
The cloth does.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, that makes sense because there'd be more air going through them, right?
Yeah, and that's why Marcel's going to hook up his irrigation so it will not dry out.
So you're going to put hoses on top of all that. I'm sure as we go, Marcel will be showing us the process.
Every Friday, I'll take a new picture.
Okay. So what's next? The plants?
So next Friday, you'll see all of the irrigation lines running up to those plants. And you'll see all of my plants in there.
You're not doing any scribing? What's it called? Scrogging. Thank you, scrogging.
No, I'm growing trees.
Okay.
But he was offered some scrognet that he
I might just throw some scrognet over them just as they start to flower, just to keep them separated.
And
that would be a good idea.
And because the purple satellites grow such big buds, it'll also give them structure out.
Yeah. Give a little more support for those branches to sustain the weight of the buds.
Dirty Christ last year, Dale wasn't lying to me when he told me those things will get big buds.
I have some here too.
My top was the size of a 2-liter pop bottle, and it was my plant was 7 feet tall, and it was fucking near hanging on the ground. It bent right over like a bow.
Well, I'm gonna take a couple of my bigger pots over to Dean, and he's already cracking some of those. So
I picked up. So I started a couple.
Should I? I guess I should give him the biggest pots I have for that, eh?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So a friend of mine that owns a grow shop up in New Brunswick did a test a couple years back with pots outdoors, all the same clones off the same mother, and he tried 10 gallon, 20 gallon.
I think the biggest one I've
30
got is a 25. It's either a 25 or a 30. I can't remember.
He went up to 100 gallons.
Mm-hmm.
And what he found was 100-gallon pot was way overkill. 80 was way overkill just by looking at the root mass. but the ideal range was around 40 gallons.
Okay. So that's
And
something that would grow really well, just in the ground. It would go to its max if you just put it in the ground, wouldn't it?
yeah, well, yeah, it
Well,
can.
it depends on
But
how
it
your
depends on
soil
what
is
you,
and that, right?
yeah, what you have
Yeah.
for soil.
Yeah.
Right?
But if you made a hole, filled it with good soil, and made a mix, and then put it in that, it would go to its max.
It would go to the max of whatever you have for potting soil, and then it could go further depending on the condition of the natural soil.
It's very, very rocky, like pebbly and sandy here, because I'm on a hill, on a mountain hill.
It might work. It might work good.
It'd be good irrigation, anyways.
Yeah.
Did you say gooder?
What?
Did I hear gooder?
Gooder.
Not from me. Not in my vocabulary.
Darcy.
That's my mother's favorite word, gooder and awesomer.
Yeah.
Awesomer and gooder. That's okay. I call knives kniffs.
Yeah, but if you're going to do that, you got to dig a hole about 3 feet across and a
By
foot and a half
4 feet
deep.
deep.
No, you don't have to go 4 feet.
3 feet.
About a foot and a half, 2 feet.
Okay.
And then fill that with whatever your mixture you're using for your grow.
All right. Now,
But if you're using a soilless mixture like cocoa, then you got to feed it 2 to 3 times per day.
I'm not using cocoa. I'm using whatever I have.
Yeah. Then use a good soil with perlite in it.
Well, it'll have perlite and it'll be mixed and blah, 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 blah. So okay. So that's good to know.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you can make your own soil and it's easy to do, but it's a lot of
what I'm doing is
labor.
I'm going to open this bale up, and then I'm going to dump all of the old shit on top of it and stir it.
What's the bale though?
It was what they had at the res store.
Okay, and
it's not perlite. I mean, it's not Pro Mix, but it has perlite in it.
Is a sunshine mix, Al?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Is it a black bag?
No, it's like a light brown.
Ooh. It's not the 420 stuff, is it, Al?
No. I used that last year, and that's the old stuff. Is the 420.
Okay.
Yeah. So it'll be that.
Isn't that just peat?
What, the 420 stuff?
Yeah.
No, it's a blend.
It's a blend. It's got everything in it.
But it also has chopped up stems and root in it.
Okay, right. So it's a compost mix.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Superstore had it last year, and they only sold a couple bags and never brought it back this year.
Well, yeah, they brought in a skid load and it sold, but it didn't sell as fast as they did, so they didn't bring any more.
Yeah, no, same as my.
But he said he could order it for me if I wanted to use it. I mean, I'm hoping that this is the year that I can actually see what's going on as opposed to the last 2 years, right? So very embarrassing.
Yeah. I would say it's embarrassing, Al. My first couple of years were not the best. First 2 years, my mom ripped my fucking plants out.
I had no issues at the farm whatsoever, as you know. Other than at the end, I got a little it got a little moist, so I brought everything in a little bit early.
Your climate where you're at now is a lot different too. So
correct
compared to the farm. So you would notice a big challenge there.
Well, I've already noticed the challenge. That's right? For sure.
You might come to the realization where, you know what, I can't really grow any regular strands outside here unless they're auto flower. So, you know what, I may have to fucking get an LED light, a good LED light, and grow indoors.
I have.
Oh, you do, Al?
I have an app. I have a lamp. I have your high sodium system with
nice
630 flour and a 630 veg bulb
Ooh.
that came with the tent. And I don't want to use that because I have 1,000-watt LED as well.
Okay.
So I'm going to use the 1,000-watt for mums, and then after I get this out of the ground in the fall, then I'll just take those mums and start them downstairs for the winter. So they're already going, right?
Yeah.
Holy. At least that's the plan. I hope I have a busy winter inside, because last year I just sat here.
Yeah, well, I got for strands this year out there now. I got a blueberry. Picked up a blueberry clone from a friend of mine. Actually, I picked up 5 of them, but I gave them all away except for one. I kept one for myself. And then I got my purple satellite, and then our friend gave me some Asnar cashmere or Azor cashmere, and then I got pretty sure it's a Durban poison cross with Pakistani Citro Kush.
I want to try and find some grape ape femme.
Was that the other one that our liquor store had? No, it wasn't grape ape.
No, because if they had grape aid, I would bite the bullet and go buy one.
Al
Why don't I go over to more Marcel and find out what strand it is?
Al gave me some grape ape.
Then
I'm gonna squish some on the weekend. Just
because I know that I don't know if they tell you online. I know they tell you what seeds they have, but I don't think they tell you what clones.
I'm gonna find out.
I like I said, Al gave me some grape ape, some that he'd grown.
But
so
you can also, because you're right in Ontario, Al. Because you're right in Ontario.
Yeah.
Because you're right in Ontario, you can get there's 3 or 4 companies right there in Toronto that will ship you mail order clones.
Well, let's talk about that next week, because that is an interesting subject. As you know, people who've been listening every week or every time we do a show know that we've been searching for LPs that are doing clones, and this year is the year that we're finding some. So it took a bit. There's lots. We were looking at shipping containers last year and how to ship and these little things, little with little lights in them. They're about the size of a pop bottle.
Your plants at the liquor store are in pots, little brown 4-inch pots, but they hold the amount of soil that it would be in a solo cup.
But they're not set up for mail order though.
No,
and they're not on the website.
I told you.
Are you doing clones at Optimus, Glenn?
No, it's too complex. I'm not getting on that.
Yeah. I hope more people. So LPs are allowed to carry clones, correct?
They always could, yeah.
So I need to go and talk to Tyler up here and see if he wants to start bringing in that, because I bet you there's a lot of people up here that would want to have some clones going.
Yeah, but you got to get some clones that
will work.
Are going to be able to finish up there.
Yeah. Come here, buddy. Yeah, I get that, and this is the hard thing, right?
Yeah.
Lay down, please.
34th Street, Acapulco Gold Seeds.
Ooh.
20 to 26%.
I remember that when that was the it. You've got some Acapulco Gold, man. You were. Ha!
I don't think 34th Street Acapulco Gold is the same as what we used to get now.
It was better than the fucking brickweed, although it probably was the brickweed.
Brickweed was awesome.
Yes, it was. And it allowed us to read album covers right close up as you were separating seats. Oh, look at that phone. It was produced by David Gilmour. Scoop, scoop, scoop.
See, that's the thing, is the kids will never understand how valuable
the younger
an album cover
was. We'll never get that ever.
No.
But and you know what? I don't have any albums anymore. They all got distributed in the moving of here and there. But every time I get a bag with seed in it, usually somebody sent it to me, obviously, or I've ordered it from the res. I always think, oh man, Dark Side of the Moon was only a single, but the wall was perfect.
Yeah.
Hey, Al.
Yo.
Did you ever had to separate your seeds on an 8-track tape?
Darcy, go back to bed.
Well, no, I'm just wondering because I listened to 8-track tapes when I was growing up.
So did I.
But
I had in the car, in my mom's boyfriend's car, a Monte Carlo, an Oldsmobile with a T roof. We had the soundtrack of The Wall, not The Wall, Grease, probably, and like music like that.
Mm-hmm.
Grease would have been on cassette.
Okay, so it wasn't Grease, but we had. I know that we had Elton John's "Yellow Brick Road" in the car,
That would be on,
and stuff of that genre, right?
My grandfather still got a. I know right now that my grandfather still is upstairs in the old bedroom. I know there's still a box of the 8-track tapes, and they like.
Every now and then at a flea market you come across 8 tracks, and sometimes you even come across a player.
Yeah.
I had the 8-track of Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon. It was my first 8-track that I ever bought.
Probably had that in the car. He had a box.
I literally wore it out. Like I wore it out to the point where it was unplayable.
Yeah, I did that with a few tapes.
So then I couldn't get another 8-track of it, so I went out and bought an album. Yeah, I went out and I bought.
We had the Blues Brothers album on cassette in the car, and we used to drive around hoping the cops would come and chase us.
Well, Dark Side of the Moon, I recommend that to thousands of people as probably one of the best.
I can listen to Dark Side of the Moon and get stoned without
anxiety.
Smoking a joint.
Right, but for treating anxiety, there's no better soundtrack.
There's a couple of songs there that will, if you're not ready for it, will startle you, and that the beginning of
the idea is you start the entire album from start to finish.
Yes, of course. Well, that's how we used to do it back then.
Right. So when money comes along and time comes along and all the alarms go off, it's not a big shock.
Well, sometimes I forget, and then you hear the ringing, and you're like, oh.
Yeah. Well, when the cash register started, money, it's almost like I've listened to the album once or 5,000 million times.
I listen to that at least once a week. At least.
Yeah, it's the one that if it comes on, I won't change the channel.
My go-to albums: Wildflower, Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, and I would say Cat Stevens. Greatest hits. Well, I like a lot of different genres. My mom introduced us to music very early.
I like a lot of different genres, but I would not pick. I mean, for top albums, for me, it would be.
Well, I mean, top albums.
Well, that's what you said.
Anything by Pink Floyd will work. Mm-hmm. Elton John is all right. But I guess my top album would be Dark Side of the Moon, and then Abbey Road, the Beatles. Right, and then
mine would be Dark Side of the Moon.
Yeah.
The Wall.
Yeah.
And then Either From the Inside or Welcome to My Nightmare from Alice Cooper.
I just watched the full movie of The Wall. Actually, I did some shrooms and I was bored, so I turned it on and I was like just surfing on my phone while it played, and I saw that when it came out.
Geldof?
Yeah, I saw The Wall when it came out at the Apollo 6. No, what was it called? The Imperial 6 in Toronto.
I saw it at,
but it wasn't the big, huge theater then. It was a smaller theater then. Then they went to a Cinesphere kind of thing, or a Cineplex kind of format. You saw it where?
In CFB Gagetown.
They brought it in?
On the base. In the base, we had our own theater that had first run movies.
Oh, cool.
On the base. And me and a bunch of my friends decided we would overindulge and go to the movie. And we sat in the front row. And we watched Pink Floyd The Wall. We were completely changed for the rest of our lives because it's such an amazing movie. And I have a copy that I watch about once a month.
I think that the music changed for me when I went to the Planetarium Laser Show for Laser Floyd.
Well, what happened for me for Pink Floyd The Wall was in high school, the album had just come out. And we had a really cool English teacher. And she gave us the option of using the term and dissecting the album without ever knowing the movie existed.
Or going to see the movie.
We basically dissected the entire album and figured out what the entire story was. When I watched the movie, it was exactly what we figured out. And that's what blew me away because I was really baked when it happened too.
You know, you can interpret that movie so many different ways.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the individual that takes away something a little different. I think every person takes away a little bit different from that movie.
It is a very unique movie.
Very.
Plus, there's extra bonus songs that aren't on the album.
And really cool cartoon stuff.
Yep.
Well, you know, that album, that
but you got to be careful. If you're watching that movie, don't watch it on a big screen after you've taken 5 grams of mushrooms.
Well, I wouldn't do 5 grams of mushrooms.
Because that cartoon scene could send you over the edge. You got too much.
You know what? I tried something. I tried something that somebody gave me over the weekend, and a mushroom, penis envy, and I broke off the top. You know,
the cap.
The cap that goes around, just the stuff that I didn't break off the whole cap, just the fin. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
The fin. Okay. And I had thought I'd had real penis envy before, but it was totally different. So I'm thinking this was authentic as opposed to the other stuff. Because, you know, hey, this is penis envy. Usually it isn't penis envy. You know what I mean?
Well, most people, I mean, look,
mushrooms
are very quickly becoming the same as cannabis.
Yes, I know.
All right.
But I felt it. I didn't weigh it before I took it. I just broke off a piece and took it. And I was I felt it. I was like, whoa, like, well, air pockets were happening and all that.
At 200 or 300 milligrams of any half decent mushroom, you should feel it.
Yes.
All right. So microdosing of mushrooms is 200 milligrams or less.
Well, that's 0.2, right?
Yep.
Okay.
It was 0.5.
No.
Or is that low?
I read an article that basically said a microdose of mushrooms is 0.2.
Yep.
That's your max for a
That's
micro.
200 that's what I said, 200 milligrams.
I usually do between, I between 1.5 and 2. I've gone up to 3.3 before. That's the highest I've gone on my own. But there's also the reminder of the mushroom nipple show, so we won't go there. Thank you, Madison.
It was a fun show.
Fucking right, it was fun. Well, what we're talking about is a show I did at the lounge with a couple of the naked news girls on mushrooms. First time all of us did mushrooms.
Not me.
No, but me and the girls.
Yeah,
that was a memory for the books.
Yeah.
Where was I during all that?
Long before you.
Long
I
before
was still in
you.
diapers, Al.
You were still in diapers, yeah.
But that was likely in the late 90s, wasn't it, Al?
No, that was like at Gunjanista's like 4 years ago.
Oh, what?
Well, it would have been five, 6 years ago now,
yeah.
because I've been here 3 years now already next month. So,
Darcy,
yes.
were you ever on our show when we were doing it from the lounge in Hamilton?
Yes.
Or maybe you were there. I don't remember.
I don't remember him there when Madison was there.
Well, it was all audio, though.
Yeah.
That's the only unfortunate part. It was all audio.
Yeah, you just had to listen to it.
You had to listen to me describe things.
Yeah. Yeah, what was happening. Let's just say it was one for the books and it's gone. So
no, it's on YouTube.
Well, no, I mean it's yeah. If you want, go find it, kid.
Go find it. It's on YouTube. It's probably on a lot of the download sites for podcasts as well as.
And you can probably refer to it with searching up Naked News.
No, just search the 420 radio show Madison Baines.
Did you put her name or did you put Naked News?
Probably both.
Hey, guess what? I got a computer right in front of me.
Oh, please don't, dude.
YouTube.
Although that was a great show, I was very embarrassed myself because I have no idea what I was talking about. There was another one like that I did with one of our vendors and his girlfriend, and we couldn't stop laughing.
Oh, there we go. Abby Roach and Madison Baines 6 years ago.
Abby was on the same show?
Yeah.
No, I think that's
no, I think that's a different one.
That's because Madison was on a few times.
Yeah. But because I don't remember those two being together, and that was only 6 years ago.
Unless she called in. I'm pretty sure it was just the three of us that day. And then you guys.
Okay, that was under Madison Bain. That's the only one that come up with Madison Bain. Oh, no. Here's another one. That was 6 years ago. That's the one, Madison Baines and Lakin Lee at
Lakin Lee, yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, and that was 6 years ago as well.
Was it just 6 years ago?
Yeah.
Wow, man. You know, I was away for a week and I don't feel like I went anywhere. It was a dream. My sister said the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't been away like that. I've never done that since I came out to see you guys. I've only done the trip on my own twice. Right?
Yeah.
But this was different. Right? It was different.
Marcel, what's your thoughts on? See, I already know what you're going to tell me, but what's your thoughts on them THC inhalers?
On the what?
A THC inhaler, looks like a puffer. You breathe it.
I've heard of those. They have they were. I think we had somebody on talking about them at one time.
Medifarm sells them.
And so is it powder or a liquid?
It
looks. I think it's powder. No, it's aerosol.
It's an aerosol, yeah.
You guys sell them, Len?
No, I didn't. I don't believe in them, to be honest.
How much of a headache? How much of a headache do you get from them?
Well, it's not even that. I guess the only nice thing, I guess they could say, it's like, what's it, 5 or 10 milligrams a dose or something like that. But to me, it's like, oh, so you're just inhaling a propellant.
Yeah.
Like, why don't you just vape the flower, or whatever, or just go get a vape?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know.
The reason I would said that is because I was looking at a friend of mine gave me something else here too. It's called RHO Phyto. Lenny, have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, I carry it.
Is that in a little syringe thing that you turn? I have one.
I got the CBD transdermal gel.
Here, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I know. I carry it.
Do you? Okay. He gave me that to try. He said, here, try it on your legs at night and see if it works. So I said, I'll try it.
Their topicals are pretty decent.
I haven't tried any topicals since we were experimenting, Lenny.
Liar.
Yeah.
Liar.
Yeah, I call bullshit on that. But yes, I remember that.
Because I know he's used mine since.
Well, you can of cream on my cut. I use them on my.
That's a topical.
I know, but I mean, like I don't. He doesn't
include.
Can you see that?
What I meant though was I don't rub it on.
I don't have my glasses on. If you haven't,
it's RSO, and you turn this, and it comes out the top. You take a little bit, you undo it, and it just sits there and waits for the next.
So it's a screw scringe or screw scringe.
Yeah. And you know what? I tried a little bit when I got it, and it was a gift, and I put it on a piece of paper as well, and it smoked nice.
Do you have any people that use that stuff, Lenny?
What, the Rho Phyto?
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple, few.
But that's what's in that. I remember that's what's in that. The RSO stuff that you just said.
I might leather my legs.
Not what he said.
Oh, okay.
The one thing I like about the Rho Phyto comes in a pump.
Yeah, I see that.
Which is
the
nice.
One pump must be a certain milligrams, is it?
Half a gram.
Half a gram, okay.
I believe.
For a topical?
Yeah.
So
it's technically nice. You could it's a half a gram of cream.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to turn this into a tincture, Marcel.
Why?
Yeah, that lovely device.
Oh, okay. I'll just leave it. I like tinctures.
What do you? No, Al. Let's go back here a bit. What do you want to do with it, and what do you want to use it for?
I'd like to be able to put it in my tea.
You want to put oil in your tea?
Yes.
Why?
A tincture. A couple of drops because I like it.
Okay, so what are you going to mix it with?
Tea.
You got no.
No, I have
some. You got alcohol?
I have vegetable glycerin left.
Oh, why would you use that?
It's a sweetener for my tea.
It's a very shitty binder for cannabis.
But I have it.
What about honey, Al? Can you eat honey?
Yeah, but you're gonna be wasting most of your oil.
Yes, I can use honey. Yes.
Why don't you infuse it into your honey?
So
anyways, I was going to ask you a question, Al.
Let me finish.
Sorry, Al. Or Marcel, go ahead.
Let him get this so he can use this. Take your honey, put it in a pan, heat it up in the stove. Put your oil into it, mix it completely. And I mean mix the shit out of it, and then let it sit and cool.
Okay.
And then you can add your honey to your drink. Your dosage That's on you to figure out.
Yeah, that'll be a fun ride.
Yeah.
Now, if you were, how long would 30 grams of oil last you, Al?
About 15 minutes. I like to put oil on slickers.
On your joints?
On my joints.
That's a lot of slickers.
It's a lot of slickers, yeah. Yep. I don't know.
Actually, a month?
Maybe.
An ounce of oil smoking it would probably last him, if he was
Gram a
doing
day?
it right and not wasting it.
I smoke
probably
about
6 months.
Maybe, yeah. Like that jar, the jar of cherry oil I had lasted several months.
How many grams was in it?
I don't know. It was like I don't know how many grams there was. I honestly don't know. It was a gift. It was about in a jar about this big, and it was full. Maybe even a little bit bigger. But yeah, okay. So I'll go out and get some honey, and maybe we'll talk about more honeyness next week.
Yeah. Does that syringe show how much is left in there?
No, it's smooth. There's no markings or anything. It didn't come with any directions or anything like that. Just in a little thing. Give me a second. Let me find the package. I think I still have it. It's in here.
Have you checked the score of the game, Lenny?
I think it's tied.
Is it really? I haven't paid attention. I just thought of it right now.
No, I have to look for it, Marcel. I don't know where it's gone. Oh no, here it is.
Oh, Edmonton's up 2-1. Sorry.
It's called. Holy crap! I can't even read that.
But they're doing better than they did last year.
It's called Balanced RSO. It's 411.9
milligrams of THC.
Yeah,
41%,
and 413.6 CBD.
Say that again.
It's a 1-to-1.
It's a 1-to-1.
It's a 1-to-1.
Yes, it's a 1-to-1.
Oh.
And let's see here. It's got terp content 3.4%. Trans carotene, is that how are you say it? 1.
You're gonna start naming all the terpenes. Don't bother.
4. It's got some minor cannabinoids. The total is 27.4 milligrams per gram. So it doesn't say how much it is, like how many grams or milligrams or anything of it there is.
Well, very likely it was a 1 gram syringe.
Probably,
so.
yes. It looks about what you would get in from the wherever you get.
Which gives you 411 milligrams of THC.
Okay.
And 411 milligrams of CBD.
Okay.
So you technically should not feel anything other than just relief.
Okay. So this would be good for cookies or something, maybe?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I would take that and mix it with butter and then use that and make cookies, brownies, whatever.
That
Put it on your toast.
I will get on that this weekend.
Yeah, that's an easy one to do.
Yeah,
melt some butter and put that in and stir it up.
So what do you think? So if this, I've only had a little bit of it.
Yeah.
What do you
so
think?
you probably got about 375 milligrams of THC. So put that into a pound of butter.
Put all of it into a pound?
Yep.
All right.
Put all of that into a pound, use a quarter of a cup in your recipe, and you'd be set.
Goonie goo goo, as they say.
Yeah. Because a pound of butter will give you 2 cups. That'll give you 8
Serving
good doses.
eight batches of 24.
Yeah, 8 batches of however much. Because if your recipe calls
That's
for
when I do it, I do 24 because I like that size.
right, but if your recipe calls for half a cup of butter, use a quarter cup of this and a half a cup of or a quarter cup of the other butter.
Okay.
Right? Always each batch don't use more than a quarter of a cup.
Okay.
And then you'll have some consistency other than your serving size.
Well, now I know what to do with this.
Yeah.
I tried it, and like you said, I didn't really feel anything from it, but I felt okay.
Yeah, you shouldn't feel anything from smoking it, other than maybe some relief.
Well, I've had a few finger dabs.
Yeah.
Right. And as well as rolling, I've rolled a couple of doobies with it. But and
So,
yep.
Question for you.
Be quick. We're almost out of time.
See that? An ounce of oil in the legal market. If you were
not available.
An ounce of oil. If you
not available.
You were to ship that to somebody, how would you break that? How would you have to break that up into like 7 different fucking packages?
In the legal market?
Yeah.
To send somebody an ounce of oil.
Yeah. So you'd have to send that in 7 different packages, would you not?
Oh, you mean legal weight?
Yeah. Yep.
Holy fuck, that'd be something. That'd be expensive as fuck. Holy shit.
Yeah, but what LP is selling ounces of oil?
No LP selling an ounce of oil. A friend would like to send another friend an ounce of oil, but he wants to do it legally so that way they don't take it.
Oh, that's not legal.
Huh?
You can have your friend send his friend an ounce of dried flour. Preferably use Canada Post cannabis envelopes.
Yeah, right. I tell people not to use those because that way the guy on the shipping dock goes, "Hey, this is weed. I'll take that."
Legally, Darcy, the most they can send you is 7 grams at a time.
Oil. That's what I was thinking. That's what I thought it was.
Or 7
grams.
It's 30 divided by 4 is what it is.
Yeah, that's what I thought was one for every 4 grams of weed, it's 1 gram of oil.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, time to shut off your engines.
7.5, Darcy did the math.
7.5? Holy. That could get expensive.
Is it 30 divided by 4 or is it the 28 divided by 4, which is the actual
Well, the 30 grams is what you're actually allowed to carry.
And figure this out. Why does
What's
it
that?
cost me more money to send you a package, Al, than it does to send my buddy a package in fucking Vancouver?
Because of where I am.
Jesus Christ, the plane's flying over you to Vancouver.
No, it's not. No,
Yeah, but it doesn't stop, Darcy.
It doesn't go low enough just to throw that mail out to Al.
Hey, Al, here, catch.
I'm gonna mail you one of my pigeons, and then you're gonna let it go, and it could fly back to my place. And
would it make it?
Oh, he'll make it. Might take him a week. But he'll make it.
That must be an African swallow.
Yeah, and then I'll send him back with a little package on him. I'll send you a joint, Al.
Gentlemen, say good night.
Good night, Al. These gummies are kicking in, Marcel.
Yeah, it's not my fault.
Later.
See you guys.
See you guys.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
And they gone.
Another one in the can.
Peace out, dude. I'm out of here.
Later.
Have a good one.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our VAC Roundtable number 89. This one is we're going to we usually have interviews with folk, but that's not going to be the case today. We're kind of just going to be talking ourselves, and what we're basically want to engage you is specifically on a piece of legislation that one of our members helped craft with the VA way back in the day. And it is specifically dealing with VHA Directive 1315. And this one is one a lot of people know of, but they don't specifically know what it is. And that in itself has brought us a series of challenges to understand on why you should be able to discuss cannabis with your physician at the VA hospital. Originally, that was not the case. I'm a Gulf War veteran, and I sustained injuries during combat, was sent home due to those injuries. And when I would talk to the VA about my medical cannabis, they would physically call security and have me removed from the VA facilities. This was in the mid-90s. And this unfortunately happened to me and other veterans. And fortunately, one of our friends of the VAC and one of our founders, Michael Krawitz, said enough of that and helped push the VA behind the scenes to craft this specific directive so that doctors could understand that you should be able to discuss cannabis with your VA patients and them not lose their benefits. So way prior to 2010, Michael Krawitz worked along with the VA to help make this a reality. And that's going to lead us into our first question, which is, what is the behind-the-scenes history of the VA cannabis policy? And what and where are the key documents, such as the VA policy evolution, the VA policy itself, cannabis info page, PTSD info page, and cancer page? I'm not sure what that means. So, Michael Krawitz.
Yeah, sorry about that. Cancer page, actually, I couldn't find what I thought I was looking for. Was actually, I think, the American National Institutes of Health Cancer Research Center or whatever, not the VA, for compare and contrast. And to compare and contrast, it is rather interesting. We'll be talking about in a second the information page for post-traumatic stress that they have on the website of the VA. And if you were to compare and contrast that with the above aforementioned cancer information that you'd find at the American Cancer Society or National Institutes of Health Cancer Research Center, whatever, you'll find a stark difference because all this stuff that we know. I mean, before we even get started with anything related to this question or anything, just cannabis, just know that we've got an enormous amount of research that we're looking at. It's not a few documents. It's not even a few books. It's dozens and dozens of books based on 10,000 or so documents. And many of those documents are peer reviewed, important studies or peer reviewed, what do you call them? Where you do documentation review and evidentiary review, and different kinds of journal articles, essentially. A lot of them based on actual real world experience, and a lot of them based on not so real world experience. And I think that's one of the things that you have to take into consideration before you even get started on any of this, is that if you're talking about a rat study or some cell study, you can't necessarily extrapolate that to human beings. And even if there's a small group of human beings that respond well to something, that's why they then do a larger study and look at more human beings to make sure that it wasn't just an anomaly. And I think that's, in a nutshell, what the best takeaway is from the FDA systems and all that, is to remove anomalies and get us on the same page based on evidence. So anyway, starting at that point, I think going back, people, I think, would benefit a little bit from the history of the cannabis policy at the VA for two reasons. One, to see how many little bits and pieces kind of go together to have something like this actually happen. And the second, to show that you can actually, have an impact, that your work and your efforts are not in vain, that little tiny efforts add up, and that in the end, you can really, make a difference. So before I get into that, I want people to know takeaways from this, video. If you're looking at this in a future date, hopefully you'll understand this VA policy a little better, which will help you basically apply it better, basically help you understand it so that you can actually use it in your life and see how it applies to you, if it applies to you. Definitely, there's some key things that we're going to actually read from the VA's webpage that should make veterans feel more at ease if they're using cannabis for medicine. And understand that, if there is a problem, how to seek help for that problem, and some of the foibles, and we'll talk about some of the things that the VA does that isn't correct, and that you might get caught up in, to prevent you from falling into that pitfall. So sorry to go up on a soapbox there for a while, but get back to the questions of behind the scenes history of the VA cannabis policy. So I actually started out, I'd say, around 10 years earlier, without looking at a calendar. I'm terrible with dates, but it was right about 10 years earlier. So looking at right around 2000. 1996, we of course successfully, ATN and I, working side by side from miles and miles away without even knowing each other really at the time, working on the same thing, Proposition 215 in California, a landmark medical cannabis initiative, setting the stage for really the modern cannabis movement as we know it now. That initiative, once it passed, and even before it passed, one of our mentors, again, collectively, both ATN and I, and Mary Lynn on the call as well, all three of us call as a mentor Dr. Todd McArea, renowned psychiatrist working in cannabis field, renowned before he even started cannabis in no nukes and fighting against nuclear proliferation. Really an amazing individual. And his work before Proposition 215 even was passed showed us an enormous potential for cannabis, because what he did that was different was, when a patient came in and said, "Hey, I use cannabis, it helps me," he did a thorough review of the patient, and all the dotted I's and crossed T's, like any other doctor would and should. But he also took the time to go into the diagnostic manual and figure out exactly what these people were actually suffering from, and then make notes about how those symptoms or those problems were actually being alleviated by the cannabis. And I forget the exact number that he came up with, but he had somewhere close to 10,000 patients by the time 2000 rolled around when I started this project. And in that patient field, if you will, more than half of those patients were using cannabis for some sort of painful condition, and more than half of those people were using cannabis as some sort of an adjunct treatment. In other words, a significant portion were able to use cannabis and put aside pharmaceuticals, and that's great. We love that in the cannabis movement, but we have to recognize that a significant portion of folks that have serious, long-term symptoms that find relief from cannabis still wind up using some of the pharmaceutical drugs as well. And that bit of information, together with something that I learned inside the drug policy reform movement that was just sort of coalescing at the time around such people as like Dr. Ethan Nadelman, Professor Nadelman, and his cohorts there in New York, and Washington D.C. They set up a Linda Smith Center, and they started looking into harm reduction and all these different concepts around drug policy reform. And just like drug policy reform 101 was all this increased budget and funding and spending on incarcerating people and policing and stuff. Tiny little budget on education and rehabilitation, drug treatment, whatever. 90% kind of percentiles going to interdiction. And with that kind of increasing drug war that I was learning about with Ethan, and the facts as I knew them on the ground with the medical cannabis kind of community out there, I saw what I thought to be two freight trains that were about to collide, that were heading straight for each other. One freight train was the increased use of cannabis as a medicine. And Prop 215 was heralding in this new time frame up, and I think by 2000 it was pretty obvious that was really heavy. It was spreading really like wildfire across the country, these new medical marijuana laws. If more and more people are going to be using cannabis as a medicine, and if they're still using some sort of treatment from the doctor, what's the chance of that colliding with the doctor then feeling beholden to police out their patients and kick patients out of their treatment because they tested positive on a drug screening, a urine test or something like that? And in fact, at that time, around 2000, I found something emerging and circulating. Not sure where it ever initially came from. It was called a pain contract. And these documents were never really created by any big medical society. I looked at the American Academies of Pain Management and the American Medical Association, and those folks had copies of it available for their membership. If you read carefully their documentation, they did not recommend the use of these things, but they did have them there for their membership, and they were spreading like wildfire. Our ally, good friend, Dale Geringer out in California, went to a seminar, a conference, where they actually were being told by an MD-JD speaker that they needed to drug test their patients and that they needed to kick them out of treatment if they tested positive for any illegal drugs, and they needed to get their patients all signing these pain contracts to cover their, for insurance reasons and for, criminal liability. I don't believe any of that's true. I think that's all MD-JD fantasy. But nonetheless, that's what they're being told. And I think to this day, they're still getting that echo of that same instruction. And there are still, even as we're speaking, more doctors than not out there drug testing their patients and kicking them out of treatment should they drug test positive for illegal drugs. This story and this policy at the VA took a big chunk out of that, but it still actually exists, and it's still a pervasive problem, especially for folks like in controlled environments like old folks homes and veterans homes and prisons and stuff like that. So, but anyway, back to the story. So I'm ready to fight this thing. I was part of a group. We were fighting against drug testing, generally urine testing. And there was a urine testing national organization and everything, fighting against I can't remember. Maybe you remember it, the name of the organization, but it was an organization fighting against urine testing at the national level, and it was very small, crowd. There wasn't very many organizations or anything really working on that. Unfortunately, even though I think that was a really big issue, fighting drug testing, especially, it was creeping, if you remember, into schools and athletics and all kinds of places that they were implementing these drug testing. Not ever based on evidence. They never had real evidence showing that it would lower the drug use or have any kind of positive outcome. No, just drug testing because we need to be hard on drugs, and I started fighting that out in the field, if you will, out in the real regular world, and found myself very quickly realizing that I wasn't going to be able to get anywhere very fast because, if I had it published somewhere, published these ideas somewhere and sort of spread that way, it was a really uphill battle. If ever you succeed at that. If I try to change doctors' behavior, it's almost a one by one thing, unless you can get the medical boards to change, and they're not going to change if they have no real reason to. From the medical societies, the medical societies aren't going to change. Sort of a catch-22 there, unless the medical boards do. I thought, hey, if I go into the VA and inside the Department of Veterans Affairs hospital system, and I fought that there, I could apply all these constitutional principles. I thought, you have a right to be secure in your person and, not be subject to inappropriate searches and seizures. You have a right to free speech. You have a right to, all these essential rights that I thought were being violated by drug testing. Certainly, if we can fight it inside the VA, in that hospital setting, when they inevitably hand me a pain contract or hand one of our allies a pain contract to sign and demand that they sign it, maybe that's how we can fight it. We can fight it, because the VA, being a federal government entity, has to follow the Constitution. Well, I finally, I guess it wasn't really, I don't remember it being all that long after that thought process that I was actually handed that document at the VA. And you want to see a really stunned medical staff when it wasn't the doctor that handed it to me, it was the nurse, as we were, checking out there at the desk, and she hands me this thing and says, the doctor wants you to sign this. Oh, in my hand, she drops a pain contract. And since it said contract, literally said contract on the document, I told her that the truth, actually, I promised my dad a long, long, long time ago I would never sign any contract without running it by our lawyer, showing it to the lawyer first. And when I asked the nurse so I could take this piece of paper with me to show it to the family attorney, oh man, I thought she was going to have some sort of panic attack. She asked the doctor, and they discussed it, went into a huddle, and they're like, they couldn't think of a reason to stop me from leaving their office with that document. So here, I got the document, I made copies of it. I did show it to my attorney, a regular lawyer that, does the paperwork for your house real estate contract stuff, regular family attorney, does some criminal defense, in town. And bless you. And I asked the attorney, about this document. I showed it to him. I explained the situation, and he said, well, this isn't a contract per se. And this is funny. I guess I learned, a little bit of contract 101, contract law. Bless you. But if you don't get anything, if you just give something and you don't get anything per se in return, that's not a contract. I've always known, and you probably have too, seen this, where you paid $1 to somebody and you got a house or something like that. Well, that makes sense because they have to get something. That dollar, while it seems silly, is actually something they get on their ledger side of the contract. And then you get the house or whatever. It actually works out. It's a contract. What they were doing was telling me under duress, if I didn't sign this quote contract, I would lose my treatment that I was already getting. This wasn't anything that I was getting. They were going to take something away from me if I didn't sign it. That's under duress. It's not a contract because I'm not actually getting anything new. And he sort of shot down the whole thing, basically just on its face. And I went back to them And I told him that, and I said that I can't sign this, that, this entire thing is defunct. I explained this whole situation, and it created a conundrum for them. It really did. Here was a veteran. I guess most of the time that they had trouble with these kind of things at the VA hospital, it was a veteran that signed it and then quote unquote failed the drug test. Right? I don't know of anybody that actually did what I did and refused to sign it and then just stood there and said, well, what are you going to do now? What are you going to do about it? I'm not going to sign this. What are you going to do about it? I'm still in pain. Not signing this did not lower my pain for the day. I'm still, same vet you were treating yesterday. Are you going to change my treatment based on me not signing this? And that was this sort of standoff that I created with the VA. I went through the chain of command, being that I started with the management of that VA facility, went up to the VISN level, which was still in the same facility, but I was seeing a lady sitting across from a desk from a lady that was seeing 10,000 patients or something like that. It's not insignificant numbers. And then the next people that I talked to, they were dealing with the entire country. It went, basically from there to DC. I found my way to two things in Washington, DC, the ethics committee of the VA. And, ethically, it's just undefensible. You can't take away someone's treatment because they won't sign a contract. It's just on its face quite indefensible. Again, a conundrum. I presented a conundrum for them. And the other aspect of the national VA that I found was this pain management directorate that exists inside of the Undersecretary for Health office inside the VA. Health administration. I know I'm throwing out a lot of words, but all those words will help you find this thing if you're trying to look through the web pages of the federal government, the labyrinth of the federal government. I actually got to the point where I was, sort of negotiating, if you will, this process on its face and dealing with it on its face. But I had, some cards, if you will, up my sleeve that give me the ability to play in a unconventional way. So the first aspect of it was there was like three pieces that wound up being the VA policy. Three aspects of it, three dimensions. One started out in California. It was actually a group of vets that were in Northern California. They had a new doctor that took over their pain management office there in their VA facility. And I had a whole string of vets that weren't even related to each other. They didn't know each other. They were coming to me and also coming to California Normal, Dale Geringer, and you'll have to remind me of, I'm skipping her name now, our good friend out there in California Normal.
Ellen Comp.
Ellen Comp, yeah, of course, Ellen Comp. And Ellen, really, I mean, I think she does more work under California Normal to represent the constituency of cannabis in California than I've ever seen from like legislative offices. And she took it really seriously when these vets were complaining in California that they had been kicked off of their pain management because they were testing positive for marijuana. And by then I had been working with sort of the ethics of cannabis for quite a while, working with a couple of different organizations. I don't want to get into the huge amount of details, but suffice it to say that I'd built up a certain toolkit over time of how to deal with situations like this. And immediately I tried to identify, the problem. And the problem in this case was a doctor that it was new, as I said, replaced the old timer that didn't give them any problems in the pain management clinic. But there was a twist. This doctor actually should know better. This was a doctor that was actually part of the CMCR, the California Medical Cannabis Research Group, a doctor that has done cannabis studies himself, a doctor that knows the cannabis, science and evidence base. I was kind of blown away. I didn't really know how to even digest that. It turned out that he was sort of being overreactive to try to make sure that it gave every appearance of him following the law, and not being biased in favor of marijuana. And he was doing what he thought he needed to do. And under normal circumstances, I would try to educate the doctor, work through the chain of command of that facility, educate the chief of staff, essentially, who would educate the doctor. This seemed different. I immediately went to the head of the CMCR, the California Medical Cannabis Research Group, a doctor down there in San Diego, and reached out to him to talk to this doctor. And at first he said, yeah, I'll talk to the doctor. And then he realized, this is a VA doctor now. I mean, even though he's his colleague under the CMCR, he was talking to him as a VA doctor. So immediately he's getting back to me through his aide. Well, let me go and talk to his, chief of staff. And then he's like, oh, maybe if instead of talking to the chief of staff, let's just address this to the VA, the regional VA. And then, I mean, this is seriously like iterative conversations I'm having with his staff and trying to figure out who to have him talk to just correct this doctor that was doing this one little thing. In the end, I wound up connecting him directly with the pain management directorate in Washington, D.C. And this is a funny little, sub part of the story, because he clicked in with these folks. It turned out that the doctor in charge of the pain management directorate inside the VA went to school. It was a very conservative doctor in a very conservative place out there in San Diego, California. High, very esteemed doctor. They wound up locking in. I was in the conversation with them at first and introducing them and stuff. And when they realized who they were and locked into who they were and remembered each other, I quickly wasn't part of the conversation anymore. But what was born of that was the first draft, evidently, of a medical cannabis policy inside the VA, all starting from dealing with patient advocacy cases out in California. And the second rung of that, I said there was three pieces, right? The second piece was a vet in Montana. This vet in Montana got face to face with his director. And this wound up getting really interesting, because the director of the facility herself laid down the law and said, no more cannabis on my watch. Anybody that gets caught up with cannabis, I'm going to kick you out of treatment. So she tried to do that with this vet and kick him out of treatment. And intervening in that case was actually quite simple. Going back to that toolkit I was talking about. And I'll tell you, the 30-second lesson on the toolkit, it's funny. You find it Veterans Affairs, and I imagine this could work in other parts of the government as well, but in the Veterans Affairs system, in this case, an administrator, but a lot of times a doctor, and they're doing something they think is following the policy. You don't get in their face, you don't argue with them, you don't try to teach them the policy, you just ask them to tell you very clearly, show you the policy. You want to see it in writing. That's the first step A. Show me the policy. And then once they usually fail at step A because they think they're following a policy that they can't show you, or they wind up showing you something that's really not quite on spot. We had a veteran in Ohio that, following my advice, demanded that they show him the policy and the paperwork, and they gave him the Marijuana Tax Act from 1937. I'm not making this up. That was fairly recent in our history. I'm not talking about in 1940. I'm talking about like 10 years ago. He got that from an administrator, the Marijuana Tax Act, found unconstitutional, by the way, in 1969, and set into the record books. Very old, archaic, very out of date non-policy of the VA. So yeah. Once you ask them for the policy, usually that's enough. If you have to, finally, in the end, show them the policy and teach them, through channels, through chain of command, you have their boss teach them, essentially. You work through the chain of command to have them, understand the policy. And it worked quite well with that administrator. So set that aside for a second and go to the third piece of the puzzle. This is Marty Chilcutt. Marty Chilcutt is a esteemed veteran friend who was out in Colorado when Prop 215 passed. And he looked at the situation, medical cannabis in Colorado, and thought, we could do that here. We could do a medical marijuana thing here. He called up Ethan Nadelman and said, hey, we could do something in Colorado. What do you think? You guys back me if I try to do this? They backed him. The big funding that came available right after Prop 215 that was looking to do other initiatives came upon Marty Chilcutt ready to do all the groundwork. And because he did it, and I do attribute it to him, the Colorado Medical Marijuana Initiative was a little different than most other medical marijuana laws around the country. It was set up as a state constitutional amendment. And that's really important. That becomes very important in the history of medical cannabis in the United States, if you study it, that fact. So, yeah. So, all right. So Marty comes from Colorado and moves to Michigan. And in Michigan, he says, hey, I can do that again. I can do an initiative in Michigan, and starts doing the initiative. Marijuana Policy Project comes along and says, hey, Marty, we'd really like to run this initiative. We have a lot of resources, and we can handle this. You did a great job in Colorado, but this is going to be a lot more moving parts. Let us take it over. We'll give you a grant to start an organization. And he started an organization called Veterans for Medical Marijuana Access. That organization was designed to basically do two things. One was to speak to cannabis issues in Michigan, and the other was to get doctors and healthcare providers on the record in resolutions supporting medical marijuana. You really couldn't talk to people about medical marijuana inside the VA system. If you try to talk to administrators or any of the people connected to the VA, the different Veterans Affairs organizations, the veterans, what do you call them? The American Legion, VA, VFW, all these types of service organizations, they wouldn't talk. Nobody would talk to you. At that time, if you talk to them about marijuana, they'd say, oh, that's federally legal. I can't talk to you about that. And that was it. That was the end of the conversation. So getting the resolutions done wasn't really working. Having these conversations and talking about it wasn't really working. But one thing that did work really well was every time the Marijuana Policy Project or the initiative itself wound up doing something, passed some milestone, made some news, Marty wrote a letter or an op-ed and got it published in Michigan in one of the papers. Or on public radio or whatever. He got published a lot during that initiative. And by the end of the initiative, when it actually passed and became law in Michigan, the first thing that happened was the TV news crews went to the VA spokesperson and said, hey, they talked a lot about veterans and medical marijuana during this initiative campaign. Now that it's passed, what say you? And the spotlight's on them, right? And they said, well, according to our regional council, you're supposed to be treated with respect here at the VA. If you come in and use medical marijuana, you're to be treated fairly and not have any adverse effect on your care at the VA here. That's our policy. And wow, that I had been working with him already for a while, Veterans for Medical Marijuana Access, to skip to the end of the story. That's the organization I took over. That's what I use as my flagship to do a lot of things and get a lot of things done, including this VA policy. But here, I was blown away. I was like, what are you talking about? What's this local regional council of Detroit, and they said something of marijuana. I went down that rabbit hole and couldn't find anything really from Detroit. Did find some chatter back and forth between the different doctors and the regional council. Really nothing seemed to be resolved. I honestly don't know where that came from to this day, where that public affairs person got that. They were put on the spot and they came up with it based on, I guess, what they should do. But it was beautiful. Anyway, I am working my way through this chain of command over there, and I find this, very interesting thing that Marty is talking about. And I formulated a question with a lot of help from the folks that I've been working with at the time. Fred Gardner even helped me with this question. And we wrote a question for the general counsel of the VA based on what Marty had found in what he was doing in Michigan, and based on what I found working through the chain of command of the VA. We wrote a question to the general counsel, asked him quite specifically about this hypothetical example of a veteran that was following all the rules and trying to really do it right and following doctor's orders and using medical marijuana. Should they really be punished? We inferred from the way the policy was written and everything we could find written that was your position. Should they really be punished? Was sort of the hypothetical question we gave to the general counsel. And I have to tell you, I really expected the general counsel to answer that question. He didn't. He actually forwarded it to Undersecretary of Health, who answered the question. And quite matter of factly, really, I was standing at my mailbox there and opened up this letter from the VA. I remember the VA's address was like 420, Washington, D.C. and it said, some fantastic things. The Undersecretary of Health wrote back to me and said, I got your letter from the general, the general counsel of the VA who forwarded me your letter. And I want you to, put your mind at ease. Veteran that's following all the rules and using medical marijuana, following all the rules will not be punished inside the VA. And that should be treated like any other medication. And he's saying it so matter of factly. I could tell you that wasn't written down anywhere in the world. And the minute I got that letter, I thought to myself, they're not going to believe me. If I just brought this in the house and put it in the scanner and put it on the web, two things were going to happen. People are going to say, I don't believe you that that's real. And the VA will disclaim it, which will make it worse. Because once the VA disclaims it, it's the end of the road for that whole line of argument. I thought to myself, well, we got to get somebody, a high ranking kind of media outlet would work, to fact check this and look at this and print it. And the first thought I had actually was the New York Times, but that's not who it went to first. I wound up going to the National Public Radio of Virginia, who dutifully sent over a reporter. The reporter got it. He really was excited. He brought it back to his publishers and the producers, and they were like, nah, it's a local story. No, they poo-pooed it. I can't believe it. I went to our friend Steve Fox in Colorado, who I've been working with for years on this post-traumatic stress stuff, all this veteran stuff, a brilliant cannabis activist, and worked with the Marijuana Policy Project, worked with SAFER, worked with a lot of these entities at the time. And I asked him, what should we do? And he's like, you know what? As happens so many times in these kind of crazy things in the movement. Sure, Etienne, and Maryland, you'll attest to this. But he knew somebody. he thought of somebody right off the bat. There was a reporter for the New York Times that had tried to write a front page article about the work that we were doing in Colorado, adding post-traumatic stress, based on the work that Brian Crum and others have been doing, adding post-traumatic stress in New Mexico, and how much of a trial and tribulation it was to add it in Colorado, and how much it helped vets around the country. This writer thought that this was a really good story, that this was something that had legs. It should get the front page of the New York Times, but it didn't. The New York Times front page editorial board kicked it down and said it was a local story. Local being local to that region, I guess. And here I come along with this VA story. Steve sends me over to this reporter. Reporter asks me some questions. He's like, yeah, maybe this is national. I wind up talking to these editors. And I've been an activist for a long time. I've never had any conversations like that before or after in any setting, really, like the editors from the front page of the New York Times. They were on the spot like I've never seen anything before in my life. Just to give you an idea, at one point I think I sent them over links to like the Schaefer Commission, which is like five volume book, right? And they like consumed it and came back to me an hour later with more questions. They were just so fast. It was incredible. And one of the things, they had deal breaker questions for me about this letter before they would publish it on the front page of the New York Times. One of the deal breaker questions was, the VA is telling us this isn't new. This is the way it's always been. And there, I was able to use all our experiences fighting for years and getting all that feedback inside the system for years, working through the chain of command, how, it's illegal, I can't talk about it, was able to shoot that down. And the VA actually, in the end, after negotiating for a while, kind of through this New York Times front page editorial board, the editorial board believed it was a story. They were ready to run the story of me in this letter. And the VA was like, hey, can you not make it about the letter and make it about a policy, and we'll publish a policy? Just give us a few days, we'll publish a policy. And I swear to you, man, it was one of the wildest things in my entire life. The New York Times editorial board coming and asking me, is that okay with you? If basically, if the story isn't about you and it winds up being a new policy, they put out a new policy instead. I was beside myself with joy at that idea. I really was. And that's what essentially happened. The VA policy that came out a few days later, I firmly believe they were going to come out with a policy in President Obama was that president, and then he ran reelected, and he got reelected. And I think that they were kind of looking ahead and thinking that they were going to come out with a policy in the next term. That way, it wouldn't, be political football. I really felt that at the time. And Al Byrne, working behind the scenes, he said that he's working with General Shinseki through family members, and having something like General Shinseki, inside the team there at the VA, working for us. If that helped tilt the scale, who knows? But anyway, the VA did I think, a really great thing when they came out with this policy. And the New York Times article, just in case you were wondering, really following along really closely and wondering whatever happened to that veteran in Montana. Well, the article wound up being about him. The cover article on the New York Times was about the VA and the veteran in Montana, and how he had to fight to get his medicine back because the Veterans Affairs regional director was kind of off the beaten path, didn't really understand the policy. It was a good springboard to explain the new policy. And there was the new policy. And they named me and they talked about me in the article, but it wasn't about me. The article wasn't about me, and the policy isn't about me. And just so you know, all right, so we talked a lot about this. I haven't even said what the policy is. I should say that and then hand the mic back to you. The policy was like, what, 3 parts or 4 parts? One part was just a matter of fact that the VA was saying, hey, we're federal property. The VA facilities, hospitals, all that are federal property. If it's still illegal to have marijuana on federal property, we can't protect you from arrest. Basically warning vets to not be, stupid around on their campus with the cannabis, that, they put themselves in a position they may be arrested for possession of marijuana. That was first part. Second part was that they couldn't fill out the forms. They understood the medical marijuana programs and how there was a recommendation, not a prescription, and all that. And they looked and said, hey, the DEA is still threatening us. They're threatening us, with arrest if we facilitate any access to cannabis. So that's too close to the line for us. We can't fill out any forms or sign any recommendations or anything like that for you to get cannabis. So what were we so excited about? We were excited about the last part of the policy, which said that essentially what Dr. Petzel, the Undersecretary of Health, said, that cannabis should be treated like any other medicine, that you should not ever be punished or have any punitive action taken against you in the VA system for using cannabis under doctor's orders under one of the state medical marijuana programs. And then they realized after passing that policy, they couldn't mention medical marijuana because of Schedule 1 making medical marijuana a forbidden subject completely. They revised the policy from 2010 when they passed it to 2011, and they removed those parts about the medical marijuana. That was a very fast version change from 2010 to 2011. That was essentially the biggest change, was removing the mentions of medical marijuana. There's specific examples of medical marijuana applications in the first policy. Those were all removed. But they got it, and they passed a policy that says now, if you're participating in a state program that it allows you to access legal marijuana, and you're following the state laws and following advice of doctors or the program regulations, that you should not be punished at the VA, and there shouldn't be any real departure in how you handle that from any other medication.
All right. Go ahead.
A long story. I think I covered that. That was the backstory. I think I covered it. Never talked about it before, really. I don't think we've ever done it on a video or anything. So pardon the length, but it's a long story. Can't hear you.
All right. So again, we're talking about VHA Directive 1315. It's the official policy of the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs that allows veterans to discuss their medical cannabis use with the VA healthcare providers without fear of losing your VA benefits. Okay, so this is what we're talking about. So key points: it was originally issued in 2010. It was updated again in 2011, 2017, and most recently in 2023. And its purpose is to clarify that VA providers may discuss cannabis use with veterans, and that veterans will not be denied VA healthcare benefits solely for participating in state-approved medical cannabis program. So what it allows veterans can talk openly with their VA doctors about medical cannabis use. VA providers can document cannabis use in medical records, and VA will not disqualify veterans from care or services based on cannabis use alone. Okay. Um, and VA will not disqualify veterans from care or services based on cannabis use. Now, what it doesn't allow the VA cannot prescribe or recommend cannabis since it's still federally illegal. The VA does not cover the cost of cannabis, and veterans must follow state laws regarding medical cannabis where they live. And it matters because many veterans use cannabis for PTSD, chronic pain, insomnia, and other service-related conditions. And Directive 1315 protects our rights to speak honestly with VA doctors without fear of losing medication, benefits, or care. It also encourages integrated and informed care between veterans and their providers. Okay. So as we go now on to our next question, which is in our series here. One, please. So, how did the original release of the VHA directive change the landscapes of veterans seeking to discuss medical cannabis with their VA health provider? Is the directive being applied consistently across the VA systems? And what did the new policy do to or for the medical cannabis activist movement?
So this is one of those things where I would love to take a whack at this and then hear what you guys have to say as well. But I was thinking about it. All three pieces I think I can answer really quickly. So the original 2010 release, how did it change the landscape for vets? Really, it didn't really change the landscape for vets. In fact, I still to this day recommend to veterans to take a very soft approach when they're talking to their VA healthcare provider. If the issue doesn't come up, don't bring it up. If the VA doctor seems very genuinely interested and wants to learn, educate them, teach them, overload them with information. If they don't, then tread very lightly, because it can still wind up being a very tense discussion with a VA healthcare provider. The VA has never really educated their doctors, even to this day. They're doing some research right now, it sounds like, that will lead them to a better position to understand how vets are using medical marijuana, integrate that in a little better, and be able to answer that a little better. But for now, if you're using medical cannabis, I've always gone with need to know. It's a doctrine I think we've all discussed in the military. Veterans all know about it. You really have to learn a lot, though. You have to know what the doctor knows about your condition. You have to understand your condition and read all the evidence-based research and stuff to know what you need to tell the doctor. For example, a heart condition, you need to tell the doctor if you're using cannabis. If you've got a family history of mental health disorders, for example, you need to discuss with your doctor. So there is some education on your part to really be able to practice that need to know. Is it being applied consistently across the VA systems? No. And strangely, the VA doctors at the bottom get all these memos all the time, of which this is one, a memo. 1315 is a memo. And those memos, according to the leadership that I've talked to in the VA, are supposed to be taken with a grain of salt, so to speak, that the doctors are supposed to be acting based on their knowledge, their professionalism, their training, their medical license and everything, and acting appropriate to that. And where there's a question, to be answered, looks to directives to understand things, but not in any way adversely affect that first thing, which is that doctor-patient relationship and their evidence-based application of medical doctrine, standards of care, which are not flexible based on a memo. Memos don't change the medical standards of care. So how is it consistently being applied? No, it would be great if the VA would teach this and have a version of what we're talking about here, taught to doctors throughout the system, so they understand what this policy is, what it means, and how to follow it. And what does it do for the medical marijuana movement? that was actually a surprise to me. I found it very surprising how much positive impact it had that veterans, I always say this and I'll say it now, veterans have always been part of the marijuana movement, like since the beginning. But I found that there was very little coalescing of veterans as veterans in the marijuana movement until after this policy. The policy sort of gave the veterans sort of the political cover, if you will, to have, marijuana organizations that were all veteran, run by veterans. And then since then, I think I lost count at like 40 veterans organizations, some service organizations, and most just cannabis activist organizations of different kinds, all completely veteran. So what do you think, Marilyn?
Unmute myself. Yeah, it's that idea that the policy was happening, and it seemed, what we learned with veterans around the country, the VA docs didn't know about it, or didn't want to know about it, and didn't listen to the vet if they came in, once they were aware of the policy. So the confusion still seemed to be alive and well, among the VA. And I think, and then other people just didn't understand the fact that Dr. Petzel, when he made that directive and everything and was allowing them to use it, I mean, he clearly stated, the fact that it's illegal under federal law, so they can't bring it on the VA property. So, that's just an issue that it's different than not, this isn't directly to the question, but it's just something I always wanted to make sure they understood. So you can be sick, you're allowed to use this cannabis if you got a recommendation from a physician, a civilian physician. VA can't hold it against you, but if you get sick enough to go in the VA hospital, you can't have your medicine then. So it still was a conundrum for patients for veterans who happened to be in a state where the law was allowed, where cannabis was allowed in that state. And as Al has said in the past, it's kind of like practicing medicine by geography, depending, the state, the poor vet had to be in the right state or it didn't matter. Those issues just came to mind.
Well, you also, I think, Marilyn, have a very special perspective. I mean, the medical marijuana movement that I keep talking about really isn't much of a movement. There was, as far as advocacy organizations, there was like 2 or 3, of which Patients at a Time was one. So, and I'm talking about in the whole world at the time. So, what do you think what did it, from your perspective, what did this new VA policy? I remember talking to the head doctor for the human rights organization, Human Rights Watch, and he was working on access to medicine issues. Diedrich Lohmann over there in New York and in Vienna. And I just happened to, be meeting up with those guys just after this hit the paper in the New York Times. And he's like, "Oh, Michael, that was quite a pleasant surprise." He says, I mean, it was such it was like, I remember back in 1998, when at the United Nations, we had this big UN meeting, and Ethan Nadelman that I talked about before in the Lindisman Center, they paid a full-page ad in the New York Times that came out during these UN meetings. And I remember it had such a big impact, that New York Times article had such a big impact on what happened inside the UN. And I would liken this to that. It was like this New York Times article and this new VA policy that all of a sudden, this was the United States federal government saying that medical marijuana was okay for vets, even though it's still illegal, even though it's Schedule 1 and has no medical value. We're going to allow it for our vets because of these state programs. It was almost like this, like legal loophole that I found that, created a little chink in their armor. I mean, at this time, and even to this day, we've really never broken through that armor against marijuana. We still have this rescheduling petition in the works, and we legalized hemp and stuff. But as far as marijuana being Schedule 1, it's still there in that, in that armored vault. And the only chink in that armor that I know of is this Veterans Affairs policy, really, other than the Constitution itself, which is how the state programs work, of course.
Yeah, you're right. It was huge, and we're thinking the VA, that's a huge health system in the United States. I mean, that's the biggest health system. If they're saying that veterans can use it, that means something. Now, granted, again, they were stuck because of the federal law, but yeah, I think at the time we thought that was going to change things pretty rapidly. And I think when you look forward, then it's just been frustrating that no matter what, the roadblocks continue, and it's still in Schedule 1. I mean, last year we thought we were moving to Schedule 3, and that's, we're on hold with that now. So the veterans are stuck, and Patients Out of Time, we've always, obviously, both Al and I being veterans, had a soft spot towards veterans, but it's like, my God, you go in and you're going to fight for the freedoms of this country, and to come back wounded in one form or another and to not be able to use your medicine, it's like, that's just nuts. So the VA policy made sense, but the fact that nothing else has changed on the federal government it's just amazing. It's amazing that we're going on this fast. And I just want to note that people, for whatever reason, there's a J in my name there that there's no J in my name, Math 3. I'm just looking at that going. But anyway, that's an aside.
That's cute. It always reminds me of the Netherlands whenever I see a J inserted in a place like that.
I'm Norwegian.
Yeah, Norwegian. There you go. It's the Norwegian style. But yeah, I think that ATN, I don't know if you want to weigh in on this. We can hold this question. I got it in the chat so you can see it. Question 2. How did the original 2010 directive change the landscape for vets? Is it consistently applied in the VA system? And the activist side of it, what did this new policy mean?
Well, for me, it didn't stop anything, but it was a significant change, at least in policy. And that effectively allowed me later on to get access to my benefits, but I had kind of given up in frustration outright because of my inability to, after being removed from the VA facility, 4 different times, I pretty much gave up until, the PACT Act came later, and then I applied and eventually got my benefits. But, I was happy to see this policy come forward. We were then curious how it was, how it was going to be implemented by people. And of course, currently we have a FOIA request from the Veterans Action Council to get from the VA what disciplinary actions have happened, what has taken place since, well, at least in the most recent directive. Going all the way back to 2010 would be a challenge, because we've also seen a whole bunch of statistical changes with different states coming on board, specifically for cannabis, which, as we know, is something that we have worked very hard for over the decades, but we still have a major problem, which is treatment by geography. And that's fine if you're in one of these states. I'm in California, but yesterday I was in Texas. In Texas ain't got nothing. And what they had, they just took away. So if I would have been caught with my with my medicine in Texas, I was looking at felonies, all the above. So that's the current frustration that we're dealing with in the post 1315 world. But we're still dealing with more veterans every day come to us and ask us, well, I'm afraid to talk to my doctor about, cannabis in the VA system because I'm afraid of losing my benefits. Well, it's 2025. This has been out since 2010. So the reality is that the VA has done a shit job educating people on what the law is. The states and the VSOs have done a shit job educating anybody on what the laws are, because we're still getting those questions every day. And so that's one reason why we decided to have this VAC roundtable, because we're the Veterans Action Council. Action's our middle name. And that's why we have FOIA requests going, because we want to find out more data, because we were able to find a data shift change because of the latest update to this Directive 1315, which we'll be going into shortly. But yes, the release of the 2010 helped, but it's not helping. I don't think it's being applied consistently across VA systems. Unfortunately, because as we know, depending on what VA we go to, we can get different care altogether. And that is, again, that's just your standard treatment by geography problem, right? I want to be able to get my Dr. Big Mac, the same Dr. Big Mac I get. You know what I'm saying? But unfortunately, we have ideologies that unfortunately tug and pull, and doctors use their own personal ideologies all the time in the VA. We've all seen it happen. We've all seen doctors or nurses that are friendly, and we've all seen doctors and nurses that are not, or that are hostile to the issue. So again, the VA has to do a better job of solidifying its directive across the board, because it took the Veterans Action Council filing for a FOIA request to actually find the most recent one. So that in itself is a frustration. So I think that we have a ways to go. I think that this is a start, but there's a lot of controversy and a lot of veterans who are ignorant to the issues, willfully ignorant to the issues, because you can search the internet and find this information out, but it's a little bit of a search. So again, the VA could put it in a little easier spot for people to access and have information access. So that's why we're educating you about this VAHA Directive 1315, so that you can be educated, so you can go to your other veterans and tell them about it, and they'll tell two friends, and they'll tell two friends, and so on and so on and so on. That was a commercial back in the day, but that's because it's still done. Activism is still done person to person. We still get questions daily from veterans who are afraid to use their cannabis because they're afraid they're going to use their benefits, or especially their pain medications. Okay, so that becomes the mix, you know, and the fear when people are regulating their pain through prescribed medications through the VA. This is where a lot of myth, MYTH, information kind of came out, and that myth information hasn't helped anybody. So that's, again, why 1315 was written, and that's why we're educating you on 1315.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop.
Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Okay. We'll go to our next question. Will be Marilyn Mathry with question number 3.
And that is, to what extent are VA providers aware of Directive 1315, and are they adequately trained or informed about their role in discussing medical cannabis with veterans? And I think we all kind of just touched on that question. And that is a big question. It's a directive. Do they really all know about it? Because as many veterans have found out, their VA provider often is clueless about it. So I don't think the VA did a great job about it. From Patients Out of Time's perspective, I met, gosh, this was years ago, but I met through, my background in nursing is substance abuse, addictions nursing. So at one of our conferences, we had like the assistant to the chief nurse of the VA system was speaking. And it was interesting. She was there speaking about substance abuse in general. And she happened to say, she really cared about this issue. She was a veteran, but her spouse or boyfriend at the time was a amputee, I believe, or something. And I started thinking, gee, I wonder if he uses cannabis, et cetera. So I contacted her after and was trying to get an appointment with that chief nurse, and wrote a letter and was talking about the directive and how important this was for veterans, and would it be possible to somehow educate the nurses on this? But I just got back one of those answers of, we'll have our doctors look into this, we'll look into more about cannabis and if it's helpful or not. And I wrote back again and told them about our conference series, because I said, I don't think your physicians know anything about the endocannabinoid system or the use of cannabis. We'll provide the information if you want it. But it just I got lost in the shuffle. So it's the intimidation of that Schedule 1 goes to so many people, and it depends on, like I said, like you say, at different VA hospitals. Some VA hospitals might be somebody who's running it who gets this and is open and wants to make sure that clinicians know about it. And then there are some who still maintain that it's a bad drug and we can't use it, we're not going to talk about it. So yeah, I don't think they're adequately educated. I don't think most VA docs know anything about the endocannabinoid system. I don't think they're educated, and I don't think they know the policy. Michael?
Yeah, so when you talk about discussing medical cannabis with their patients, there's another string of the history that I didn't talk about that's actually quite important. It's sort of I guess, I don't know, you tell me if it's a cohesive string, but it's a string in my mind nonetheless. One part of it is the early on, and I'm talking about before I even got started, back when Dr. Mikaria, who I talked about before, was being attacked by the federal government, or saying that they were going to arrest him and stuff like that. At that time, that was right after Prop 215. You're talking about like 1997, and he was really being under attack from the federal government. The drug czar, remember, he had a picture of Dr. Mikaria, and he said it was Cheech and Chong medicine. He said that on a press conference, remember? And at that time, that was when the VA asked the DEA for guidance. And I know this because of working in the chain of command. I got this feedback. I know this history from the inside. I don't have the documentation. We tried to find the actual documents where the DEA answered the VA, and we actually haven't been able to find it as of yet. but they described it to me. The folks, that I was working with that I talked about before inside the chain of command, and essentially what it was is they asked the DEA, hey, all these veterans are using this medical marijuana. What's our position? And the DEA told them the same thing that they were saying out in public, in regards to the Cheech and Chong medicine and all that. If you remember, the drug czar was saying, we're going to arrest these doctors. If you write a recommendation, we're going to arrest you. You're going to shut you down, take away your medical license. That's what they were threatening at the time. And of course, the VA was very concerned about this, threat. This is a very serious threat. In a way, they got that memo, if you will, from the DEA. But what happened next, they didn't get the next memo, which was when that was tested. Remember, the McCaffrey was brought to court by a bunch of doctors. Dr. Conan, the ACLU represented him and went to court in federal court out on the West Coast and sought an injunction against the federal government, taking away their license or harassing them for just recommending cannabis, because they should be able to do that as part of their free speech, they argued. And they won in the appeals court. Conant versus McCaffrey. It was later relisted Conant versus Walters, the next drug czar named Walters. But they won Conant, and then I believe the government asked the Supreme Court to take on the case. They refused, but at any rate, the Supreme Court never took on the case. So that was the end of it. That's the law on the West Coast, the Ninth Circuit, the federal court, that there's an injunction. I don't think it was ever lifted. It's an injunction preventing the federal government from harassing doctors for writing recommendations. But that never really, I don't know of any time where any doctors inside the VA got that information. They were never told that that was happening on the outside, if you will. Like as if there's an inside and an outside of this big wall. And the VA doesn't really have a wall. And the doctors are all, regular people drawn from the community that have medical licenses somewhere. But yet they really have never learned and never really knew about the result of that Conant case. And working again with Marty Chilcutt, we looked at that and thought, what can we do with this? And it seemed to us that free speech element, it's funny, ironic, I guess, because remember before I said that the free speech and all that it didn't help me at all inside the VA. What wound up helping inside the VA, if you remember, I said was ethics. It was unethical to take away someone's treatment. But here's a case where all of a sudden your actual constitutional rights come into play, because I'm totally spacing out, but Marty.
Well, let me just say, Michael, while you're gathering your thoughts, as you reminded me, folks, that was back in the day that it was General McCaffrey, retired general, who was the drug czar. And, it's like him talking about medical cannabis. It's like, what would he know? He had no background in knowing that. And I bring that up because for Patients Out of Time at the time, we were had been collecting resolutions by different organizations. And we had a list, it was in the hundreds now, going on organizations that supported access to medical cannabis. And we're using that to say, you couldn't. And one of the organizations was the International Nurses Society on Addictions, of which I was on the board when I wrote one. The board passed it. And then the drug czar's office started calling. They called our home. They called the VA, the International Nurses Society on Addictions headquarters about the resolution, and they referred them to me. They got to my address, and it was literally trying to threaten us, like, take it down. And I was off the board at the time, and they literally then talked to the president of the organization, who unfortunately was acquiesced at a board meeting of the organization without. There was a board meeting, and this was not on the agenda, but she brought up the fact that the drug czar's office called up and did not like the resolution we had that was, advocating for patient access to cannabis, and the board voted to take it down. Not overwhelmingly, but one of the board members called me up to say, Mary Lynn, you wouldn't believe what just happened. And I called the president of the organization saying, what are you going to tell the members now? What are you going to tell them that they know this is a resolution we have and you've just rescinded it? What reasoning are you going to give them that you rescinded it? Did something happen? And they quietly never mentioned anything. They just, because it was embarrassment. I said, you're having a retired general telling you, that there has no merit, and you're bowing to him. They actually called the American Society of let's see, it's the Addictions Medical Society. I can't remember exactly how it goes. The American Society of Addictions Medicine, ASAM, American Society of Addiction Medicine, and got them to rescind theirs, but they did not rescind one that asked for more research on cannabis or something. I mean, yeah, again, folks, the days of the DEA and the Drug Czar's office, they were so anti-cannabis and trying to shut down information. Just really sad.
It's one thing to be anti-cannabis and another thing to overtly try to eliminate any information that's based on evidence that contrary to your position. I actually, on that same line, that same rabbit hole, I actually witnessed an American Medical Association meeting where they were presented with this scientific resolution. That's why I was there. I was with Marijuana Policy Project working on this resolution that had some great language about medical marijuana. And that same group that you're talking about, ASAM, one of the head people inside the AMA board got up, is from ASAM, and he had an impassioned plea for everybody to not sign the resolution because it might hurt their relationship with the federal government, because the federal government is Schedule 1. So you wonder, why so much of this information about medical marijuana really never reached a lot of the people that it needed to reach back then. That was some of the behind the scenes stuff. So anyway, I remember what I was getting at now. The point I was getting at was that we looked at this whole situation, with what the VA knew, and you got to put yourself in that mindset of that moment, with Conant versus McCaffrey was fairly new. And we thought, hey, we can actually educate people about the outcome of that Conant case, and at the same time use that, the veterans example to do it. It's a win-win. We'll educate everybody inside the system, the veterans, everybody. It'll educate them about the VA policy, which was something we were trying to educate them about, the limitations of the policy, which was specific to what we wanted to talk about. And what we wound up saying was very straightforward. This new VA policy, it's great that the VA recognizes that cannabis is used by veterans and, won't, be punitive against any of the veterans using the medical marijuana. But at the same time, the Conant case, they said that it was part of the free speech of the doctor and the patient to talk about medical marijuana. Even more, the Conant case, they said that it was important to the doctor-patient relationship that they had that free speech. And we recognized, basically conceded that the doctor at the VA does not have free speech. They don't. As a government employee, you give up certain free speech. But we contended that for them to be a doctor and do doctor stuff inside the VA, they should be afforded that free speech that the Conant case argued was necessary for that doctor-patient relationship. We made this argument heavy, with op-eds and, all kinds of letters to the editor. We wrote some papers on it and stuff, and it wound up getting picked up by the movement. I'm very proud to say that line of argument, that narrative, and it became a bill, the Veterans Equal Access Act. Congressman Blumenauer picked it up, and Sam Farr, I think, was one of the first to pick it up. And it's at this point, it's been run a dozen times or more. They're still trying to pass it. And what it does is it forces the VA to protect the doctors who, because of their doctor-patient relationship with a patient, are put in a place where their medical standards of medical practice and medical evidence would have them convey some positive thing about marijuana to their patient in the form of, let's say, a written piece of paper that could be used as a recommendation under state medical marijuana law, that doctor would be protected. And the VA is still, all this time, has been balking that because of the DEA, threat that has never really been retracted. The VA is really caught in an uncomfortable place. But they did recognize, let me show you something. They did, I'll share screen here, if I can do this. And this is the 2017 version of VHA Directive 1315, access to VHA clinical programs for veterans participating in state-approved medical marijuana. You notice they dropped the medical marijuana programs. And then summary of major changes. Major changes include adding policy to support the veteran-provider relationship when discussing the use of marijuana and its impact on health, including veteran-specific treatment plans. That language reflects the Congress back and forth with the VA and them getting put on the spot, because in Congress, the VA told the congressional representatives that veterans should feel very free to discuss marijuana, of course, saying that they had free speech essentially. But how do you have free speech when Conan argued that the recommendation itself was free speech? See the conundrum that we got them caught in. And to this day, they're still caught in that conundrum. But that when you see that role of discussing medical cannabis with the veterans, that's what I think of to this day, is that conundrum that the VA has found itself in, where to be good doctors, they need to have free speech necessary to support the doctor-patient relationship, and to follow the standards of medical care, they need to be evidence-based and open-minded about the use of medical cannabis. That's their ethics, if nothing else, require that. Right, Mary? You got the only medical license in the crew. What I just said sounds right, huh?
Sounds right.
Sounds left too. That's all we're left with. um, Now, of course, beforehand, I was speaking historically, and I think that doctors are better at it. I've only recently gotten my VA benefits, and so I recently have been to VA hospitals and discussing it. My physician, of course, I'm in San Francisco, so I have a very educated doctor set because they come from UCSF as well. So they're highly educated, thanks to other pioneers along the way that have made that possible. So I had no issues discussing my cannabis with. They understood who I was, my history, and I actually got an apology. Therapist actually apologized because of the system that we changed, and my friends and I helped change because I couldn't get my access. So we changed the system so I could have the access, and I do. But it doesn't mean that we have well-educated doctors across the board. Again, I'm very fortunate. But, if I went to the Central Valley, I'm not sure I'm going to get the same love. If I went to Arizona, unsure. If I went to someplace like Kentucky, lots of questions. So again, you're good if you're in states where you're educated on cannabis, but in those states where it isn't, are the doctors and nurses educated on it so that you can talk about it? You let us know. Because none of us here are in states where that's a possibility. We've changed the systems where we are, and we're dealing with that reality set. But not everybody is fortunate, and there's millions of Americans without this access. So that's a frustration that we see and that we want applied across the board. So that's where that stands. So let's move on to our next question. So, what are the most significant changes introduced in the 2023 modification of Directive 1315? And what implications do they carry for veterans that are currently using cannabis? And has it helped or hindered real-world access and dialogue? Councilmember Crowitz.
Writing myself a note. So this is another place where I can call our attention to the effect of our activism and how we've had this kind of dialogue, if you will, between our cannabis culture, called our cannabis movement, cannabis industry. There's a lot of different titles you could give it. But let me see if I could pull this up here. This is the directive from, this is the most current one now. It's July 28th, 2023, VHA Directive 1315. And when you go to summary of major changes, it updates the roles of some patient care people and stuff like that, removes responsibility from another. But here, quite interesting, clarifies definition of marijuana to account for updates in the U.S. Code as a result of the Agriculture Improvement Act, what we call the hemp legalization bill. So here we legalized hemp, and it caused the VA to have to change its policy. I think that's fascinating. But this VA policy has only become really more sort of structured and more professionally, sort of connected to the VA system, embedded in accompanying regulations and stuff that they point to. There's rather large patient care standards documents and stuff that they have in the VA. And if you read those, it's very clear that the doctor is supposed to do what I was saying before, use their training and their expertise and their medical license and all their medical standards of care, and apply that in a real world way to each patient in a way where the patient and the doctor work together in a treatment plan that works well for the patient's needs on a one-by-one individualized care basis. And that's how they're supposed to be doing it. In the VA, the VA policy supports that. It really does. And I think if they were adequately trained and if they were able to better understand what we're doing, let me talk about something. Let me see. I don't know if this fits in anywhere else, so let me just throw it in here. This is something that really bugs the heck out of me. I'm going to share something else here. This is the VA. First of all, let me documents. So if you want to learn about the history of the cannabis policy in VA, go to that legal and clinical evolution of the Veterans Health Administration policy on medical marijuana. It's an author is Cynthia Geppert, Dr. Geppert. She's one of the doctors that I worked with inside the ethics committee. And look at her. I love her credentials: MD, MA, PhD, MPH, MSBE. She's pretty badass. And I'll tell you, she wrote this great article. I really think it's quite authoritative about the history of the medical marijuana policy inside the VA. She did it without interviewing me. She did it by talking to others and filling in the pieces like a good journalist would. I'm impressed by that, because if you read this, it's quite a very adequate, captures some of that backstory that I talked about with the New York Times and all that. So that's one thing I'll show you. Of course, the two directives I already showed you, but the easy way to find those is this VA public health document. It's publichealth.va.gov/marijuana.asp. VA and marijuana veterans need to know. And it talks about, right off the bat, veterans will not be denied VA benefits because of marijuana use, just like the stuff we've been talking about. I mean, this is it. This is the policy of the VA. You should not be afraid to use medical cannabis and improve your, life and your relationships with others in so many ways as cannabis program can of access. You shouldn't be afraid to do that. And especially as we know, so well, and Dr. Mikaria found so well that many veterans reduce their amount of pills that they need, quite significantly, and most will reduce it somewhat. So anyway, if you go down to the bottom of that page, as I'm showing here, it gives you that full directive, which is a PDF. So it just doesn't really live on its own page. And that's the directive 1315. Can be found in this public health, VA, and marijuana, what veterans need to know. And then what I was going to complain about is this. The VA PTSD, National Center for PTSD website. And it's ptsd.va.gov. All this stuff here, /professional/treat/co-concurring/marijuana_PTSD_vets.ask. And if you read this, this was actually written by someone we know that worked with Dr. Sisley, Dr. Sue Sisley, on a failed effort to look at cannabis for post-traumatic stress, where many to most who were involved in that project complained vigorously about the product, the cannabis product that they were getting from the University of Mississippi, the government weed, that was inferior and could very well have undermined the effectiveness of the cannabis in that study. There also could have been other problems, like the study protocol itself, not having anything to do with whether it was efficacious. And if you read this page, I'm not going to read any of it, but if you read the whole page, you come away feeling like, oh wow, we don't really know anything about cannabis and post-traumatic stress. What we do know isn't very good. It's scary. Any efforts have failed. There's no real reason to think we'd even want to use cannabis for post-traumatic stress. And I get very offended by that. Personally, as an activist, I get extremely offended by that. And I want, you guys can, give me a little minute here. And this is a great forum because we've never really bothered anybody that wants to take a little time to explain something. Let me explain why that offends me, that they're taking that position. Because I took over Veterans for Medical Marijuana Access, called it Veterans for Medical Cannabis Access. That was a subtle change we made. We never even changed the name because we felt like marijuana and cannabis are synonymous. Just use them in various ways in various places, and we didn't even change the name. Al Byrne helped me as a partner in this project to decide what to do with that organization when Marty stepped down. And we decided, instead of doing what we had done before on many organizations, setting up a board and creating a not-for-profit status with the IRS and collecting fundraising and all this stuff, we decided to forego all that. And as veterans, we thought we could work within the sort of infrastructure of the cannabis movement, if you will, to do some things and affect some things without all that bother. We just do it as a voluntary effort. And I ran this effort, and one of the things that we picked up as a project was working on cannabis for post-traumatic stress. The two vets that I work with, Johnny Evans from Michigan, wrote a portfolio. It was like a 150-page portfolio, dropped it on my desk, cannabis for post-traumatic stress. The whole thing just loaded with a very strong scientific evidence that could be considered evidence in support of the use of cannabis for post-traumatic stress. Al spent a whole career working on real world issues with vets and seeing how cannabis can be effectively applied, and with patients at a time. And you, Mary Lynn, have gotten people like Dr. Michelin to come and speak and talk about related things like the memory eraser function of the cannabis receptor system, and how cannabis works to modulate systems throughout the body and deal with nerve pain and things. You add all that together, and you can easily see why cannabis would be effective for post-traumatic stress. But also, there's a study in Canada on this drug called Sesamet. It's an analog of THC, and the thing they decided to study on it for FDA approval was if it was effective for cessation of nightmares from treatment-resistant post-traumatic stress. And they got approved for it. They did a study and found in a gold standard double-blind placebo-based study that a THC substitute helped with post-traumatic stress. So, that to me is quite meaningful. I mean, it's not cannabis. I'm going to concede that it was a Sesamet. It was this copy of THC, but you can't tell me that, this fake apple does this or that. And I'm wrong to assume the real apple might do it too. It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. So anyway, that's the world that I came into this with this really strong, I think, very strong body of evidence to support the use of cannabis for post-traumatic.
Mike, can you take the screen down, please?
Yeah, man. So anyway, that's it, to finish this, Etienne. Brian Crum really got the ball rolling. California, of course, got the ball rolling because Prop 215 allowed for cannabis to be used for post-traumatic stress. There's no list in California. The first list that had post-traumatic stress was New Mexico, and that was because of our nurse practitioner friend and military veteran Brian Crum and his influence on the process, and also pulling in the same medical knowledge that I'm talking about. His standard there in New Mexico is what we use to create a nationwide effort to add post-traumatic stress as a qualifying condition. And we succeeded at that because we had doctors, with their patients and scientists willing to come in and speak about the science on a case-by-case basis in all these legislatures across the country and answer their question in an honest way and show them the evidence, and they pass these laws to allow patients, veterans included, to use cannabis for post-traumatic stress throughout the United States. And the results, you tell me, and you're more close to the tire meets the road on this than I am, actually seeing patients on a day-by-day basis. But I've never seen any long line of bodies of patients or caregivers that said, oh, no more, cannabis was not worth the benefits didn't outweigh the risks, or that cannabis was a bad idea for our post-traumatic stress patients. That's what this post-traumatic stress page says.
Oh, the American Psychological Society will be against it because they're always against anything positive cannabis-wise. But for the most part, no, we don't see any issues. And to clarify, people, again, the 2023 update to the VHA Directive 13 introduced several notable changes. Okay, key changes including clarification of marijuana's definition. The directive updated the definition of marijuana to align with changes in federal law, specifically reflecting updates to the 21 USC 80216 as a result of the Agricultural Improvement Act of 2018, the Farm Bill. This changes acknowledges the evolving legal landscape concerning cannabis-derived products. 2, the reassessment of responsibilities, revised roles and responsibilities within the VA, including updates for the Assistant Undersecretary for Health for Patient Care Services and Operations, and added responsibilities for the Executive Director, Health Solutions, and VA healthcare providers. It also removed responsibilities previously held by the Chief Consultant and the Population Health Services. 3, support for veterans provider relationship. It emphasized policies that support the relationship between veterans and their healthcare providers when discussing marijuana use and its impact on health, including the development of veteran-specific treatment programs. So these updates basically aim to enhance the clarity and consistency of the policies regarding medical cannabis amongst veterans. By aligning definitions with federal law and delineating responsibilities within the VA, the directive seeks to facilitate more informed and supportive discussions between veterans and their healthcare providers. It is important to note that while the directive allows for open discussion of cannabis use, VA providers are still prohibited from recommending, making referrals to, completing forms, or registering veterans for participation in state-approved marijuana programs as long as cannabis remains classified as a Schedule I substance under federal law. In practice, the effectiveness of these updates depends on the consistent implementations across VA facilities. So keep that in mind. All right. So, Michael, you're up with our next question.
So I think we're on number 5 there. We've seen updates, as you said, Etienne, in 2011, 2017, and most recently in 2023. Before I go on in this question, point out that it was passed in 2010, updated just 1 year later, and then it was 6 years later, and then 5 years. And it actually says that it should be 5 years. But it's all over the board. That's why we really didn't expect it in 2023. And that's why it's 2025 right now as we're doing this, and we're just now doing this, is because of that strange time dilation there. We weren't really we were doing other things in 2024, 2023. Before I go on to the rest of the question, though, that does remind me to say that everybody, if they want to check out what the VA has done on this, just before this policy came out in 2023, the VA SITREP did a little video on YouTube about this cannabis policy. And basically all they did was talk about the fact, as we read, that you shouldn't have any punitive action taken against you at the VA for using medical marijuana, the basics that we've been talking about. But that is the VA itself doing that, which was quite powerful, and we appreciated that. So did these updates, did any of them significantly improve, or did they complicate how veterans engage with their providers? Do veterans feel confident discussing their cannabis use with their VA providers without fear of losing benefits or being stigmatized despite the protections in the directive? What challenges remain in making sure doctors understand they can talk about cannabis without penalizing veterans? For me, you know, again, these policies are so abstract. They've done more, I think, in the activist world than they've done in the real world, you know, on the day-to-day basis. It's not like veterans are really using this as a weapon to defend themselves inside the facility. Generally over time, though, as Etienne pointed out, they do seem to be getting the memo over time. It does seem, I think it's our work out in the world that's done more good than anything. As Etienne pointed out, I think the VA has done a horrible job of educating their providers on this stuff. You know, do people still fear losing their benefits or being stigmatized? One of the interesting things that we found working out in the field, and I suppose you could, you know, back this up, Etienne, with your experience, is that veterans have been a lot of the patients in medical cannabis programs. In other words, medical cannabis programs, no matter what state they're in, have had a very good portion of their patients or vets, number one. And number two, that those vets in almost all those states that have legalization, in other words, adult recreational access where you just show ID and buy it versus just a medical cannabis program. In all those states, pretty much they have a medical program and the adult rec program. And a lot of our vets go for the adult rec program because they don't want to be going through being put on a list, having, you know, doctors' recommendations and stuff like that. The cost is you know, an issue for people living on a fixed income like veterans, but also just the being on a list was always brought up to me by a lot of vets. They didn't want to have their name put on a list and be, you know, in some way trackable by the federal government for their marijuana use. So I think that's still a thing that we haven't gotten away from yet. And making sure the doctors, you know, don't penalize veterans. I think it, I think it's really tied to the other drugs. You know, this is one of the problems I had early on with my work was I went to Ethan Nadelman. I talked about him before, and I talked to him about what I was working on. And he said, oh, yeah, well, pain management and stuff like that, it's legal drugs. What, to go talk to people that work on legal drugs. I work on illegal drugs, he tells me. But, you know, it's the intersection of the legal drugs and the illegal drugs, so to speak, that we're having the issue with. But it's the illegal, not the illegal drugs, not cannabis. The cannabis isn't really creating a problem. The doctors that we've talked to, all of them are completely in unison, you know, talking about the lower level risk from cannabis as compared to opiates and things like that. That's a consensus, even amongst doctors that hate cannabis, they would concede that, you know, it's there's no comparison really about you know, cannabis and opiates and things like that. So, you know, it's the opiates and things like that, even treatments for psychiatric issues, post-traumatic stress, some of these so-called psych meds, you can run into issues where you know, the doctor just feels like they need to police their patients. They need to drug test them. And in the system, because cannabis is Schedule 1, still to this day, in many places, you'll just immediately be labeled as cannabis substance use disorder. And they can do that because the cannabis substance use disorder DSM, you know, criteria that they go by in the psychiatric world is, you know, rather easy to comply with, basically by cannabis just being technically illegal and what you have to do to get it. It's very unfair, the situation with that regard. And I think it's up to doctors, really, to a certain extent. They have to really live up to their ethics and their standards and learn and be educated. We're, you know, patients at a time. Mary Lynn could talk about the struggles to give doctors this information, continuing medical education credits, what that works like and stuff. But that fits in there, I think. So, but that's my answer.
You know, I just wanted to add in terms of the post-traumatic stress, for example, that there is evidence out there. You know, and unfortunately, Sue Sisley's study, she had to use the Mississippi-grown cannabis, which is not real-world cannabis. It's low THC, and so it wasn't a fair use. She's going to be, you know, looking more at real-world cannabis. But we do want evidence-based studies, but there's also something called practice-based evidence. And cannabis fits into that perfectly. This is a not a new drug. It's an old plant that's been used medicinally for thousands of years. And now what we have, when you talk about post-traumatic stress, when you have veteran after veteran after veteran coming in and saying, this saved my life. I was ready to commit suicide. Cannabis saved my life. And they say that story over and over and over again. You know, you got to look at it and say there's something to it. You know, and there's practice-based medicine. They're not getting into trouble with it. It is literally saving their life. And actually the science from Ethan Russo, looking at the science of the endocannabinoid system, looks at, you know, a veteran with post-traumatic stress has been stressed so heavily that it's done harm to their own endocannabinoid system, because the endocannabinoid system is there to protect us from stressors. Well, when you're overly stressed, it's deficient then. And so it makes sense that cannabis would help replenish this system that is designed to keep us in balance. But it's just, it's just nuts for any veteran ever to be penalized for using something that's not hurting anyone else. I mean, and all they can tell you is, I'm feeling better, I'm sleeping, I'm not having the nightmares, I can, you know, whatever it is, you know, the pain is better. It's just, it's unconscionable that this continues. Patients out of time. We're celebrating our 30th anniversary this year. And we started with the idea, if we'd educate people about the therapeutic use of cannabis in accredited conferences to get healthcare professionals to come. Unfortunately, due to the Schedule I status, many healthcare professionals are still a little scared to come to a conference about cannabis. But the idea of educating them to get them to know the amount of science that's there 30 years later, and we're still stuck. It's frustrating.
Yeah, and how do we get unstuck? Well, this policy's only been around 14 years since the first one in 2011. So what's the differences? Well, the improvements. 2011 and 2017 basically clarified that veterans will not be denied VA services for using cannabis in accordance with state laws. The 2023 really brought updated legal definitions due to the post-2018 Farm Bill and emphasized supporting veteran-provider relationships, urging providers to consider cannabis use in the context of individualized treatment plans. So, we have many lingering challenges still. Inconsistent implementation is still the biggest problem. Despite national policy, the experience varies greatly across VA facilities, as we said prior. Some veterans report supportive conversations, while others are met with silence, suspicion, or outdated attitudes. Another challenge, provider awareness. Many VA clinicians either aren't fully aware of Directive 13 or are unaware how to navigate the cannabis conversation within the bounds of federal law. This creates a hesitancy, even when the directive protects the discussion. And then, of course, the stigma and fear. You know, we continue to express, we veterans, the fear of disclosing cannabis use because we're concerned about losing access to pain meds or PTSD treatment. Being labeled a drug user, not a fan. It happened to me just because I just discussed my cannabis use with the VA. And of course, facing subtle or overt stigma in their medical records or caring planning. You know what I'm saying? People, especially with high pain meds and pain med use, are the ones who come to us frequently and ask how do they navigate these waters, right? So it's very much a challenge. So we need stronger internal training at the VA so that providers know exactly what they can and cannot say, and what veterans are protected. And again, the reason for this video is to empower you. You can print a copy of your Directive 1315 and take it down to the VA and show them and be the educator, right? 2, consistent system-wide communications to veterans that cannabis conversations are safe, legal, and encouraged under the directive. We do know that, you know, there is the sit rep. Can veterans use marijuana? VA benefits in using marijuana, CBD, THC, cannabis. And that's a pretty old sit rep. It's a few years old. So but it's out there, and that video is available, and you can even search for it directly on the YouTubes. And then the monitoring and feedback mechanisms to ensure facilities are applying Directive 13 fairly and uniformly, So we still have a ways to go. All right, the final question will go to Councilmember Mathry.
Okay. Actually, before I do that, I wanted to say one more thing about pain meds and way back when we started with this with contracts. There is a reason for not a good reason, but one of the reasons that the docs felt necessary to do pain contracts with patients, even though, as Michael said, they're not really contracts, was if they're providing an opiate, they want to make sure the patient isn't taking benzodiazepines that they don't know about, other opiates that they don't know about, marijuana for whatever reason, et cetera, because of the potential danger. If they're taking benzos along with something, it could be a deadly combination. So there was a safety reason. But along comes the opiate epidemic. We got a huge problem, deaths going all over it. The Centers for Disease Control actually put out some guidelines for physicians. And in those guidelines, I think it's number 10 and 11, they're specifically saying, well, I shouldn't say specifically, they're so indirectly, but clearly saying it's something like, in doing drug tests for your patients, it would be wise to, sometimes you might want to omit some substances, for example, marijuana. And they said that because they recognized that when somebody tested positive for marijuana, the doc would then kick him out of the program. So then the patient went to the street and would use opiates. And so even the CDC was saying, you don't have to test for cannabis, if you're worried about safety. This is not a safety issue. It's, if anything, most patients use less opiates. So it's silly. It's the stupidest thing that they find out someone's using cannabis and, okay, I'm not going to give you opiates anymore. There's no rational reason for it. Anyway, I wanted to throw that out there. So question number 6, where do we go from here? Explain VAC's vision for veterans' medicinal access to cannabis through a voucher similar to those used for veterans' clothing allowance. And you guys can probably talk to that specific thing easier, but it's a great idea.
Well, the idea was born out of necessity and the problem, of course, due to the treatment by geography, right? As we've watched the landscape continue to evolve nationwide, we believe it's time for the VA to move beyond simply allowing conversations about cannabis and towards recognizing it as a legitimate therapeutic option for veterans. Our vision is simple, practical, and rooted in existing VA frameworks. The VAC's proposal for a cannabis voucher system is just like what the VA currently does with the VA clothing allowance. And so we're proposing an actual cannabis voucher system. It provides an annual stipend, or it could be monthly, to veterans who medically necessarily devices so that we can envision a medical cannabis voucher around the stipend that currently allows medical 100% veterans to get necessary devices for their clothing, etc. They can select their own. The VA doesn't do that. They give them a voucher. So the voucher respects federal limitations without forcing the VA to distribute cannabis directly. It leverages existing state-licensed state programs and empowers veterans to choose plant-based medicines. It also helps reduce dependency on opioids and other pharmaceuticals, which, as we know, is something that they want to give us en masse. Now, how it could work? Well, the veterans already authorized VA disability care could receive an annual or quarterly stipend or monthly or voucher to use at state-approved medical cannabis dispensaries. Like the clothing allowance, the system would be needs-based, tied to medical conditions, potentially, evidence-supported with cases of documentation from the VA or non-VA providers. And it's easy to administer, building on existing VA benefits disbursement program. The goal is basically safe, equitable, and affordable access to cannabis as medicine. A formal VA acknowledgement from the VA that cannabis plays a real role in veterans' wellness programs and their wellness plans outright. Reduction in harm from over medication with pharmaceuticals, especially opioids and benzodiazepines. And an empowerment. Veterans can take control of their healthcare choices with dignity and transparency. So we aren't asking for special treatment. We're just asking for fair, modern, and medically sound options. Veterans already earn the right to access the care that they need. It's time the VA to acknowledge that cannabis is not just a conversation, but it's a practical policy that meets veterans where they are. It does not solve the problem of treatment by geography, but we need to get started somewhere. And the idea was basically born out of the cannabis of the Veterans Cannabis Access out of Canada, which was brought forth starting back in 2004. It was originally 10 grams, but now it's down to 3 grams per day, where the veteran gets if you're 100% disability, you get 3 grams per day free of charge. And you get to select your modality. If you want joint, you want a lollipop, you want a pill, you want a patch, then you go on to the Canadian government has its own national pharmacy app. You go on that app, and then you can place your order. And within 48 hours, the Canadian Postal Service delivers that box to your door for your supply that you order for your charge to the veteran. Well, we heard about that, and we're like, well, that's just amazing. And of course, it is not the most perfect system. And we know that the United States government isn't, universally there yet. So we put our minds together and we thought along the lines of exactly what the clothing allowance was, because that's already existing, and kind of gave us a framework of understanding to kind of build around. And the more we thought about it, the more we put it together, the more logical it sounded. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Michael Krawitz for his thoughts.
Appreciate it. Yeah, man. The thing that we had to deal with was, like the it's so funny, the cannabis movement started out in the 1960s, kind of coming out of the hippie movement and utopia, seeking folks, and the anti-drug were these, straight people that were, too serious. And now we're kind of serious cannabis people, and the people that are against us are purely utopian with their anti-marijuana stuff. You really need to hear them. You really have to hear them to believe it. But we're dealing with reality, and the reality is that we've got a cannabis program in the United States that isn't going to change anytime soon, that gives the control of the medical cannabis programs to the state as in local state, like Georgia, Virginia, California. And the states have passed their own laws, and those laws are implemented, at the state level, protected by our U.S. Constitution, separation of the powers in the state and the federal government. And the states also already handle a lot of medical stuff, medical boards, medical licenses. A lot of the stuff are state run anyway. So, there are things that continue that aren't completely special for cannabis when it comes to states working on things that the federal government doesn't do. And the reality of it is that no matter what bill you're looking at in Congress, they really don't eliminate that program anytime soon. And we're trying to figure out, how do we get veterans access to this cannabis in a way that does two things. One, gets the VA engaged in a positive way, so you have the cannabis actually integrated into the veterans' healthcare in a positive way that helps come up with better treatment options and treatment plans that improve the veteran's life, right? And then how do you do that, you know, in a way that is comfortable to the VA? Really, you know, I talked about their oversensitivity to the DEA. So, and we looked at, like, DEA is right now talking about Schedule 3. And we looked at Schedule 3 and it doesn't do it for us, because Schedule 3 still requires, you know, in most cases, it's a very serious prescription drug. It's like, what was it? Schedule 3, you know, has some like Valium kind of drugs, right? Has ironically enough, it has Marinol, the THC pharmaceutical, is in Schedule 3. But
That's
that's
like
a pretty
Tylenol
serious
number 3.
prescription.
It'd be
Tylenol
like
number 3 with codeine, yeah, with
yeah.
codeine. So
Then
it's a
those are
fairly
4.
serious. Oh, that's even Schedule 4. That's not even Schedule 3. So yeah, Schedule 3 is more restrictive than that. And basically the bottom line being that Veterans Affairs doctors are used to writing Schedule 3 prescriptions. They're used to the fact that, unlike Schedule 2 or Schedule 1, they can more liberally write refill prescriptions, you know, for that kind of stuff. But they're still really, you know, they're locked into understanding that as a prescription drug. And we looked at the schedules. I mean, right now, uh, it's really obvious to anybody who looks at anything the cannabis movement is doing, to know that the cannabis movement wants cannabis to be removed from schedules, so-called deschedule. And that would definitely solve this problem. But we looked at the schedules as they're written, and Schedule 5 would actually work for now. If they wanted to reschedule and they rescheduled to 5 instead of 3, that would actually work for us, because Schedule 5 includes, you know, some fairly serious drugs, but you know, not that serious that you can't prescribe them with a recommendation, and not so serious that you couldn't have them over the counter, so to speak, sold at the pharmacy just by signing your name without a prescription required. And if a prescription isn't required per se, then the Veterans Affairs doctor should feel a lot more comfortable writing the recommendation for it, because the veteran is basically shopping on their own. They're getting guidance from the doctor. The doctor isn't really enabling them to get the cannabis. So that's what we looked at as a bridge. Schedule 5 seemed to work for us. Removing from scheduling, obviously, I think again is the way to go, because it plant material primarily should have never been scheduled in the first place alongside very strong powder medicines, powder drugs like heroin. And then there's another problem. You know, the patient that needs something kind of special, you know, we're right now we're looking at you know, kind of the future and transitioning to you know, cannabis activism in the 21st century. Really now is when we're doing it, really, I'd say. And what I'm seeing is a need to protect and to work on what you might call craft cannabis, or small farms of cannabis that produce what's, you know, called heirloom or landrace cannabis around the world. And what's going to happen is you're going to wind up with, like, again, for lack of better words, like a corporate cannabis. That's going to actually be fine. There's nothing wrong with corporate cannabis. We use a lot of corporate stuff. It fits most consumers' needs, including patients. And I'll say that it really does. You know, corporate cannabis, or the legal cannabis, you know, if it's coming from a source where it's trusted, and you don't have pesticides, and it's, you know, well regulated, you know, the patient's needs can be easily met for a lot of patients with you know, again, sort of corporate cannabis. But there's going to be this odd patient or this odd application that's going to require something rather special, plant material that's only from a certain place, or genetics, certain formulation, whatever, that's not going to be available from the pharmacy, not going to be available from the corporate world, I don't think, for a very long time, if ever. And I think that's where I'm focusing on now, is the future of that, which is, I think, you know, a problem above and beyond what schedule we put it on, or even if we deschedule it. And I just sort of wanted to insert it there in the end.
Mary Lynn, do you have any final thoughts? All right. Well, So again, we're looking at a concept of an idea. Mary Lynn, did you have any final thoughts before I wrap it up?
No. I think we spent a lot of time on this, and it's medicine. Descheduled be great. The voucher system is a great idea for the interim until they finally wake up. But again, anybody who's listening, the more you know about this, Veterans Action Council does want to, as I said earlier, does want to know if you're running into problems or running into successes. It's nice to know what's working and where something's working and what issues are still happening around the country. That's about it.
All right, beautiful people. Well, I hope you got a thorough education after we have beat this horse into thorough glue. But we hope people will come back to this time and time again. Point your friends. When they come and ask, you can point to the SITREP video. You can point to the Veterans Action Council video. We can educate each other. You can take copies of your directive down to the VA. It's their own directive, and educate them on it. It is within your right. And if you feel that they're not educated, be the educator. That's what we've done. And we're not afraid to do it again. And any last final thoughts, Michael, before we close up this particular thoughts and ideas?
Just that I've taken sort of this trip. When I started this, my little girl hadn't been born yet, and now she's full on adult. Like it's amazing how many years this whole I told this story, but it unfolded over such a long period of time, and it's I really feel like this has been some of the most rewarding time of my life is being connected to this stuff. Whether it be the internal work I'm talking about with the VA and the external work with the states or any of that. It's getting to know you all and getting to work with y'all and having an impact on the future. I told a lot of behind the scenes stuff that you'll read a little bit about it in Dr. Gephardt's journal article, but most of what I said tonight is very behind the scenes. That's why I wanted to take the time to give the detail, so it would be on the record somewhere. It's a really fascinating story, I think. Tell me if you think I'm wrong, sometime. But I appreciate getting to tell it and getting to hang out with y'all, and I really appreciate your input. Like, you guys have such an amazing, the three of us, the perspective that we bring to the table is quite awe-inspiring. I want to say that, the three of us in this call tonight. So yeah, much love to y'all.
Well, and much love to you. So as we close out this roundtable number 89, I want to thank each one of you, our veterans, allies, and providers, advocates, for showing up, as well as for listening and continuing to be part of this critical conversation. We unpacked the history of VHA Directive 1315, its evolution, its gaps, and its promise. We've heard lived experiences. We still walk that tightrope between healing and fear. We've laid out a vision from the VAC, where safe, legal, compassionate access to cannabis is not a debate, but a basic right. So to be clear, veterans shouldn't have to hide their medicine. They shouldn't have to choose between honesty and healthcare. And they definitely shouldn't be left behind while the rest of the country moves forward. We at the VAC are committed to protecting the right to heal, and we know you're with us. If you found a value in today's discussion, please share it, talk about it, and bring one more veteran into this conversation. All right, by doing so, this is how change happens. Roundtable by roundtable, story by story. Right. So we're not just talking policy; we're talking people. We're talking those who served our country and deserve honest, stigma-free health care. All right. All right. You can find more at our VAC's YouTube, of course. We appreciate your time, your voice, your continued fight to protect the right to heal. And set that back up. I'd like to thank Marilyn Mathry, Michael Krawitz, and myself, and the rest of the VAC members. This has been VAC Roundtable number 89. Veterans, Cannabis, VA Hospital, Know Your Rights under VHA Directive 1315. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you next time. Oops.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Yeah, you feel that? Welcome to the session. Let's vibe. Roll one up, let's take flight. Bass hits deep, ride the night. Smoking sound, it's paradise. High vibes only feeling right. High vibes, let it flow. Deep bass, watch it glow. Dub hits, rock and roll. We light it up and take it slow. Moonlight beams through the haze, blunt burn slow, lost in space. No stress here, just let go. Dr. High sets the show. Yeah, we vibing, we riding. Welcome to the High Vibe Session.
Can fam. How are you? Welcome to episode 11 of High Vibes with Dr. High. We're going to have a pretty good night tonight. We have like 7 new songs coming in and a couple of good ones from the past you haven't heard in a while. So I think we're going to have a little bit of fun. Going to talk a little bit about my first week at the Medicine Box, which was awesome. Everything is groovy. I hope you're really all doing well out there tonight. I hope you're staying lifted and well medicated. And let's not delay. Let's get into our first new song. It is a song called Talk to the Leaf, and it's about drowning out all the noise when you're catching your buzz. And I think we can all relate to that. So let's go. Talk to the Leaf.
Another speech to give. I nodded slow and let you live. Your drama's loud, your truth is fake. I lit a bowl for my own sake. Tuned you out with lemon haze. Your rage just dancing purple waves. You say I'm lost, I say I'm free. You scream at walls, I smoke the trees. And if you ask me what I need, sure as hell ain't your stampede. So talk to the hand, I'll talk to the leaf. Found more wisdom in a single green weed. Your noise is tired, my mind's at peace. I broke the chain and found release. Like life's a water wind, I'm just trying to breathe again. Your trophies don't impress me, man. I'm high as hell and I understand. Got my Dr. High hoodie, got my strain. Tuned out the guilt, tuned out the shame. A little weed, a little grace, and now I float in a better place. Chase the clock, I exhale the clouds. Your world's a mess, mine's just loud. So talk to the hand, I'll talk to the leaf. Found more wisdom in a single green weed. Your noise is tired, my mind's at peace. I broke the chain and found relief. Said try the mindful path, so I lit up and did the math. Less anxiety, more delight. One joint late, I slept all night. So keep your rules and write your scripts. I'll take deep pulls and perfect hits. Don't need to argue, don't need to grieve. I found my calm with Dr. High's roof. So talk to the hand, I'll talk to the leaf. Found more wisdom in a single green weed. Your world's too loud, mine's on repeat. I found my truth and hit delete.
There was Talk to the Leaf. It's a little reminiscent of some, British pop rock, Maroon 5, Coldplay, something like that. But nice little song. All right. So you might have noticed right before that song played, something came up that said Dr. High's 420 Anthems, the ultimate cannabis playlist. I have created a summertime cannabis playlist for your cannabis events, your outdoor parties, when you're having a gathering at home, or just to sess you when you feel like partying. All right there, really easy. Just go to the playlist, shuffle it up, and let it go, and I think you have a great time. So next song is one that we have played before, but is really quite popular with the ladies. It's called High by Nine. I can definitely relate to this song. I've been with my wife for 30 years. She had smoked a couple of joints before she met me, but not too many. Now she's a machine, but never learned to roll. So on her days off, I best have them joints ready in the morning, or I got to listen to wah, 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 wah. You know, so you know how it works, right? In the household, you keep the wife happy and your life is pretty calm and peaceful. So I can definitely relate to this story. High by Nine, let's go.
Don't talk to me, live that and bake. Seriously, don't. Alarm going off, eyes crusty as hell. Coffee on drip, but that ain't my spell. I need a little green just to start my flow. Can't handle people till I'm puffing slow. Phone blowing up, boss on red. Cat wants food and my plant needs fed. I love you, babe, but please don't go. Not before you roll up my morning glow. I don't want tea, I don't want toast. I want that joint that I love the most. 1 toke, 2 kiss, 3 dance move. Put the lighter in gear and let the vibe groove. Weed me up before you go, go. Don't leave me dry and solo. I need that burn to face the day. You light me up, I'll float away. Weed me up before you go, go. Don't hit the street without the mojo. I'm not that sweet without my strain. Just 1 little hit to fix my brain. Yeah, yeah. I got a playlist and a pancake pan, but nothing hits right till I'm rolling the gram. I don't need hugs, I don't need zen. I need a fat J and my house coat again. Forget your kiss, just pass the flame. I'll spark the mood, then remember your name. We can talk life after I'm high. Till then, don't ask me why I cry. It's a love song to my sativa stray. She lift me up and ease the pain. You can take the keys, you can take the car, but leave the grinder. That's where the stars are. Weed me up before you go, go. Just 1 little hit to fix my brain. You didn't light it, so I quit my job.
There it was, High by Nine. Great little energetic song. So, as I told you guys, I have transitioned away from MTL Cannabis and are now working at the Medicine Box in Oka, Quebec, which is a First Nations dispensary on sovereign Mohawk territory. What can I say? I got 3 shifts in and I absolutely love it there. The people are amazing. I love the way the place operates. I love the product selection. The layout of the building is incredible. I think it's a real destination experience for people. They have a wonderful bistro, coffees and juices and snacks, infused and not infused, and anything you could basically want in the cannabis world is available there. So if you're anywhere near Oka, Quebec, you can come visit old Dr. High at the Medicine Box in Oka, and I guarantee you, you're going to love the experience and you're going to leave with a product that makes you absolutely thrilled. Come see me. Okay, next song. Let's get into a little rock and roll. Next song is called Burn Box. Once again, it's kind of about escaping the pressures of life. You know, when things get tough and the pressure's all around you, you kind of retreat into your own little space, your burn box, and smoke a joint, and all that pressure and stress seems to dissipate. So real rocker, love it. I hope you're going to too. Let's go, Burn Box.
Got a little room behind the wall, no windows, no lights, just me in the crawl. Towel stuffed, door sealed. feel tight. I fade and smoke and lose the fight. One chair, one flame, no clock to chase. No eyes, no lies, just sacred space. You can keep your clean routines. I'll keep my box and broken screens. And when the pressure starts to knock, I disappear inside my box. In my burn box, I breathe real slow. Every toke rewrites what I know. You call it hiding, I call it grace. In Dr. High's haze, I find my place. Walls are cracked, the floor still creaks, but this is where my silence speaks. Buds in jars like sacred texts. My only rituals are side effects. No demands, no pointed blame, just the leaf and a shifting frame. Call it weird or call it weak, but this is where I learn to speak. I'm not lost, I'm on patrol, lighting fires to save my soul. In my burn box, I breathe real slow. Every toke rewrites what I know. You call it hiding, I call it grace. In Dr. High's haze, I found my place. I find my place. They build towers, I build peace. You chase power, find release. Pull the plug on your loud parade. Retreated to the calm I made. Now the smoke curls like a song. I've been right here all along. So knock if you want, but I ain't home. This is my throne, my mind, my soul. In my burn box, I breathe real slow. Every toke rewrites what I know. You call it hiding, I call it grace. In Dr. High's haze, I find my place.
And that was Burn Box. Real banger. Love some good rock and roll. Let's switch it up and go a little more urban. Let's do a little bit of hip hop now. Next song is called Roll Call, and it's all about strains. Naming the strains, different strains, can be a roll call. See who's smoking what out there. That's one thing I found at the Medicine Box. They have an incredible selection of strains. I have to say, wow, I don't know, close to 40, I would imagine. All nice too, really nice weed and great prices. They have ounces starting at $80, and they're going to top out right around $280. But well worth it. So come on down and see me. And with that, let's get into naming some strains with a little hip hop, dubstep, trance mix called Roll Call.
We only smoke the best.
Gelato runs, cookies, kush, what you got?
Cookies in the blunt, runts in the cone. Gas so loud, can't answer my phone. Skittles in the jar, OG in the pack. Took 2 hits, now I ain't going back. Gelato 33 got me floating on Mars. Wedding cake hit like a brand new car. Pink rosé got the whole squad stuck.
smoke one time, now shorty in love. If it ain't exciting, pass it. Hey, what's in the bag? Let me see. If it's that booth, keep it far from me. We smoke exotic, yeah, only elite. I roll the pressure, I don't do weak. Roll call, name your string. If it ain't gas, then stay in your lane. Roll call, light it up. That mid-grade week, boy, that ain't enough. Gelato, down in the trunk, riding like a capo, serve in the joint, hash in the bowl, mix them together, now I'm out of control. Gorilla Glue 4, got me stuck in my seat. 100-pound cake tastes real sweet. Tropicana cookies hit like a beast. If it ain't loud, don't bring it to me. Moon rock, Sunday driver, lemon haze. White lunch, biscotti, super sour days. Too much smoke, vision blurred. Name your strain, say the word. Roll call, name your strain. If it ain't gas, then stay in your lane. Roll call, light it up. That mid-grade week, boy, that ain't enough. Bro, what is that? No, we don't smoke that over here. Pass me the real shit. Roll call, name your strain. If it ain't gas, then stay in your lane. Roll call, light it up. That mid-grade week, boy, that ain't enough. 3.
That was Roll Call. Fun little song about strains. Enjoyable. I like it. I hope you guys do too. All right, now we're going to get into another new song. It's called The Way Back. Dr. High Music is designed to entertain, but also to educate and to share stories of people's journey with our favorite plant, with cannabis, in their quest to find a better quality of life and wellness. Next song is a song like that, about a lady's journey where the doctor wants to give her the pills. She decides to try and see if cannabis would be beneficial for her. As she finds out, it doesn't alleviate everything in totality, but it does allow her to find a sense of normality in her life and be able to accomplish things that normally she wouldn't be able to without the assistance of more damaging medications. So The Way Back, here we go.
I used to run, now I just float through days too tied around my throat. Doctor smiles, hands me a pill, but the silence comes louder still. I miss the girl who danced at night. Now I measure wins and sleep and light. No one sees the war I keep, so I lay down but never sleep. I wasn't chasing some kind of high, I just wanted to feel alive. And I found the way back, slow and small, in a spark, in breath, not loud at all. Didn't fix me, didn't erase, but with Dr. High
first hit felt like a window cracked. Air I didn't know I lacked. Not euphoric, not a rush, just a quiet I could trust. My joints still ached, my bones still shook, but I read a page, I cooked, I looked in the mirror and saw a face, not lost, just out of place. It doesn't cure, but it clears a lane, a little peace in a world of strain. And I found the way back, slow and small, in a spark, in breath, not loud at all. Didn't fix me, didn't erase, but with Dr. High, I found my pace. Now I light one when the fog rolls in, pull my hoodie tight and let life begin. I've still got scars, I still get low, but I'm not broken, just letting go. Some days I fall, some days I fight, but now I feel the warmth at night. One breath, one page, one quiet song, and I'm still here, I'm still strong. Yeah, I found the way back, step by step, through the haze and alert. Hurt I kept, didn't fix me, didn't erase, but with Dr. High, I found my pace, and I rise at my own grace.
Way back, the story of one woman's journey with the plant. And I'm sure there are a lot of you out there who are using cannabis medicinally and have found the benefit to its natural way of helping us stay balanced with the endocannabinoid system and keeping everything level and helping us combat certain things. So that's great. Next song, Slab City, all about shatter. I myself had a closed loop system with 2.5 pound columns, which allowed me to run 5 pounds at a time. I also had 3 degassing ovens with a total capacity of around 2,000 grams. So twice a week, we would extract, fill those ovens up. We do 4 runs approximately, sometimes 5, depending on the material, but 4 runs to fill up the ovens, 3 days degassing, out, run again, fill them up, twice a week doing that. And I did that for like 2 years. I made so much shatter. It was incredible, which I turned into vape pens and edibles and sold as slabs. And so Slab City, that's where I lived for a while. That was my garage. So here we go. Great little hip hop dubstep trap song. Let's hear it.
Only slabs allowed in Slab City. Go, shatter on the route tray like it's treasure. Torch to the banger, that heat bring pleasure. Pulling fat globs like I'm mining for gold. Every exhale look like winter took hold. Dab tool dancing, I'm the chef in this kitchen. Terp so loud they make the neighbors start bitching. B.A. Joe drip like like a crown on my dome. Frozen in the stash, but today I'm in the zone. Low temp flavor burst, lungs on tour. This ain't a smoke, it's a spiritual cure. I dab for the pain, the stress, the rage. Turn wax into wisdom, fire to sage. Welcome to Slab City, no mids in my lane. Got the rig so clean, it could carry champagne. If you cough, you belong. If you ghost, you a fraud. Round here, we treat dabs like a gift from God. Slab City, baby, no stems, no seeds. Just pressure pack diamonds and top tier feeds. Hold tight and held deep, this the life we chose. Watch me float off the nail in a cloud of rose. My banger got a passport, worldwide flame. Dabbed in Amsterdam, left that rig with a name. Slabs like mirrors, see my truth in the melt. Each hit remind me of the cards I was dealt. Used to be the runt, now I'm king of the sesh. From couch lock days to my grind, feeling fresh. Told my girl no date night unless we dab first. She laughed, took a hit, then put in that work. Moonwalking on turfs, third eye wide, seeing galaxies bloom when the cores collide. It's more than a high, it's a code of the flame. And Dr. High stamped it, certified game. Let it melt, let it hit, let the clouds entertain. Watch me float off the nail in the cloud of rose. Slap it out, zoned in, only legends know. Inhale knowledge, exhale noise. Let it melt, let it hit, let the clouds entertain. Watch me float off the nail in a cloud of rose. Slapped out, zoned in, only legends know. Heal knowledge. Extra noise.
And that was Slab City. All right, time for another new song. This one's called Mood Swing Symphony. Now, cannabis has a lot of use for us as human beings. Some can help us control our mood swings and, help you calm down, relax, chill, when things get too heavy. And next song, Mood Swing Symphony, is just about using cannabis to attempt to control that swing in moods, to get you away from depression and anxiety and get you back to a place where you feel normal and you can function everyday society and feel good about things, right? And that's what really matters. I mean, life is supposed to be enjoyable. We all got stresses. We got bills, rent, and food, and it's getting worse and worse all the time. But we need a way to just put up that wall and find our own peace and quiet for just a little while, right? Hard to do with the TV because you're watching the news. It's all bullshit on there. So sometimes a quiet place and a fat joint are all you need to solve your problems, at least for the next couple hours. Mood Swing Symphony.
Awake up on the edge of me, half a thought, no guarantee. The mirror shifts, the light deceives. I lie to bold, the noise recedes. Mood swings like a wrecking ball. One word wrong, I lose it all. But weep calms the storm inside. A slow sonata where I can hide. Don't need applause, just inner peace. A quiet room where chaos sleeps. It's a mood swing symphony, rising loud inside of me. Cannabis keys are twisted shadows wept in the fire, wrote down lies and preached to the choir. The pendulum don't ask permission, it swings in time with my condition. But when the blood begins to glow, I slow the tempo, steal the show, hit a hum, a softer pace. Now I conduct my inner space. They call me broken, call me weird, but I just mastered what they fear. It's a mood swing symphony, rising loud inside of me. Cannabis keys, I'll play the tune with Dr. High beneath the moon. I don't need meds with 5 side effects. I need rhythm, breath, and green reflex. I journal smoke into the sky. Let it scatter, don't ask why. My Dr. High hoodie smells like sacred calm. I write my rage into a psalm. The world can spin, the notes still land. I hold the joint in my conductor's hand. It's a mood swing symphony, rising loud inside of me. Cannabis keys, I play the tune with Dr. High beneath the moon. Yeah, I conduct my soul too soon.
And that was Mood Swing Symphony. Kind of a cool song. All right, so next we're going to play something that's, I don't know, one of my favorite songs called Half a Joint and a Broken Heart. I guess I just must be some kind of old softy as I get older, because I do like a love song every now and again. And this is one about thinking about those loves that, have been lost, and you're on your own, you're out there, and you're thinking about that girl that you lost or that guy that you lost, and smoking a joint and reminiscing. And there it is. Half a Joint and a Broken Heart. Let's check it out.
Radio hum some old love song, same old words, still feeling wrong. Moonlight's heavy on this 2-lane road, trying to let go, but I can't let go. One hand on the wheel, one holding tight to the last thing left from a lonesome night. Burnt out cherry, but it still sparks. Half a joint and a broken heart. Maybe I should turn around. Maybe love ain't meant to be found, but every mile just pulls me deep in smoking memories I can't keep. Half a joint and a broken heart, trying to hold myself together while I fall apart. Breathing you in, breathing you out, a little more haze, a little less doubt. Half a joint and a restless soul, trying to find a place where I can let go. Lost in the night, lost in the dark. Half a joint and a broken heart. Thought by now I'd be moving on, but some things stay even when they're gone. Your voice still lingers in my mind, like that last inhale, holding tight. A little a little pain washing over me like summer rain, fading slow like an old love scar, half a joint and a broken heart. Maybe I should turn around, maybe love ain't meant to be found, but every mile just pulls me deep in smoking memories I can't keep. Half a joint and a broken heart, trying to hold myself together while I fall apart. Breathing you in, breathing you out, a little more haze, a little less doubt. Half a joint and a restless soul, trying to find a place where I can let go. Lost in the night, lost in the dark. Half a joint and a broken heart. Maybe love ain't meant to stay, maybe pain just fades away. Maybe one day I'll be alright, but tonight I chase the high. Half a joint and a broken heart, trying to hold myself together while I fall apart. Breathing you in, breathing you out, a little more haze, a little less doubt. Half a joint and a restless soul, trying to find a place where I can let go. Lost in the night, lost in the dark. Half a joint and a broken heart.
All right. Hope you enjoyed that one. I tried not to shed a tear. I think I got away with it, so we're good to go. Next song, another new song, Gone Again. It's basically about kind of getting off the grid for a little while now and again. You need a break, right? Go camping, go up to the cottage, go someplace where there's no Wi-Fi, there's no Bluetooth, there's no signal, you're off the map, you got a chance to recharge. This guy managed to get up there with a little Dr. High, a little bit of weed, and some keef. And he's going to tell us about that time away and how he feels about it. Here we go. Gone Again.
Didn't text back, didn't say why. Just packed a bowl and kissed goodbye. Tired of rooms where no one hears. I ghost the world, then disappear. No note, no final scene. Just clouds behind a silent screen. They call it rude, I call it free. They don't get how I breathe. If you see me fade, don't call it fear. I'm just gonna get, but I'm still here. Gonna get off the map. No headlights, no digital trap. I roll away in the fog I trust. With Dr. High and a little keep dust. Gonna get off the map. No headlights, no digital trap. I roll away in the fog I trust. With Dr. High and a little keep dust. Old friends say I'm hard to reach, but I'm posted up just beyond the breach. You chase the grind, I chase the kush. A little weed and a quiet rush. A Dr. High hoodie deep, my headphones loud. The smoke wraps around me like a vapor shroud. While you chase views, I chase the vibe. I've left the grid to feel alive. If you can't hear me, just know I'm clear. I'm not lost, I just shifted gear. Gone again, off the map. No headlights, no digital trap. I roll away in the fog I trust. With Dr. High and a little keep dust. Gone again, off the map. No headlights, no digital trap. I This isn't quitting, it's the cure. A pause that feels like something pure. Ashes fall like time soft rain, but in this haze I smoke my strain. Let them panic, let them spin. I'll be gone but soon dead. Gone again, off the map. No headlights, no digital trap. I roll away in the fog I trust, with Dr. High and a little keep dust. Gone again, off the map. No headlights, no digital trap. I roll away in the fog I trust, with Dr. High and a little keep dust. Gone again, gone again, with Dr. High and a little keep dust. Gone again, off the map. No headlights, no digital trap. I roll away in the fog I trust, with Dr. High and a little keep dust.
Okay, we're back. Once again, I want to remind you about Dr. High's 420 Anthems, the Ultimate Cannabis playlist. All Dr. High music available on Spotify right now. All you'd have to do, it's free. Just open a Spotify account and find a playlist. Dr. High's 420 Anthems. Okay, so we're going to finish off. We have 2 new songs to finish tonight. I had mentioned last week that I've been working on a series of music that highlights different historically famous cannabis production and hash production areas around the world. Our next 2 songs are going to start to focus in on those. They're part of that body of work. So the first one is called Bricks of the Red Sun. It's about the Bekaa Valley in Lebanon, where hashish has been made for centuries and centuries. And this is a song about the region. I've done it as a psychedelic rock trance mix. And inside, I wanted to weave threads of regional music to give it some sort of authentic feel and a feel for the region that the music is being produced about. So here we go. Bricks of the Red Sun. I think you're going to love this.
The fields were green, the sun was red, and the cedar's breath, and cannabis plants finally kissed by death. Men in shadow eyes like fire, smoking hash, getting higher and higher. One dragon, you'd see the past, slow and sweet, but it hit so fast. Hidden sack, smuggled over stone. Red dust carried what couldn't be known. Bricks of the red sun sealed in the night, moved around the globe, make folks alright. From Bika to Berlin, Paris to Rome, hashish carry the stoner home. You light it slow, you drift away to the valley that still grows to this day. A memory burning sacred from those bricks of hash pressed under the red sun. Pressed under the red sun. Customs checked, but they never found what was produced on that desert ground. 1,000 joints in every crate, crossing borders, taking chance with fate. Shepherds, soldiers, smugglers, priests, hash all around, it was a feast. One hit deep and silence spread as visions danced inside inside your head. Hidden sacks smuggled over stone. Red dust carried what couldn't be known. Bricks of the red sun sealed in the night. Move from the good to make folks alright. From Bicata to Berlin, Paris to Rome. Hashish carry the stoner home. You light it up, you drift away to the valley that still grows to this day. A memory burned in sacred fun. Those bricks of hash pressed under the red sun. They say Dr. High once crossed that range with bricks of hash to inspire change. Left behind his hoodie on a cedar tree, marking the trail for stoners like me. The valley still breathes,
but only the high can hear it.
There it was, Bricks of the Red Sun, all about the Bekaa Valley in Lebanon. I really love this kind of music. Like, I don't know why, but it's so great to get high to. You know, you catch a good buzz, you have that turned up loud, you kind of float in it. And it's so cool to be able to make music like this that actually has relevance within the community and talks about things that matter to us. It's not... you know, it's just not pure entertainment. There are elements within this music that give us a little bit of history and a little bit of knowledge about how the plant's used in different cultures and how it's come about. So, yeah, I really love doing this sort of stuff, and I really hope you guys are enjoying it too. All right, so we're going to finish off with another new song. It's called Smoke Rises in Katama. Katama is a region in Morocco where hash has been produced for a very long time. A lot of the hash that makes it over to Marseille and then up into Spain and all around Europe is produced in this region. It's quite famous hash, and it's pretty cool. So let's get into it. Smoke from Katama.
The hills run deep, where weed grows wild and the winds don't sleep. Beneath the sun, they sow by hand, no maps, no lines, just sacred land. Eyes like stone hands seeking gold, they pressed hash bricks since days of old. Past the kith, the smoke ascends, a plan to hustle, it never ends. Chanted low in cannabis perfume, resin sings, the valley blooms. Smoke rises from Katama, thick in the sky. Burning hash, a taste you can't deny. Farms in the fog, rebels in tune. Smug lung hash by the face of the moon. Hash from the mountain, kissed by flame. They don't need borders, they don't need fame. Just sun, soil, and rhythm drums. Smoke from Katama forever hums. Footsteps lost in city trails where bricks are shipped using smuggler's sails. A world world unseen by kings and men, but known to those who risk it again. They press it slow, they press it tight, dark gold wrapped in silent night. Light one now, the mind is set, the high's still rising, ain't peaked yet. Chanted low in cannabis perfume, the resin sings, the valley blooms. Whoa, smoke from Katama, thick in the sky, burns with a taste you can't deny. Farms in the fog, rebels in tune, smugly in hash by the face of the moon. Hash from the mountains, soul in the flame. They don't need borders, they don't need fame, just sun, soil and rhythm drums. Smoke from Katama forever hums. I met a man in a market tent, wrapped in robes, his face half bent. He handed me a pipe, no name, no lie, just said, tell Dr. Hi. I said hi. The mountain don't speak, it remembers.
Smoke from Katama. Be awesome to get to Morocco one day and get up there and meet with the farmers and be there when they actually produce the hash and get a chance to smoke it right there. Oh, that would taste so good, I bet. Oh, what an amazing thing that would be. Anyway, that wraps it up for episode 11 of High Vibes with Dr. High. I want to thank you guys for taking time to hang out with me tonight. I really enjoy this process. I enjoy making the music. I enjoy getting on here and putting these shows together for you. And I hope you guys are enjoying it too. You know, I want to remind you that I am at the Medicine Box in Oka, Quebec. If you're in the area and would like to stop in to grab yourself something to smoke and have a pretty cool experience, that's the place to go. The staff are so knowledgeable. They're right there to help you. Everything happens very quickly. It's a beautiful, brand new, renovated building. I mean, there's not much you could need that you won't find there with us. So come see me at the Medicine Box. And please come back next Thursday for episode 12, where I will have some new music. I'm going to have a lot more of this world-type music, because I think next week is going to focus quite a bit on the music from the different cannabis-producing regions. And we'll have a lot of fun. So that wraps it up. Remember, good vibes only. Be safe, stay medicated, stay lit, and we'll see you next Thursday. Peace.
Yeah, you feel that? Welcome to the session. Let's vibe. Roll one up, let's take flight. Bass hits deep, ride the night. Smoking sound, it's paradise. High vibes only, feeling right. High vibes, let it flow. Deep bass, watch it glow. Dub hits, rock and roll. We light it up and take it slow.
Dr. High is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Cannabis Broadcasting Group here at cbgtv.com. Individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. I am Timmy, the newbie.
Mary Jane, also known as the doobie.
Today is Umbrella Cover Day. An interesting day to be sure, and we'll talk about more about that later.
Absolutely. I thought we were celebrating umbrellas, but
no,
apparently not.
It's the covers of the umbrellas.
Yes. And we'll get into that later.
Who knew?
Yeah.
Right?
Learning every day.
There's a whole thing on there. Also today we've got our high five list.
High five.
High five.
And of course our word of the week.
And we're going to be playing a little newbie or doobie.
With our special guest, Stephen Stairs.
Looking forward to another great episode. This has been fun. We're on episode 12 right now. 12
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I've lost track.
I haven't.
It's I'm 12. Glad somebody's keeping track.
Literally is 12. And just for the record, I am hearing a lot through my headphones right now, so I am trying to remove that. But anyways, so here's the thing. We wanted to talk about, before we get into some cannabis-related conversations, as we are wont to do, we go down other little rabbit trails that we find interesting.
Yes.
And it was very difficult to ignore the fact that this was Umbrella Cover Day. And like you had pointed out, initially when we looked at it, we're like, well, umbrellas, okay. And then we noticed that there is actually a thing, that there are people out there that are pretty passionate about not the umbrella, but the umbrella cover.
Yeah, the thing that most people lose.
Right?
Like, I have an umbrella collection. Like, when I like something, I get into it. And I happen to have a lot of umbrellas, and when I heard Umbrella Cover Day, I was like, yay, I get to bring the umbrellas out. And I realized that I don't have the umbrella cover for like half of my umbrellas.
Right.
And I also realized that the umbrella cover is only on the smaller umbrellas.
Okay.
And not the large, like the fighting style umbrellas.
The umbrella cover to me is the thing that if I ever bought an umbrella, and I'm going to admit right now, I'm in the minority here. I don't buy umbrellas.
So you're saying that your 2 umbrellas here you didn't purchase?
They were gifted to me.
Okay.
People gave them to me because they have connections to things that I enjoy in life. But if it's raining, I go walk in the rain. I don't.
That's true.
There has
That's
never
true.
been a time that I have walked outside and felt that it was raining too hard that I needed an umbrella. I put my hood up maybe and go. At the very least, I take my pants off and just enjoy the afternoon. But there
Go
is
singing in the rain.
So umbrellas to me are I don't really utilize them in general, but I do have 2 that I enjoy.
See, I think they're an accessory.
Well, they're
A very like people miss it. They don't think about it. But if it's rainy day, you're not going to want to have an umbrella that doesn't go with your outfit.
But is a cover? So then that means that the umbrella cover is an accessory to an accessory.
Exactly. Oh my gosh, I never thought of that.
So here's where I think the market is leading then. I think what we need to do is to create a protective cover for your umbrella cover.
No. You know what we need to do? Create an attachment
Sorry,
piece.
I got caught up in your hair.
Is it?
It's just the way the light reflected off of it. You look like Morticia Adams from the Addams
Is it better
Family.
that way?
No, it looked pretty hot before. Anyways.
Okay.
There we go. Anyways, sorry.
So we need to, when kids used to lose their gloves all the time?
Yeah.
And we would put that little clip thing?
Yeah, we attach it to their...
We need to make one of those
Right.
to attach to the umbrella.
Yeah, see, if I was using one of these umbrellas, if it was raining and I was using one of these umbrellas, the first thing I would get rid of and throw in the garbage would probably be the umbrella cover, because it's just stopping me from utilizing my umbrella.
Well, honestly, I feel they're impractical because I can tell that this one's been used by the way that it's been shoved back into the cover.
Yeah.
And this is the problem, that when you take it out of the umbrella cover and open up the umbrella, it's darn near impossible to get it. It's like a sleeping bag. How you roll them up and get them in the cover is beyond me.
It's near impossible. An unnecessary necessary element.
But how could you not love umbrellas?
Okay, so let's look. Let's just look right here. So, you got a cannabis one?
I got a cannabis
clearly,
one,
okay,
which I got from Nova Scotia.
with a nice cover.
Yes, with a nice cover,
Okay.
which now I'm realizing I probably won't
Don't
be able to
no,
get
don't put the
back
cover
in.
back up. Yeah, don't worry about putting
Okay.
it back in. And what's this one here?
That is my latest edition. Oh, you took it out. Okay.
You didn't want it out?
No, it's fine. It's fine. It has to come out eventually. I get it.
Okay, excellent. High five. All right.
That deserves a 5. Let's do.
So then I have my Batman one. Now, once again, gifted, but a beautiful gift.
That one was from me.
It's a fantastic.
And I'm
looking
not
one.
ashamed to admit that I found that at the Dollarama
They're selling Batman for
for
$1.
$4.
$4. Remember when Dollarama actually meant dollar?
$1 or $2.
Yeah.
They're not
Like
$1 or $2
$17
anymore.
items in there.
Yeah, it's sad.
That's a
Dollar
weird-
Tree. That's where everything was like $1.25.
Yeah, and
and
there were
now they're
trees.
starting to go. Well, there's always trees, isn't there?
That's very true. And this one doesn't have a cover.
No, it doesn't. And that is so. All my umbrellas are special to me in one way or another. Just like my buttons
Mhm.
and my onesies and
Yep.
my rocks that I collect.
Yep.
This umbrella here is special because it changes color when it gets wet.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, so when it actually
we can
gets
pour
wet,
water on it?
oh, we
Well,
could.
we can't.
We could.
You can't. But this one doesn't have a cover, but it has like a
Well,
wrap.
they all do.
Oh, they all have wraps. Never
But this
mind.
one's more noticeable.
Wasn't impressed with that.
And then, of course,
We
your
have-
other one.
We have the Avengers. We have my Avengers one.
Oh.
Oh. Yeah,
'Cause it
that-
was crammed in
That
there.
one hasn't been packed very nicely. Okay.
And then, of course, the one that I take out once a year, just
Mhm.
in case, my Canada one.
Nice. All right. So they say that you should never open an umbrella inside the house.
They also say breaking a mirror is worth 7 years of bad luck. And if that were the case, then I would have a lifetime of bad luck. And I'm one of the luckiest people around.
You are. How many umbrellas do you think we can open up in here?
I don't know. You should set it up there.
Oh, where?
Here.
Put that. Okay, there's one. I don't even know where this one is.
No, that won't work. Here, I'll hold. How many can you get?
Bam. Yeah, the Avengers.
Okay.
Okay. What's this
They
one?
should go buy Batman.
Yeah, and then there's this one. Oh, I like the. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Bam. Okay. There's that one.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, we're at 3. Count it down with us. How many umbrellas have you opened up in a small space? When people say, "What do you do on your podcasts?" We do stuff like this. 4. Yeah.
I can't hold anymore.
Yeah, let's do it.
You're gonna have to hold them.
5. Finally, we have the cannabis.
Canada.
One,
Oh
right
yeah,
beside the Canada one.
nice. Can you do it?
No. Jeez.
You didn't open it. It has the wrap.
Oh, it has
remember?
the wrap's very, very well done. It holds it in place.
Well, that's good to know. Woo!
Ladies and gentlemen,
6.
6 umbrellas is the new record in the podcast world. We'd
Yes.
like to challenge other podcasters to open more than 6 in their small studios.
I'm losing it.
We've done it.
Okay.
All right, so let's just put these down here for now, in case it rains.
Here, you take this one.
I'll take this one.
Ooh, I'm dropping them.
So, on my high 5 list,
Okay, they're going down.
on my high 5 list, it's connected to this whole umbrella thing. We're going to do our high 5
umbrella
list, a word of the week, and bring in
covers.
Stephen Stairs, who is,
Whew. I shouldn't have wore a dress for this episode. That was hard work.
hey, yeah.
All those days of carrying dishes and catching chickens really
I
came in handy.
barely ever open an umbrella.
Get it?
And-
Handy.
oh, the puns are flying today.
I'm on a roll.
So here's I was trying to think of what should my high 5 list be today. Timmy's high 5 list, I try to connect it to the day.
Yes.
Sometimes I do the day and cannabis. Sometimes I just do cannabis. Today, though, I was thinking about these umbrella things, and for me personally, I'd be like, that's so unnecessary. Not, like, what is the point of these things? I would toss these things immediately because it
Okay.
would get in the way of. I seriously got to keep putting that back on. It's like, just get rid of that. I'll
Yes.
just open my umbrella.
And
when I
now
need
you
it.
have 4 to put on.
Now I have 4 to put those on later.
That's so funny.
I thought about, but what is it? What do I have that is unnecessary that I won't get rid of?
Okay.
So Timmy's high 5 list today is 5 things that I have in my house that I won't how did I rate it? Get rid of?
Yeah, you wouldn't get rid of.
I wouldn't
But they're
unget
useless.
They're unnecessary, but I wouldn't unget rid of them.
Okay.
Or I would unget rid of them. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to use the word un in there. It doesn't really matter. The point is,
You would keep them.
I'm keeping these
Okay.
things. Okay, so here we go. Number 5 on my list at the bottom. I have this, and I'm probably not alone in this. Feel free to comment on the YouTube or wherever you see this thing. I have a box about this big of cables. Some of these cables go to my old BlackBerry phones. So these aren't even cables that, in case my toaster breaks,
Yeah.
like I'm going to somehow mechanically fix that with some other plug. These are cables that serve no purpose, but for some reason, I keep them because just in case I might need that cable.
So you do know that some of those cables could be extremely rare and worth a lot of money.
You can sell cables?
You can sell anything nowadays.
Really?
Absolutely.
Well, I have a bin, but for some reason, I cannot bring myself to get rid of them. I'm probably not alone.
If
in
you
that.
ever want to test somebody's patient,
Yeah.
like their patient level,
Yeah.
give them a box of tangled wires and let them go to town. Tell them they have to organize
Do
it
you
all.
want to organize my cable box?
I actually do really well with wires.
All right, challenge.
Christmas lights, not so much.
All right, that job is yours, but I'm going to see how much money you have.
I take 30%.
All right, let's make a mint.
Okay.
Number 4 on my list, you might think is an odd one, but it's Ariana Grande posters in my bedroom. Now,
No, I don't think it's odd personally because I've asked you why they're still up there and you kind of just dismissed the conversation.
Look, I'm not going to lie. They're unnecessary. Do I need Ariana Grande posters? Dangerous Woman on my bed in my bedroom wall. I don't have. I have very
They are
few things
hot
on my
photos,
bedroom wall.
but you should have other.
I have 3
hot
things
photos.
on my wall. I have a Canada flag, I have a picture of you, and I have 3 Ariana Grande posters.
You have a picture of me.
It's a painting. All right.
It's abstract.
It's abstract for sure.
cute.
But those are unnecessary, but I still have them, and I'm not getting rid of them. So I'm just saying. But unnecessary. Number 3 on my list of unnecessary things that I unget rid of
Okay.
is my LED dance party lights surrounding my entire room. Mary Jane over here encouraged me and went out and
encouraged. You mean like got them, brought them to your house? It was like we're hanging these in your bedroom.
So now I have the ability, if need be,
we can have a party.
To have a dance party. They flash all different colors all the way around my room, and I can control them
You
at
can
will.
set them to music.
Yeah, I can play music with them. I can honestly say that I have used them twice.
That was for videos we did for TikTok.
Once we did a video, and once they turned on by accident because I said,
you said turn on the party
Google,
light?
Turn on party. I said turn on party lights.
But that was an accident.
Yeah. I didn't mean the party lights. So unnecessary, but I've got them. Number 2 on my list of unnecessary things that I unget rid of is VHS tapes, not just DVDs. I have a whole shelf of VHS tapes. Now,
but you have a VCR.
I do have a VCR. I got gifted a VCR.
That would be sad if you didn't have a VCR.
Right? I got gifted a VCR. I'm a stand-up comic. We do a tour called The Circuit. We have a lot of regulars. They know my love for the 80s.
Yep.
And on one tour, one of our fans gave me the VHS copy of Batman 1989.
Yes, the best Batman.
The best Batman.
Yes.
So he gave me that. And then I told the story to other shows, and I posted it online. And by the time we got to Sarnia area,
yes,
someone gave me a VCR so I could watch it. But here's the thing, really, if you think about it. When is the next time, even, not saying it's even a bad movie, but when am I going to watch Basket Case again on VHS? I could probably Google it and find it.
Basket Case?
Basket Case? Let me share it with you. Sleepaway Camp, have you seen that?
No.
No? Okay, all right.
Have you seen Basketball?
Xanadu?
Have you seen, I know the song.
Oh.
Do you know Basketball?
I do. You have it on VHS?
VHS wasn't even around when Basketball came out.
Oh, well, see, that's the thing. I have these movies on VHS, but am I going to get rid of them?
Do you have any of the old Disney movies? Because those would be worth money too.
I actually do have those. Yeah, I have the ones that
we
are
need to go through your house, Timmy.
I don't even
sitting on a gold mine.
I don't even need to do this podcast
no
anymore.
more comedy.
I'm literally a millionaire.
You're out. Let's go.
Yeah, actually, that being a millionaire would allow me to do this podcast even more, right? Because I'd have no worries at that point. Right? Or
See, I'm wondering what makes the number 1 because I have a few ideas.
Okay, well, here we go. The number 1 unnecessary thing in my house that I refuse currently to unget rid of is my Google Home. Listen.
That's funny. That's not what I thought it was.
I walk into my bedroom and right here, for those in the podcast, literally like an inch away from my hand is my light switch.
That's
and
like
I could
right
just,
where, light switches
I
are
could
when
just
you walk in
switch
the
it
room.
on. Yeah, for those of you who are listening,
Right on the wall.
just think about where your light switch is. I could switch it. But instead, I look over at it and go,
not today.
Google, turn on bedroom lights.
No, you don't. You walk in your room and you say, hey, Google, I'm home.
Okay, that's true. Okay.
And what does it say?
It says, what is it? Wait.
And all the people rejoiced.
That's right. And all the people rejoiced. Okay. Yeah.
And when the lights turn on, and let there be light.
And when I go to bed, I say good night, and it says, Timmy, you're awesome.
Yes.
Yeah. I didn't set these things up. Yes, I did. But it's so unnecessary. But I use it every day. And then the worst thing about it is that I say, Google, turn off bedroom lights. And it turns off my bedroom lights. But before it does, it says, okay. And it yells it at the top of its lungs. At least it's in an Australian accent, a female Australian accent, which is the best. And you say, okay, turning off bedroom lights. Just turn off the lights.
No, it says turning off 2 lights.
Or 2 lights. Yeah, that's right.
As if to say, not just one.
Not just one, it has to do 2. But it says that specifically because it wants me to know that the party lights are still available. Just these 2 lights are going off. These aren't the party lights. Party lights are not the bedroom lights. Those are the party lights.
Yes.
and these are the bedroom lights. Anyways, 5 things. Those are 5 unnecessary things. I'd be interested to know. Please comment below in this YouTube or on the podcast form or on our social media. What is it that you have that is so unnecessary, but you refuse to get rid of it? I'd like to know it. What did you think was number 1 on my list?
I honestly thought it was going to be your entire collection of teddy bears. Those aren't yours, are they?
No, I can't
Okay,
get rid of them.
you're
They're
gonna
not
live
mine.
by that.
Someone else's.
So in my house,
Those aren't mine.
In my house, they're Tim's, right? Okay, so in my house, I can only think of one off the top of my head.
Okay.
Can you guess what my one item would be? Do you even dare?
No, I don't. This is a trick. Man, this is a trick.
Okay, but at least I'm giving you the option to opt out.
Okay, I'm opting out.
So it would be my rocks.
No, but they have sentimental value.
So yes.
I disagree.
Yes. However, a lot of them I just spent money on, and they're different crystals. They weigh a lot, and to move them, when I have to move, I have to pack really small boxes, and it's a pain.
It takes a whole truck.
It takes a whole truck, and it takes up a lot of space in my house.
Yeah.
And there's just I got vases of rocks, I got shelves of rocks, and yeah, although some of them have sentimental value, just like my buttons, it can get to a point where you and I have been somewhere, and you've heard me. I'm like, okay, 2. I tell myself 2, so I end up picking up a bunch and leaving with 2. Yeah, yeah, right. So
well, I think there's sentimental value there. Anyways, that is my list, and we'd like to hear from you as well. All right, let's do our word of the week and then bring in our guest, Stephen Stairs.
All right, so our word of the week is tinctures.
Tinctures.
Yes. So basically, a tincture is a liquid form of cannabis used. You'll find it with glycerin, alcohol, or an MCT oil. Okay. So it's kind of like an extract, but it's in liquid form.
All right.
So most generally, you'll see it in an eyedropper, and it's administered sublingually.
Subliminally. So you don't know what's happening.
No, under the tongue.
Okay.
And the effects of a tincture are very similar to an edible because it's going through the same system, except it hits you faster because it's meant to be held in the mouth under the tongue to go directly into the bloodstream, and it's supposed to hit you quicker.
Okay.
Yeah. It's in my opinion the more thought upon as medicinal way of taking your medicine because you can dose it by the milliliter, and you can, in your drink, in your mouth.
So is tincture, let me see if I'm learning stuff along the way here as the newbie. Would tincture be in the same thing of going, you can have a joint, an edible, or a tincture? Would it be in, could you describe it that way? Is it a version of consuming?
So flower, edible, tincture, topical, extract.
Okay.
Or concentrate.
Those are all the different ways.
Different types.
Different types.
Of different types of cannabis.
The tincture.
Yes.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Excellent.
All right.
That's a good word. I just like saying it. Tincture. All right. Let's get to our guest, Stephen Stairs, who has been waiting patiently. We're very excited to have him on the show.
Yeah, Stephen's done a lot out where he is, and done a little bit in the politics. I know he's done a lot in the activism world, and I'm excited to hear about 420 and plans coming up because I heard a little bit about it, and yeah, I'm going to let him talk about it, hopefully with more stuff. And yeah, without further ado, let's bring in Stephen.
Hey, Stephen, how are you doing today?
I'm great, Timmy. How you doing?
Doing very well. Thanks so much for being on the show. I don't know much about you, only what I've heard from MJ, and I don't know which stuff is true and which is not. But from what I've heard, it sounds pretty awesome. So thanks so much for joining us today.
Thanks a lot for having me, you two. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so I met Stephen, I want to say through social media first.
Yeah.
Okay.
And here's a guy who's going through life trying to make the best of it and found, just like most of us, that cannabis is beneficial and it's helping him. And he wanted to be vocal about it. So I was like, I need to reach out to this person and, actually see what he's doing and how he's doing it and what can I do locally, because Stephen you're in Manitoba?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Winnipeg.
So after all that research and buildup of going, I really got to check, were you disappointed when you eventually connected and found him?
No,
No? Okay.
absolutely not.
All right.
No.
Fair enough.
And even less so when I met him in person.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Nice. So
thanks, MJ.
Now, Stephen, I don't know. I assume you might be aware just simply by the title of the show that she's the doobie, I'm the newbie. So I'm always very interested in how cannabis even became a part of your life, how you entered into the community. Have you always been involved in it? How did that journey begin?
Well, I have watched the show, so I get the premise. And honestly, your two banter is perfect. It's exactly what the internet needs right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, but it keeps me entertained. Hilarious. I was laughing a lot during your high five things. Man, I've got beta clips, VHS, everything. Man, we could talk. And I don't have a beta player, so it's kind of sad, but
That's
whatever.
funny.
But no, I got into cannabis kind of on a whim. Actually, I always used cannabis as a kid. But teenager in my adolescent years. And then I didn't smoke cannabis for about 3 years. It was just a lifestyle thing. I wasn't doing it. And then I was at U of M and just starting my political science degree. And someone mentioned to me that I should get into medical cannabis. And that was in 2009. And I thought, well, that sounds cool. And then I did a little research on the paperwork and kind of parlayed it into a advocacy career at the U of M, and then it snowballed into this first student group of its kind in the country at a post-secondary education institution for medical cannabis, and I rolled with it from there. And ever since then, I've gotten the medicinal benefits of cannabis, but also the social benefits of creating a dialogue regarding the change that needs to be encompassed with cannabis. And that's given me the passion that's driven me for the past 11 years to constantly fight for not only the needs of cannabis users, but cannabis itself and how we interpret it in society and how it's accepted.
So what do you use cannabis for, Stephen? Tell people, please.
Oh yeah, this will get you. So I am legally blind. I have a cane. It's a good time. MJ's seen me. I can trip over the best of things.
I thought he was just falling for me, but nope.
I thought he was just high. No, I was tripping, but a different kind. No, but I have 3 genetic eye diseases layered on top of each other. So I have something called glaucoma, which I'm sure most people are quintessentially familiar with regarding, the cliche, stereotypical cannabis jokes. It's good for glaucoma, right? It is. It really is. And I also have something called RP, which is retinosis pigmentosus for all you nerdy ocular people out there. But that's a scarring of my retinal tissue. Picture it as like a frayed extension cord wire from, your appliance to the wall. It still works, but it doesn't work properly. And then I also have cataracts on top of that.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, I actually had my cataracts removed 2 years ago, which was fun because that was a trip in itself. Because you have to stay awake for it. Anyway, side story. But yeah, so I have had that early in my age, and the doctors told me the likelihood of, because of the youth age of my eyes and the likelihood of my long-lasting life, if I don't get hit by a car, is I could have cataract surgery more than 3 times, which is extremely rare for people. So it's interesting.
That's crazy.
This isn't cannabis related. We'll come back to cannabis in a second. But when I was a youth pastor, I had a kid in my program that was legally blind. I think he was a level 3. I think it was, if that was right. So he went to school for the blind. He was legally out. He needed a book with large print, that type of thing. He'd never be able to drive. And I actually went. He invited me to the school. I forget where the school was. Maybe out in Brantford, Ontario, and it was a fantastic experience. But there was this one game. I don't know if you ever went to a school for the blind or anything like that, but there was this game where they roll. Everyone gets blindfolded because some people can kind of see, and they roll this ball with a bell towards the other
goal
side.
ball.
There's 5 of them, and then everybody just has to decide whether to fall left or right and create this wall of person to block it from going in the net. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's there's different variations of that, but it's called goal ball.
Yes.
And they have some very intense like versions of it. They have a fully blind version of it that's almost like rugby. It is. I mean,
It sounds dangerous.
Oh yeah, man! You see these blind people, and seeing these blind people is a funny pun already. But you know, they have no stopping them. There's no the inhibitions are gone. It's literally I'm following that sound.
Yeah, yeah, and then they flop to the side, and there's no padding. It's like a solid floor, and they don't even hesitate. They're just like, there's the sound, and they fall to it was absolutely incredible. It was one of my favorite experiences being there. I'm glad you know what I'm talking about.
I have no idea, but I want to check it out.
You guys are ever in Winnipeg? We can come play it here. I know a group. It's good.
Sweet. Okay.
I would try that. Blindfold me. Sign me up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
See, I've always believed that you should try and experience somebody else's their perception. Like I wanted to spend a day or two. I know there's no way from a day or two I would ever know what it would be like to be in a wheelchair. But to actually be in a wheelchair for 2 days and try and do life, because just going shopping or trying to get in the bathroom.
Yeah, I was just to say, try to get into a stall.
You know?
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, that's exactly why I tried cannabis, right? It was like, well, I got to live a day in the life of a cannabis user, and it ruined my bowling score, Stephen. So I will never try it again. My bowling score is way too important to me.
Yeah.
As a blind bowler, I'm actually pretty passionate about how high my score mine gets. So I feel you, Tim.
That's funny.
So did I hear this correctly as well? Whether it was through MJ or maybe you hinted at it. Politics, is that in your frame of work?
It's probably the making change, right? You want to make change, so.
Yeah, I learned at the University of Manitoba, taking political science, that in order to fix the problems, like I was originally in social work, okay? And I didn't like the idea, and this might sound kind of crude, but I didn't like the idea of having people complain to me about their problems. I wanted to fix the things in society that cause them to have those problems. And that's a systemic issue. That's a policy and framework issue that only comes from politics usually, right? Sometimes it comes from non-governmental organizations, but generally it's politics. So I figured, well, I don't really trust any of the politicians. They're all affluent people who've never struggled or had to pay a cell phone bill or worried about what's in their fridge. They're all these, I'm not going to lie. Now it's changed a lot, but 20 years ago, that's all it was. It was basically affluent people who, white men who called the shots. And I figured it'd be smart to have a disabled person who maybe has had a hard time in life to actually know what it's like to be part of society and have things, be a chore, be a struggle, to be a real citizen of this country, not an overly privileged one. And those are the people we need in power in Ottawa making decisions. So I ran for the Green Party. In 2015, the year Trudeau came into power, I ran for MP that year in Winnipeg. And then the following year in 2016, because I didn't get elected clearly, I ran in 2016 for MLA. So
wow. So I could have been a politician back in the day because I didn't pay my phone bills either.
Well, there's still time. You could still be a politician.
I just find it so much easier just to open up an account with another company. Yeah.
There's a chance.
So what is the battle in the legality of cannabis? Obviously, Canada is legal now, but what I'm finding, coming in from having no knowledge really, is that legal cannabis still comes with a lot of things that kind of are causing kind of people going like
regulations.
How legal? Yeah, like
okay,
how legal is this?
Do you remember I told you Stephen lives in like the only province in Canada that does not allow home growing, even though Canada has said you are allowed to grow
Right.
at home.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at is that, like, so having a political mindset and being in that in a province that is doing that, how are you going about making the change in that? Is it a hard fight still? Like some people think, the battle's over because legalization happened, but apparently the battle's not over.
No, I mean, that's a great point, is that legalization, all it did was just cause the fight to have a different battlefield.
Hmm.
You know, I mean, in my advocacy, I've always been a proud, proponent of the idea that you need to know when to hold up a protest sign and you need to know when to sit around a board table. And if you can do both of those, you will be a successful cannabis advocate, or any advocate for that matter. But I mean, if you talk about the serious systemic changes that need to be made in Manitoba, Mary Jane touched on it. I mean, well, technically Quebec has a ban on it too, but that was ruled unconstitutional. The province is appealing it, but the appeals court is most likely to uphold the decision because it's a constitutional thing. So Quebec is pretty much taken care of. Manitoba, with our ban, it has a provincial constitutional challenge here started by a guy named Jesse.
Good.
However, the constitutional challenge thing is such a slow process.
And a costly process too.
It's a costly process, but I mean, luckily he's had a lawyer who's kind of helped him out. And, the thing is that, if it's ruled unconstitutional, the court costs are put on the government. So, I mean, because Jesse would technically win the challenge, therefore all his costs get reimbursed.
Yeah.
So there's no cost to him. So all he has to do is pay his lawyer, which the lawyer generally at that rate, they're like, okay, cool. We're going to win this case.
But that's the sad thing, Stephen, is that somebody has to, they had to get in trouble first.
Well,
right? And then they had to get a lawyer.
No, but hang on. That's the thing, is that no one got in trouble. So because I'm me and I like to do my research on things,
yes,
even the people who seem like they're doing good, I always do my diligence. So I actually was just about to do an Instagram video today. I finally got a police report back from Winnipeg Police. There have been no charges in the past 2 years for people growing cultivation or cultivation charges. The only charges that Winnipeg Police and RCMP have laid in this province are driving offenses. None of them have been possession. None of them have been cultivation. Yeah. So what I'm saying is no one got in trouble to have the challenge.
If they are growing, the police are just saying, it's not worth our time.
So the police don't want to have it make their time. They're the ones who enforce it. And even if they do enforce it, it's a $2,000 fine, which sounds like a lot. But as soon as you present that fine to the courts, there's two options you can do. You can say, one, I want to challenge this. And what they'll do is they'll say, okay, because the constitutional challenge is already in place on the ban, the provincial courts in the criminal code will then put your case on hold, or they'll stay the proceedings until that challenge is dealt with, because they can't move forward on yours when there's a challenge up already.
Yeah,
right.
It's got to lay precedence.
Right. So basically everybody right now, and this is what I've been doing outside of that political, how you change the law thing, I've been telling people to grow. Don't go another year. Don't miss another season. Just start growing, because for years and years and years, the way we created change with cannabis law was we smoked weed in public to break the law as a civil disobedience showing of these laws that need to change. So, like, federally, everyone else in the country knows already, I can grow my weed. So why Manitobans would just not, based on some law that we know is invalid, it gives into the fear. Do you know what I'm saying? We are being subservient to a law that is unjust. So we must grow weed. And someone, like I'm saying, no one's already got in trouble for it. So someone gets a fine, puts it on hold, makes it on the news story, cops will never touch it again. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So all I'm saying is we should not be growing. We should all be growing our 4 plants proudly. And if someone wants to take it on the chin, great. But I don't think cops care, because I've already asked.
So basically, don't be scared.
Don't be scared.
And don't say anything. Rule number 1, don't say anything. But you are just plead, that you want to wait. But I like that Stephen said civil disobedience, because that's what 420 was in the beginning, right? It was like a celebration, but also civil disobedience. We had the police surrounding the whole block or the whole area, and they never stepped into the area. They just made sure that no trouble happened. And at least that's how it was in Toronto. They kind of kept us confined in the square, right?
Yeah. In 2018, actually, when we had a meeting with the city, the police actually thanked us for organizing 420 because they stopped coming.
And see, that was in 2018. So what's happening now? What's the big change? Like, what do you think?
So
I know they didn't say anything.
Well, they didn't say anything, but I have a feeling this is just a bureaucratic paperwork thing. So I don't know if your audience knows, but basically Winnipeg 420 had plans to have our, 420 after pandemic event, like we normally would. We've been planning for years, at the same location we've always had it. It's been discussions with city, provincial, police officials that was our goal. So I just been curious. It's 10 months away from 420. This is the time as the organizer. I've got to start thinking about next year, which is weird. But the province gave me back an email kind of randomly that just said, nope, sorry. And I think it was because there was some people that kind of changed positions. This lady I'd been dealing with for like 25 years. She had been there. She's retired and someone else took over for her job. And I honestly think that the solution will fix itself. But at the same time, I mean, I live in a province where there's a ban on homegrown cannabis. So, I mean, my optimism is only, so rational to the point where I'm, I have to come up with backup plans to have a different location for 420. But it's going to be really neat this year. Concert, cannabis sales, consumption, it'll be sweet. Camping.
Yeah, absolutely. I know Vancouver had some trouble a couple of years ago with like they didn't want it on the beach or whatever. They wanted them to move the location, and people are like, it's been here for years and it's never been a problem, and then they just went there. But like in Toronto, I don't know if people know, we had Yonge and Dundas Square, and then they moved us to or we decided we were going to go to City Hall. And that was a huge problem with the city. They did not want a bunch of stoners around the big Toronto, was it Nathan Phillips Square or whatever, City Hall? They were like, no, we don't want you here. And they had a lot of police presence, and they had never shut down people selling bongs or anything like that before. And they shut down everybody that year, everybody. And they walked right through the square. And the next year, we ended up in Woodbine Park. And that was where I took you for the first time.
Yep.
And you actually, I bought you a rain suit because you don't believe in protecting yourself from rain.
Right.
And
exactly.
I brought a tent.
Way
and
to
I brought
tie in
chairs,
the theme with,
and I brought a rain suit and rubber boots. And he was like sitting there for like 3 hours, 4 hours, and was like, so this is what it's like to be comfortable in the rain.
It's true. It's true. The cannabis culture technically taught me how to camp.
You know what? We try and think of everything. We look at every aspect, like every side, and we plan our days. Or is this just me? Steven, do you like, I'm going to the beach. I know what I need to get, like.
100%. 100%. It's like a methodical, it's because when you smoke weed, it creates new waves of thinking in your brain. So therefore you think, all right, what do I need to pack?
Yeah.
All right, that's a good idea. And you start, packing stuff, and next thing you know, you're like, oh, I could bring that too. Oh, that's a good idea. And then you pack stuff.
And then by then it's dark outside and you forgot to go to the beach.
No.
By then you just got ash and all your stuff you've packed.
That's funny. It's not like the song, I was gonna go to work, but then I got high.
Well, you've encouraged me already to into this civil disobedience thing. In Toronto, I'm actually, maybe next weekend, I'm going to go drag a dead horse down the street. Apparently, you can still go to jail for that.
Sunday, if it's on Sunday.
On a Sunday. So I'm actually going to do that. Yeah, Yonge Street on Sunday in Toronto.
Yes.
Drag a dead horse down. And I don't think that's
illegal.
A legit rule. I'm going to try that.
Yep. But I think it's like a $10 fine.
Maybe I won't try that then.
No
you
got $10.
That's not worth it. So what do you think is going to be the impetus to change that particular setup in Manitoba that is still kind of causing this problem? What is going to cause it to happen? Just more civil disobedience?
Well, I think the old adage of grassroots cannabis advocacy needs to come back in full force. With legalization, society basically fell off the map regarding their interest in cannabis. Oh, cool, I can buy it, great. but all the nuances of legalization and where it can be sold and all those kinds of things are only cared about by the people who really cared about cannabis, you know, the real advocates. And unfortunately, those are very far and few between. So it's almost like after legalization, the hardcores out there are at a point where we need to create another group of people in this after legalization society who are just as passionate, who realize, oh yeah, we still got a lot of work to do. And that's where that change will come from, where it's not only just business owners who are being involved, it's users, well, cannabis users, that sounded bad. You know, it's everybody who's part of that society being part of the change, rather than it just being the one or two really loud people who it was before. Those might be the drivers and the impetus, like you're saying, but it needs to come from society as a whole. And I think with legalization, we've gotten past that hurdle. Now it's more of an education thing, right?
Yeah.
So.
Well, I just want to add that I've done a little bit of like researching and learning on the back end through like a cannabis course that I took, and speaking to a few like legal LPs and stuff, and like researchers, whatever. And they're saying that they're looking at changing regulations for smarter, better, you know, coherent sales and research. And they're looking at having like education centers that are actually able to give people information, because the problem that people are finding as bud tenders in the retail position is you're having people come in and ask for medical advice. And in the recreational aspect of it, you cannot speak to the medical benefits. And as we've said many times, if you experience a medical benefit from cannabis, it's dependent on you. Not everybody is meant to have cannabis. Not everybody gets a beneficial experience. Some people have negative experiences. And I mean, it is what it is. It's a plant. And this is why we're here talking about it, right?
It's a plant.
It's a plant.
100%.
Okay, so with all the nuances that might be available, let me just ask you this question. True or false? Cannabis is legal in Canada.
True.
Okay.
With regulations, but anything that is legal has regulations.
Yeah,
Agreed.
I know.
So
it's interesting though, because I think just in the conversations that I've had, people within the industry and without, like some people, okay, so coming from the world that I came from, a lot of people feared the legalization of cannabis because they thought that it was now going to be just the Wild West.
that's because you say you people.
Yeah.
I got to mention that after. That's like because most people stereotype. So there is a cannabis store that is opening up in Timmy's town, right underneath where Timmy lives. And his son seen the store and was like,
I didn't open
his son seen the store and did this little, right. And he's like 18, has no interest in cannabis or drinking, or, you know, he's a very level-headed kid. And I say kid, but he's a grown-up. But anyways, so we were having a conversation the other day, and I was talking about getting Invisalign braces. And he said, well, I don't know if that's good for someone like you. And I was like, someone like me? What does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
And he said, well, you know, because you like the munchies. And I laughed because he just assumed that because I smoke cannabis, and it's natural, right? What do we see in every stoner culture movie or I've ever heard? Stoners get the munchies, right? Man, I've smoked weed for the majority of my life. There is no way that I haven't figured out how to quash the munchies and still look like this. Just saying. This is not just all chocolate and chips and donuts and like when I snack, honestly, when I snack, I have carrots and hummus.
That was a really good point, MJ.
It was funny that like that's the thing.
You can look forward
Non-cannabis
to
consumers.
You can look forward to that clip on Instagram. That is a soundbite.
I am more looking forward to the conversation with your son. How dare you? Wait, are we going to have time to play a game of newbie or doobie?
I want to do this for sure.
Okay.
Stephen, are you willing to play a game with us that we call newbie or doobie?
So it's pretty simple. I'm sure you know it. You're going to choose either the newbie or the doobie.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Some people have done this game better than others. We're going to see where
Kelly
you rank.
Green
Kelly
did
killed it.
amazing. So
Oh, I love Kelly.
right?
How can you not love Kelly?
I know she is like a ball of energy that I feel like this. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of really cheery people, but she brings a cheer that you couldn't bottle that stuff.
She is a rainbow into my heart.
Right?
Legit.
That was a good expression.
There's nothing that every time I turn into Orno and I turn onto Main Street, I get this intense feeling of, oh my God, Kelly.
Oh my God. See, she's infectious. I love it.
She is.
Well,
the kind of infectious we want right now.
Okay, so you're up against Kelly.
I love the fact that we have one guest on and everyone's talking about the other guest we had on.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
When you're so into the community and you know you're a good person, you know good people, and how many times have our guests said, "Oh yeah, I love this person," and it's a past guest.
Yeah. They're awesome.
Yeah.
It is one of the positives of the community for sure. All right, here we go. We're going to play Newbie or Doobie with Steven Stairs. Who is most likely to misplace their car keys?
The newbie.
No, I am most likely to lose my car. I can never find where I parked my car.
That's true.
Really?
But MJ loses her car keys all the time. Mine are always in the place.
Dude, where's my car? What's funny is we drove to the hotel last night and we're standing there checking in and Timmy's like, "What's the license plate number?" And I'm like, "I don't remember." And then he's like, "What's the make of the car?" And then I start telling him his vehicle and he looks at me, he's like, "We drove your car." And I looked at him and was like, "Oh," he's like, "You drove." I was like,
You drove
"Oh
your
my
car."
God. I forgot." And I didn't even smoke before we left. It was late.
It was late.
It's never the weed anyways.
No, never it is. So I might lose my car. She loses the car keys, except for last night. That was a different thing.
That was weird.
Good to know.
Okay, number 2. Who is most likely to disappear and never return?
Disappear and never return.
Yeah, I know these are deep questions that most people don't ask. Newbie or doobie?
I've got to say MJ.
No, I could go nowhere. I love people way too much.
Oh, the moment this podcast generates enough cash that I have enough to sustain myself, I am out of here. I might still do the podcast, but it will be from a remote location, probably a beach place, and I will never come back to society. Never.
And you will see me at every event.
So
I know that, but I really think the kid was his anchor. But I guess his kid's 18. He can screw off. It's all good.
Yeah, no.
Stephen, I have 2 kids. I have an 11 and a 16-year-old.
The 18 thing I figured would be like the grown up. I mean, 16-year-olds are their own independent kid already. My 11-year-old didn't want to have anything to do with me.
He figures that's why your 18-year-old's still at home.
My
no, I really get to look
knows.
forward to that conversation.
Yeah, he's at home.
I'm really bad at this game.
All right, so 0 for 2. Kelly was already 2-0 at this point.
That's funny.
Here we go. Who would be the first to die in a zombie apocalypse? Newbie or newbie?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I want to say MJ then.
Yeah, that would be me.
Yeah.
I'm not running anywhere.
MJ absolutely would
I
be
just figured you're so nice, you'd like offer the zombie like a joint. Be like,
no, honestly, you know what the problem is? I don't see anything other than people. I see people. Doesn't matter if you're, black, white, what color you are, what gender you are. I just see people. So I would look at a zombie and be like, "Oh, did you want a light?"
Yeah, that's the vibe I got. That's the vibe I got.
Yes.
Well, and I love comedy so much that if I saw zombies coming towards us, I would run and push MJ to the ground because those scenes in movies make me laugh so hard.
That's true. Or when adults make a kid cry.
Or they push children.
You like when kids cry.
Like that scene in Billy Madison where he's throwing the dodgeball balls at the kids.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Funny every time. Here we
I
go.
was thinking Seinfeld when George pushes
Yes,
all those
with George,
people in the
right?
fire.
It's
Yeah,
always funny.
that's
So
what
I
I'm
would
thinking.
push her to the ground for humor's sake, and then find out, be like, oh, wait a minute, oh, that was a bad idea. But by then it'd be too late. So then it's just save yourself, Timmy.
That's funny.
Here we go. You're 1 for 2. 2 questions to go. Most likely
All
to
right.
fake their own death. Who's most likely to fake their own death?
You.
Yeah.
Newbie.
That kind of sets up with the never return thing.
Yeah, you actually want to
Yeah.
have your own funeral, though.
Yeah, I'm actually going to set up a fake death that's public. I'm going to tell everybody about it, bring everybody in, get people to write their statements of how much they love me, because I won't be there when it actually happens. So I want to do this whole thing. So I'll invite you now that you've been a guest on the
See,
show.
I just suggested we should do it for his birthday. And then, we'll have the coffin there, and everybody will know it's his birthday, but you must show up in black, and you must be sad.
Yeah. People think that's kind of morbid, but I don't know. I think it's good planning. We talked about planning earlier. I think I want to make sure that it's all done right, right?
Yep.
Good planning.
So 2 for 2. Here we go. Last one. Newbie or doobie, who is most likely to look best in a kilt?
Oh.
Have you seen my legs?
No. I'm intrigued now.
Right? So you would think this would be an easy one.
Well, I think it would be an easy one. I want to say MJ.
Right?
But I'm going to go with Doobie.
Me?
Yeah, he's going with Doobie.
Is it me?
Yeah.
It's me.
He picked you.
Okay.
No, is that the answer?
I don't think that's the answer.
Oh.
I have these yoga legs that are outstanding, quite frankly. I'm a little bit.
Well, what does the card say?
Well, the card says it's me.
Oh, okay. But then again, I wrote those cards, so maybe we just need to get a kilt and take a photo.
See,
that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna get a kilt.
Side by side, yeah. Put it up online.
Okay.
Definitely.
So based on the card, you got that wrong. So you were only 2 out of 5. Although, quite frankly,
we're still undecided on the last one. We need to.
Okay, well maybe we'll put up a picture of both of us in a kilt, and people can vote on that. But Stephen,
I hope my sensibility comes in.
Stephen, I want to thank you
I know
for.
I'm blind, but I'm not that blind.
Okay, we'll make sure it's a picture you'll be able to be able to see and enjoy. We do want to thank you for being on the show, though. I want to thank you for all the insight you've done. Just we don't think we've had anybody really go into the some of the political and legal angle in terms of our guests, and so we appreciate that, and we hope you continue. Maybe you'll be elected one day as Prime Minister.
I would love that. I need a cabinet, so keep your ears open, all right?
Okay,
all right. Do you have a preference in type of wood?
Mahogany.
Mahogany. Okay.
Every once in a while, she tries to pretend she's the comedian, but very well done today. Very well done.
Thank you. Well, thank you for coming, Stephen. It was fun for sure.
Oh, I love you, MJ. Timmy, you're the best. Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. And you guys, your clips, your shows, keep me entertained the whole time. Seriously.
Thank you so much. Well, we'll put some links so people can find you in our descriptions, and hopefully that brings the people your way as well. So thanks so much for spending time with us.
No problem. Thanks for having me, too.
All right, take care. Bye-bye. Well, we can announce right here that we have had the future Prime Minister of Canada.
Yes.
On the Newbie and Doobie podcast. You heard it here first, folks.
It's official.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. I've never had a future Prime Minister on the show.
I've never been to the future.
Well, I remember struggling when I was human that I would always be concerned about I would never be able to get to the future. But those days are past.
Are you going to tell me that time is not a linear thing? We just perceive it as such?
I'm not actually at liberty to tell you any of that. So.
Oh, okay.
Let's just wrap it up because now this is getting
on
awkward.
That note, I'm Mary Jane Baker.
Is that that's how we're literally going to do it?
Sure. I'm Mary Jane Baker.
Hold on. No, I think I start.
Sure.
All right, here we go.
Go ahead.
Episode 12. So this is funny.
You can go first.
Just for our flat out endings, this is like take 12. Like we haven't hit an ending yet. So this is like take 12.
And it's still already messed up.
And we've already, yeah, it's already not a good. So take 5.
When I said I'm Mary Jane Baker, I was trying to like get you to like finish. So you start.
Let me just say this. There is still a lot of
With
work.
this I close.
With this I close. There is still a lot of work to be done. That's what I'm finding.
Yes. Not just in the cannabis space, but in the studio as well.
Yes, that legalization did not stop the work that need to get done. And what we're finding
correct.
too, and because I'll put it out here because I think it attaches to this particular thing as we get ready to close. We have been seeing, we have been posting stuff online, and our stuff isn't even like the stuff we put online. We try not to even mention cannabis too much in it because the social media spaces still aren't comfortable with it. So just because legalization happened didn't mean that the work is done.
Imagine being a legal retail establishment and not being able to advertise like that.
Right.
Like, I don't understand how it's even possible that a bus can have an advertisement for a beer, but a cannabis company cannot. I'll get into that another day.
Yeah. Well,
but anyways, are we good? I need a smoke
close.
break.
I'm Timmy.
I'm MJ. Stay lifted.
And keep on laughing.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Broadcasting group here at CBGT.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's June the 5th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. Good morning, Rev Cindy. How you doing?
Good morning, Al. I'm doing okay. How about yourself?
Doing all right. You know, it's I'm looking forward to the warmer weather. We just finally got some here, and hopefully the rest of the summer's good and warm, and the cold stuff is behind us now.
Fingers crossed. I see you are wearing a hat that we were talking about on Monday.
Yes, correct, exactly. I got my Camelford lifestyle hat on, as you can see. I believe you can probably see that.
Yep.
It says it's where you get your bongs and dongs.
Yep, it's actually a pretty nice little store. You can also beyond getting your bongs and dongs, you can get poked by Shay in there.
Yes, you can. Exactly. We were talking about that before the show as well. So
Yeah.
Maybe you're gonna get poked by Shay.
Maybe I'm gonna get poked by Shay this summer. You never know.
You just never know. Because you're gonna be traveling through the area. You're gonna be stopping here, having a quick, having a visit and whatever, and head on over to Camelford and the Camelford Lifestyle Shop and get yourself
poked by Shay.
Get poked by Shay, exactly. All right, anything new before we get into the news?
Oh, I have a big weekend of ceremonies here in my house, and that's pretty exciting. Spreading some healing and holding some space. I'm pretty thrilled.
Good.
Yeah.
And one thing before we bring in the news, if you're watching us on YouTube, don't forget, hit the like button, hit subscribe button, all that stuff. And other than that, here we go. First story of the day.
It is coming to us from International Cannabis Business Conference. Brazilian study finds cannabis to be an exit drug.
Excellent. I like headlines like that because so many people look at it as being an entry drug into,
Yep, they look at it as being a gateway drug, and
yeah,
it is a gateway, but it's not the gateway that we were taught it was. It's a gateway to healing. It's a gateway to happiness. It's a gateway to feeling better.
it's a gateway to recovery.
It is.
It is. All right, here we go. Slide it down. Historically, cannabis policy modernization opponents have portrayed cannabis as a gateway drug. There you go. Claiming that the use of cannabis leads to the use of more harmful substances. The results of a recent study in Brazil suggests that cannabis may be effective at helping people reduce their use of more harmful substances. Now, according to the report, it says that researchers from the University of Brasilia have announced encouraging results in the use of CBD to treat people addicted to crack cocaine. There you go.
Yep. The study conducted at UNB revealed that the use of CBD was more effective in reducing crack consumption and side effects compared to medications traditionally used in alcohol and drug sociological care centers. For those facing the challenge of treating such complex conditions, the novelty represents a relief, both for health professionals and for patients and their families. This was reported. The results of the study in Brazil build on previously conducted international research involving other substances that arrived at similar conclusions. And just from a personal note, if it wasn't for cannabis, I wouldn't be sober.
There you go. Exactly. And when people know that, like myself, going into this, you try to avoid those things that you could get trapped by, such as opioids.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So, yeah, I lost where we were, but I'm going to start here. For example, a study conducted in early 2024 by a team of international researchers involving 2,697 subjects found that study participants reported that cannabis had a high degree of efficacy in alleviating their illness symptoms, and many reported a reduction in the use of prescription opioids, alcohol, tobacco, and other substances. Now, a study from earlier this year found that 60% of the surveyed patients reported reducing opioids since starting cannabis. A separate study conducted in 2024 found that the use of medical cannabis was associated with a lowering of the use of morphine.
Yeah, the systematic review summarized published literature on county level predictors of drug overdose mortality in the United States. Measures related to cannabis dispensaries, substance use treatment, social capital, and proportions of family households was generally consistently associated with lower drug overdose mortality outcomes across multiple studies. This is stated by researchers who conducted a systematic review, of the county level predictors in 2022.
Yeah, and this. Reports like this shows that the CSPs, those cannabis substitution programs that people, advocates are running across the country, can make a difference. Can help people.
Make a huge difference.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, it was like, I was on 9 different prescription drugs, opiates being one of them, benzos being 2 others, and then there were, 6 more. And synthetic THC being one, which is highly addictive. Seroquel being one, which is even highly addictive. And one day somebody convinced me to try taking 50 milligrams a day, or 50 milligrams of cannabis twice a day. And I said, just try it, Cindy. Just try it. And so I said, okay. And I went home, and 3 days into it, I said, you know what? I don't think I need my painkillers anymore. I woke up and didn't take any of my prescriptions until the withdrawal symptoms hit me. And it was then that I realized that maybe I don't need them. And I found a healthy way to get off of them. And it took me 8 months. And I'll never go back.
Yeah.
So I'm walking, talking proof. And it makes me a little emotional to talk about it, but it's because it's so true. And cannabis really did save my life.
Correct. I have a friend that was addicted to heroin. And you, in the end, used cannabis in order to help get over the addiction.
Yep.
So, and I know I went the route of using cannabis before I went to the opioids.
Smart man.
Yeah, and never had to deal with the addiction. So
Good, yeah.
I didn't want to become a stat. So. Death stat, unfortunately. All righty, move on to the next story, which is good news for people like myself, and that's because
coming to us from News Medical Life Sciences, transforming IBS treatment through psychedelic medicine.
Nice. In a comprehensive genomic press interview published today, Dr. Erin Mani reveals how her pioneering research brings psychedelic medicine into gastrology for the first time, potentially transforming treatment for millions suffering from IBS. Now, the assistant professor of pediatrics of Tufts University, who maintains a research appointment at Massachusetts General Hospital, leads the first clinical trial examining psilocybin's effects on treatment-resistant IBS. Her work addresses a critical gap in medicine, the substantial population of IBS patients who find no relief through conventional therapies.
Yeah. Dr. Mani's research explores how psilocybin modulates interoception, the way people perceive their body and gastrointestinal symptoms. The study protocol involves 2 doses of psilocybin with integrated therapy sessions before and after dosing, combined with neuroimaging via fMRI to track brain changes. I became very interested in the applicability of this emerging field of psychedelic-assisted medicine to patients who seem to be at war with their bodies, Dr. Mane explains in the interview. Her approach recognizes that many patients with severe, unexplained somatic symptoms have experienced significant trauma, particularly in early life.
The research emerges from Dr. Mani's observation that medicine, especially gastrology and obesity medicine, often fails to meaningfully understand and address the cumulative effects of toxic stress over the lifespan. This insight led her to investigate how early life trauma becomes somatically encoded and how psychedelic therapy might prove pathways for emotional release and functional improvement. Dr. Mani's journey into psychedelic research began during the pandemic when she read Michael Pollan's How to Change Your Mind while deciding to specialize in pediatric gastrology. Her background combines bacteriology research, including work on immune tolerance-inducing bacteria, with clinical expertise in integration gastrology.
A setback that proved fortuitous occurred when Dr. Mane wasn't accepted to her top fellowship choice at Boston Children's Hospital. Instead, she matched at Massachusetts General Hospital, where she gained access to mentors, including Dr. Franklin King at the Center of the Neuroscience of Psychedelics, and Dr. Brad Kuo at the Center for Neurointestinal Health, connections that would prove instrumental in launching her psychedelic research program. The study's significance extends beyond IBS treatment. She hopes her work will help heal what she describes as the schism between mind and body that so many physicians practice within. This artificial separation has long hindered effective treatment for functional gastrointestinal disorders where psychological and physical symptoms intertwine.
Her research methodology combines quantitative measures, including patient-reported abdominal pain scores. Well, I can tell you sometimes it's really severe, with qualitative patient reflections and neuroimaging data. This multifaceted approach aims to capture both the subjective experience of healing and objective biological changes. Could this integration methodology become a model for studying other functional disorders where conventional treatments fall short? Well, Dr. Mani's current research focuses on adults. Her pediatric background deeply informs her perspective. She knows that witnessing inequality and injustice daily in pediatrics, particularly regarding childhood obesity, motivates her broader vision for medicine. Her interest in pediatric obesity prevention requires what she calls a full-scale realignment of society's priorities, including food subsidies, urban design, educational approaches, and technology's impact on childhood.
This systematic thinking raises important questions. How might early intervention with trauma-informed approaches prevent development of chronic functional disorders? What role could psychedelic therapy eventually play in addressing treatment-resistant conditions across the lifespan? The interview reveals how Dr. Monet's personal values influence her research approach. She emphasizes cultivating honest, genuine relationships with each person you work with, and creating environments where people can bring their whole selves to work. Her motto, "We are what we repeatedly do," reflects her commitment to meticulous, persistent research that prioritizes patients' well-being.
When asked about her greatest passion, Dr. Money responds, restoring humanity to the practice of medicine. This philosophy permeates her recent research design, which treats patients as whole persons rather than collections of symptoms. Her approach suggests a paradigm shift in how we conceptualize and treat functional disorders, moving from symptom suppression to addressing root causes, including psychological trauma. Now, Dr. Money's research aims not to prove efficacy, but to develop scalable therapeutic options. She envisions optimizing psychedelic therapy protocols to make them accessible in clinical settings, potentially offering hope to millions of IBS patients worldwide who have exhausted conventional treatment options.
The timing of this research is particularly significant as psychedelic medicine gains mainstream acceptance, with multiple psychedelic compounds in late-stage clinical trials for various conditions. Dr. Monet's work positions gastroenterology at the forefront of this therapeutic revolution. What other specialty areas might benefit from similar innovative approaches to treatment-resistant conditions? Dr. Monet's Genomic Press interview is part of a larger scale series called Innovators and Ideas that highlights the people behind today's most influential scientific breakthroughs. Each interview in the series offers a blend of cutting-edge research and personal reflections, providing readers with a comprehensive view of these scientists shaping the future. By combining a focus on professional achievements with personal insights, this interview style invites a richer narrative that both engages and educates readers. And it just goes on to talk more about the style of the interview.
Yeah, exactly. So it's good. You know, it's at the start. It's early on, right? So see what happens down the road. I know I will keep an eye out for that, just so you know.
Me too.
Good morning, Shadow. How you doing?
Well, didn't we just like say that at the perfect timing? That was awesome. I kind of like that.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. We're gonna move on to the next story, which is, you know,
interesting.
Discoveries all the time just seem to happen, and it's going to be jumpy, just so you know. So here we go.
Okay, coming to us from MSN. Student finds the psychedelic fungus inventor of LSD spent his life searching for.
Nice. There we go. We're jumping. It started with a seed coat and a little fuzz. At West Virginia University, Corrine Hazel, an undergraduate major in environmental microbiology, examined morning glory plants for signs of protective chemicals. She wasn't looking for new drugs or anything psychedelic, but nestled in the folds of a tiny seed coat was a hint of white fuzz.
Ooh.
That fuzz, what you think is a pocket lint? That fuzz turned out to be a fungus that scientists have been seeking since the 1930s, and this included Albert Hofmann, the Swiss chemist who first synthesized LSD.
Hofmann offered the world LSD in the late 1930s by modifying a compound called lysteric acid, which he extracted from the ergot fungus, Claviceps purpurea. The fungus grows on rye and other grains. It's actually well known for growing on corn and is well known for producing ergot alkaloids, a group of chemicals that can be toxic or medicinal depending on the dose. However, Hoffman also suspected that morning glory plants contained similar compounds. He believed there might be a hidden fungus living in the symbiosis with these plants, one that was responsible for producing those LSD-like chemicals. But that fungus was never found until now.
Yeah, I'm thinking morning glory teas.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember hearing something about morning glories and getting buzzes from them, but that was about it. So now we see why. Okay. However, Hoffman also suspected that morning glory plants contain similar compounds. Did you read that already?
Yeah, we're down to I'm lucky.
Oh, I'm lucky to have stumbled into this opportunity. Hazel said, people have been looking for this fungus for years, and one day I look at the right place, and there it is. They've got a name for it. She named it Paraglandola clandestina, a nod
That
to
sounds
the
great.
secret. Yeah. A nod to the secret of nature.
Ha.
Right there.
Yeah, in the decades after he discovered LSD, Hoffman suspected that morning glory plants owed their psychedelic properties to a fungus, one that made chemicals similar to the one he had modified. Morning glories contain high concentrations of similar lysteric acid derivatives that give them psychedelic activity, said Daniel Pensioni, who's Hazel's faculty mentor and a professor at WVU's Davis College of Agriculture and Natural Resources.
In a previous study published in Communications Biology, scientists reported 53 of the 210 morning glory species they tested had ergot containing seeds. So that's a quarter of them, basically. Hoffman and others researched the plants for fungus related to Claviceps purpura, the rye-dwelling microbe that produces ergot alkaloids, a group of potent compounds with powerful biological effects. But for decades, that fungus remained a phantom.
And Hazel found it almost by accident. We had a ton of plants lying around, and they had these tiny little seed coats. She said, we noticed a little bit of fuzz on the seed coat. That was our fungus.
Wow, that's all it took, eh? With Panacene's guidance, Hazel extracted DNA from the fuzz and sent it for sequencing. The results confirmed that generations of chemists and botanists had only suspected the morning glory harbored a previously unknown species of ergot-producing fungus. Sequencing a genome is a significant thing. Panacena said it's amazing for a student.
Really, right? She's now kind of set her career. You know, these,
look at it. She even looks like even like a high school student. She doesn't look very old.
No, she's just a student. Look at the excitement in both of their faces. It's so cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I mean
this plant. Yeah, this doesn't just solve a historical mystery. It might help shape the future of medicine. Ergot alkaloids are biologically powerful and deeply complex. In high doses, they're toxic to humans and livestock, but when refined or altered, they've been used to treat migraines, control bleeding, and manage neurological conditions like Parkinson's disease.
Many things are toxic, but if you administer them in the right dosage or modify them, they can be useful pharmaceuticals, says Panacene. But studying them, we may be able to figure out ways to bypass the side effects. And Hazel's fungus might be especially good at this. Early evidence suggests that it can produce ergot alkaloids effectively, or whatever, and large quantities that could one day make it valuable for drug treatments.
Yeah. Hazel is now focused on cultivating the slow-growing microbe and exploring whether related fungal symbionts hide within other morning glory species. There could be a whole underground world of psychedelic-producing fungi waiting to be uncovered. For now, though, she's taken a moment to reflect on how much came from a chance observation.
I'm very proud of the work I've done at WVU, she says. And they agree.
Yeah.
Oh, where did it go? It just jumped. Sorry.
Yeah, no, the school
I lost
agrees.
it.
It's about students recognizing the opportunities, seizing them, and having the skill and the brain power to bring this work to fruition. And sometimes all it takes is a little fuzz. And that's it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Just takes a little fuzz sometimes, and you just never know what you're going to find, right?
That's right.
All righty. Last story before we go to break is coming up. And here we go.
Here we go. Excellent. Coming to us from the CBC. Tom Longboat run canceled by Six Nations after family decrees local cannabis industry.
Yeah. The Tom Longboat Run, hosted annually by Six Nations of the Grand River near Brantford, Ontario since 1999, has been canceled after the family spoke out against the First Nations cannabis industry. Brian Winnie, a grandson of the famed runner, who died in 1949, published a statement on a family blog saying immediate family would not participate in today's event as a direct result of the societal catastrophe that is the cannabis industry on Six Nations land.
According to Winnie, the Six Nations elected band council is responsible for the death, drugs, overdoses, organized crime, human sex trafficking, and other types of related crimes now occurring on Six Nations territory as a result of the cannabis industry. He wrote the family would no longer participate in, endorse, or allow the use of the Longboat's name in connection with any activities sponsored by any band council, not just limited to Six Nations.
Wow. Failure to observe this ban will show the complete disregard and lack of understanding of who exactly Tom Longboat was and what his message is. Winnie was contacted by the CBC KW, which will be interviewed for this article, but he declined, saying the statement speaks for itself.
CBCKW also reached out to Six Nations Band Council for comment, but did not receive a response. A statement posted on the SNGR's Facebook page says the event was canceled out of respect for the family's position and statement.
The statement also says efforts are being made to revive the event for next year, with focus on highlighting the collective achievements of community athletes. Controversies surrounding Six Nations cannabis industry has been circling after a recent grow operation popped up near the downtown core, distressing some residents.
Nancy Porter, one of those residents, said at least 55 greenhouses have been erected behind her generations-old home over the past few months. While the farms are private, they do have council oversight through the Six Nations Cannabis Commission.
The run is held annually to memorialize Longboat, who was born on Six Nations in 1887. Growing up, Longboat had been sent to the Mohawk Institute Residential School. He escaped from the institute twice by running away.
Wow, more than 150,000 First Nations, Métis, and Inuit children were forced to attend about 140 federally funded residential schools in Canada between the 1870s and 1997, when the last one closed. But it is still up. It's still standing. It's still up and running as a school.
I can't believe it was that long, to 1997.
97. Yeah, my
Wow.
mother actually attended the school that is still standing in Corner Brook, Newfoundland. The schools aim to strip away their culture and language, and reports of widespread abuse have been documented.
1997. Wow.
1997, it closed, yep.
Yeah, Longboat's first notable competitive running achievement was in 1907 when he won the Boston Marathon. In 1916, he volunteered for the First World War and served as a message runner in Europe. At one point, he was erroneously reported killed in action.
Upon returning to Canada, Longboat worked in Toronto for 20 years and was married to Martha. Together, they had 4 children. The couple moved back to Six Nations before his death.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow.
Yeah, they're not happy down in Six Nations. I've seen some reports about some stuff going on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Okay. Well, other than that, it's time for us to take a break. And when we get back from break, we'll continue with 4 more stories. Let's see what we got, including how they're talking about how they can make different strains that are coming up with some genodes. We're talking about some mushroom stuff going on as well. So we'll see all that when we get back. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, we're back from our break. We've got, as I said, 4 more stories to cover to finish things off. Here we go. Number 1.
Here we go. Coming to us from McKnight's Long-Term Care News. So it's coming from Long-Term Care News.
Right.
Current marijuana use among seniors hits a new high, requiring skilled nursing adaptations.
Nice. Marijuana use among U.S. seniors has reached a new high, with 7% of adults aged 65 and over reporting they used cannabis in the past month, according to analysis published by JAMA International Medicine today. The findings reflect the changing of profile of an American cannabis user, with pronounced increase in use by older adults who are college educated, married, female, and have higher incomes.
They could also cast a haze over clinical and legal operations at nursing homes as patients' reliance on medical cannabis and expectations of post-acute settings change, warns corresponding author Benjamin Hahn, who's an MD with the Division of Geriatrics, Gerontology, and Palliative Care at U of C in San Diego. Use of cannabis in long-term care settings is complicated, partly because cannabis remains a Schedule I drug, although CBD products with concentrations of THC of less than 0.3% are no longer considered scheduled, which is kind of cool, but still, it's only the first step. He told McKnight's Long Term News List past Thursday, noting that only some states have passed laws allowing SNFs to provide medical cannabis. The main implication might be that as more older adults are using cannabis in the community, they might expect to still be able to use it if they do need long-term care, which may be complicated.
Yeah, most Americans now live in places where cannabis is legalized, either medicinally or recreationally. Now, for the research letter published today, a team led by the Center for Drug Use and HIV/HCV Research at the NYU School of Global Public Health examined data from the National Survey on Drug Use and Health from 2021 through 2023. Respondents 65 and older were asked about cannabis use over the past month, which was defined as current use.
Yeah, our study shows that cannabis use among older adults continues to increase, although there have been major shifts in use according to demographic and socioeconomic factors. This is coming from senior author Joel Palmer. Han said the study marks the first time researchers could examine current use in this age group. Previously, the pool of recent users was too small, and scientists typically relied on a measure of use in the past year.
The new 7% mark in 2023 is up from 4.8% in 2021 and 5.2% in 2022, a nearly 46% increase in only 2 years. Now, according to Han, he says if we look even further back to 2026 and 2007, less than 1% of older adults has used cannabis in the past year.
Yeah. A previous study showed that current cannabis use among older veterans is even higher.
Yeah.
Skilled nursing providers have to start acknowledging the changing patterns and figure out which parents might be using, or which patients, I said parents, but I'm sure it's patients, might be using, and how that could affect their healthcare needs and potential treatments. Han added in an email to McKnight's.
That starts with talking to patients and their families at admission. Generally, technicians should consider screening all patients for use of any psychoactive substance using verbal or self-administered screening tools, Han says, pointing to the tools such as those developed by the National Institute on Drug Use.
I can't wait till I end up in a nursing home. Yeah, I just want to bring my iboga and my 5-MeO. Importantly, the researchers found significant increases in cannabis use among older adults who have multiple chronic conditions, including heart issues, diabetes, hypertension, cancer, and chronic pulmonary obstructive diseases. The authors caution that the overall increases may be driven in part by those who use cannabis aging into the 65 plus age bracket for the period studied. Regardless, they recommended that clinicians screen and educate their older patients about cannabis use, including how physiological changes that accompany aging can make people more sensitive to psychoactive substances.
Han says there could be an increase in problematic cannabis use or cannabis use disorder among older Americans, especially those with a history of other substance use disorders. Did we just have a report earlier about how cannabis is helping with those? Now, but he said it's important immediately to tackle cannabis use as a health issue when talking with nursing home patients with their families. He said he worries about smoking cannabis for anyone with chronic lung disease, noting that possible association of cannabis use and adverse cardiovascular outcomes, and suggested that patients with cardiovascular disease may want to consider not using cannabis.
Cannabis can also interact with a range of medications that could increase the risk of side effects or oversedation, he added. It is important to explore the reasons for using cannabis. What are the potential benefits versus potential harms or risks in the context of the patient's health goals?
There you go.
Interesting.
You know, I'm not surprised because of the fact that you got to look, the 60s, 70s, the coming out of all that stuff, they were young people. They're now old.
Yeah, I mean, the 65 to 70 age range right now are really our first big, loud activists.
Yeah.
They're the ones that saw, their parents were kind of shoving the reefer madness down their throat, and they were like, yeah, right. And, you know, and so, yeah, I find it interesting, some of the backwards information in that particular story. But I think the nursing homes are about to be in for a bit of a fight. Because like I said, like this is the first round of really loud cannabis activists that are heading into the nursing homes now. You know, there's a second round coming in, I mean, by the time I get there, it's going to be like, I don't just want my cannabis. Like, I mean, seriously, I'm bringing my mushrooms, I'm bringing my LSD, I'm bringing my 5-MeO. I'm, you know, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
It's your
with the
medicine.
nursing homes. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I'm 64 here in another month, so I'm not that far from being that. Well, I'm already getting my senior discount at places, right? So you just never know. All right, we'll move on to the next story. Here we go.
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment, scientists find 33 genetic markers in cannabis that can be targeted to breed enhanced strains tailored for medical and recreational uses.
Oh. Scientists report that they have identified 33 significant markers in the cannabis genome that significantly influence cannabinoid production, a finding they say promises to drive the development of new plant varieties with specific cannabinoid profiles. The new article.
Need more strains.
Yeah, we need more strains. But what maybe this might allow is for targeting certain things.
Yep.
To increase, for example, CBG in a plant.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that. And science. Okay, the new article published last month in the journal "The Plant Genome" says the results offering valuable guidance for cannabis breeding programs, enabling the use of precise genetic markers to select and refine promising cannabis varieties.
This approach promises to speed up the breeding process, reduce costs significantly compared to traditional methods, and ensure that the resulting cannabis varieties are optimized for specific medical and recreational needs, authors wrote. They call the study a significant stride towards fully integrating cannabis into modern agricultural practices and genetic research, paving the way for future innovations. Oh, wow, they come up with long names for these studies. The analysis involved use of a high-density genotyping approach, looking at thousands of molecular markers across the genome of 174 cannabis specimens here in Canada, each with known levels of cannabinoids such as THCA, CBDA, and CBN.
Using suitable statistical methods, the team said, we identified 33 molecule markers associated with 11 cannabinoid traits, most of them having a high impact on the phenotype. Among the findings were what the paper calls a massive set of genes on one plant chromosome that involved about 60 megabases and was associated specifically with THC-dominant cannabis strains.
Interesting. Authors from the University of Laval in Quebec, Canada, said the research represents a shift away from years of cannabis prohibition that have impeded the establishment of genetic resource collections and the development of advanced breeding practices, thus limiting both the genetic improvement and the understanding of cannabis traits. The markers uncovered in the new study will constitute an essential tool in breeding programs, the report says, promise to accelerate the selection process for promising extensions, potential crossing parents, while significantly reducing costs associated with labor-intensive phenotype-based selection methods.
The new findings come on the heels of a recent announcement by researchers in South Korea that they successfully identified a new cannabinoid, cannabidiol-soxa, as well as a number of other compounds reported for the first time from the flowers of the sativa, which C sativa. We had a sativa L or something in the patients when we first got our cannabis. Published in the Journal of Pharmaceuticals, the paper says researchers use chromatographic techniques to isolate the compounds. They also examine their molecular structures and use metabolic testing method to assess their toxicity to certain cancer cells.
Bitdefender has decided I'm not allowed to see this anymore.
Oh, really? Oh, that's too bad. Okay, I'll read a little bit more. The study successfully isolated a new cannabinoid and 6 known cannabinoid compounds, along with new chlorotype compound and 3 additional chlorine type compounds, the study says, which reported for the first time from these from the cannabis flowers. The new cannabinoid cannabaloxa was not among the compounds that researchers identified as a potential toxic to neuroblastoma cells, however, which is a brain cancer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, other research published by the American Chemical Society in 2023 identified previously undiscovered cannabis compounds that challenged conventional wisdom of what really gives cannabis varieties their unique olfactory profiles. While researchers into cannabis have exploded in recent years as a result of more jurisdictions legalizing the use of for medical use and adult use, it's unclear how the Trump administration priorities will impact their trend. And the story goes on. It's always so. There you go.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that interesting that all of a sudden Bitdefender said I couldn't see that story?
Yeah. Why? I wonder why. This doesn't make sense. Yeah. Hi, Glenda. Thanks for the like. Okay, we'll move on. We'll move on to the next story, and I just got to get loaded up a little bit behind here. It's been one of those mornings. Right, here we go.
Coming to us from the Marijuana Herald, the Maine Senate passes psilocybin decriminalization bill, sending it to governor.
Wow, really, eh? House Bill 1034 removes criminal penalties for adults 21 and older who possess up to 1 gram of psilocybin or 1 ounce of psilocybin-containing mushrooms. The legislation does not authorize a legal market or regulated access, but focuses solely on eliminating criminal consequences for personal possession. It was given approval on Monday by the House in a narrow 70 to 69 vote. Wow, you can't get much closer than that, can you? Supporters of the bill point to growing scientific evidence suggesting psilocybin may help treat conditions such as depression, anxiety, and PTSD. The move reflects a broader national trend towards loosening restrictions on psychedelics. Oregon and Colorado have already enacted wider reforms, while cities across the country have implemented local decriminalization measures. Other states, such as New Mexico, are also considering medical use frameworks.
Amazing. With approval from both chambers of the legislature, the bill will soon be sent to Governor Janet Mills for a decision.
There you go.
70 to 69. Holy
yeah.
cow.
Yeah, that's you can't get much closer to that, can you?
No.
Jeez. And that means, who knows that if there's something that's really going bad, that someone could reintroduce another bill to change things. And that vote being that close, it could end up being a bad result down the road, right? So
you never know. We'll have to watch and see.
That's right. Okie dokie. Here we go. Last story of the day.
And it's coming to us. Ooh, my goodness. It's coming to us from Nasaga, Ontario local news.
Yeah.
Arson at a magic mushroom dispensary under investigation in Hamilton.
Oh, arson investigators are looking into a fire that broke out at a magic mushroom dispensary in Hamilton. The blaze, it's jumping around. Where'd it go? The blaze started at the Shroonies Magic Mushroom Dispensary on Main Street East around 3:45 a.m. on Friday, the Hamilton Police Services says.
Yeah, that's when a car pulled up and 2 suspects exited the vehicle before breaking into the shop, police say. And shortly after, a fire erupted from the dispensary, and the suspects returned to the vehicle, fleeing northbound on Wexford Avenue North.
Police are asking anyone with information about the fire or the identity of the suspects to give them a call.
Yeah.
The suspects are described as younger males with average height and thin build.
Yeah.
They're wearing dark-colored hoodies with hoods.
Yeah, and it was a newer model, dark blue Malibu that they were driving. So, yeah.
All right. Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
That one was a little jumpy.
It was a lot jumpy.
All right, so there you go. Unfortunately, fire at a mushroom dispensary. What do you think? Why? We could get any thoughts?
Um,
Why would somebody drive? It wasn't a fire that was caused by something that was happening inside there. These people actually deliberately did this. It wasn't just an accidental fire.
Yeah, I mean, like it makes me wonder, like, because right now, like, there's a lot of, like, I mean, it's 2017, except for, you know, it's mushrooms instead of cannabis, and you know, I'm sad to say that, you know, back when cannabis was first becoming legal, a lot of these places that were getting shut down and et cetera, et cetera. I mean, like, there were a couple of fires that were set so people could get some insurance money and not lose their whole hats, right?
Yeah, because
And I'm wondering, I'm not saying it is, but you know, like it's a really good possibility.
And it could be somebody who wants them out of the neighborhood.
It could be somebody, it could be a rival that decided they wanted to break in and get rid of their competition. It could be somebody that hates the idea of magic mushrooms being there. Like, I mean, there's the, you know, again, it's one that I'd like to watch because I wouldn't mind, you know, seeing what the police find out when they find it out.
Yeah, because fungi and shroomies have been in the news a lot, right?
A lot.
Yeah. So, you know, somebody went at him for a reason, obviously. So
I think so.
All right, that's it for today. Anything else you want to mention before we say goodbye?
I don't think so. I have a great weekend, folks. Thanks for joining us.
All right, that's it. That's the news for today. We hope you found it educational and informative. Thanks to Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, addies.ca, and Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, and to our viewers. And as always, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not curse, all right?
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.